Chapter 1 Great Cartoonist. Manhattan, New York. This is the core of New York, the financial center of the United States, and the gathering place of upper-class society. The world-famous Wall Street is located in the south of Manhattan Island and is lined with tall buildings. Hell's Kitchen. In the independent small building, Sue Mo woke up with pain while holding his head. Damn it! Why does my head hurt so much? An unfamiliar stream of memories rushed into his mind, and as the memories merged, Sue Mo gradually realized it, and he passed through. This 16-year-old boy named Sue Mo is a Hyuxia American and Hyuxia American mixed race. His parents died in an air crash last week. According to relevant laws and records, he will inherit all his parents' inheritance. Because of the extreme sadness, I had to use wine to dissipate my sorrows. And the earthling with the same name and surname he also slept for some reason and crossed over to the dead, and the dead was resurrected. Sue Mo took a picture in the mirror. The handsome, blonde boy patted his cheek and felt a slight pain. It was not a dream. I would rather dream. Sue Mo didn't have the joy of inheriting the family property. Instead, he shouted sadly. This was all because the newspaper reports made him feel cold. The front page of the New York Times turned out to be that Stark Industries has won another tens of billions of orders from the military, accompanied by a picture of the board of directors. Standing in the middle is a cynical man with a mustache. His name is Tony Stark. This is Marvel Universe. Whether it is a comic or a movie, he will be finished. If Sue Mo is going to move directly out of the United States before the release of Avengers 3, New York is the focus. But as soon as Fulian 3 came out, Thanos snapped his fingers, and the ghost knew if he was one of the half, and GG was waiting for him. The whole universe is like this, there is nowhere to escape. Sue Mo picked up the paper in the newspaper. Besides Stark Industries, there are some experts discussing mutants. Obviously, this is the universe of Avengers and X-Men fusion. It would be even more dangerous to think about it this way. He had already figured out whether he should continue to get it. With the legacy he left behind, besides this refined Western-style building, there is a comic company. Then I thought that he was an assistant to a comics company in his previous life, and he didn't expect to return to his old business. Anyway, he couldn't stop the destruction of the world, he might as well break out of the world, and at least he didn't pass through it in vain after he died. Sue Mo sat in the chair and controlled the computer to check it. Sure enough, as in the memory, today's comics are dominated by superheroes, all because of the captain of Steve, who was officially portrayed as a lone hero, with extremely high integrity and noble quality, and a proper godly righteousness. People, godlike figures. So today's comics market is full of themes like Steve, the same thing, and the hard work of the villain finally broke out and knocked down. At the same time, he also noticed that the cultural industry of Marvel Universe is relatively scarce, and the subject matter of comics is very rare. Sue Mo has a rough look at it, but the artist is good, but the interest is lacking. This excites Sue Mo. In this case, at least it is good to build a comic empire by himself before Thanos snaps his fingers. He took a piece of white paper and lay it flat on the table, took out the pencil from the drawer, and was about to start drawing a comic that overwhelmed the concept of heroes in his previous life. But who knows that when the pen touches the white paper, an inexplicable voice rang in his mind. The big cartoonist system is being turned on, has been activated, and the host can call it with just a thought. Sue Mo was stunned for a moment, and then ecstatic. He actually still had cheats, and he immediately became excited when he was just preparing to salt the fish. A translucent interface appeared in front of you, and the whole was divided into 3 areas, namely search, lottery, and warehouse. A translucent interface appeared in front of you, and the whole was divided into 3 areas, namely search, lottery, and warehouse. Sue Mo clicked on search, and an interface that looked like Do Niang popped up. There was no keyboard tool to type out the word One Piece and press search. Then the cover and introduction of the character appeared as soon as the screen turned, and just drag it down. The number of chapters, the number of words. Sumo clicked on the first sentence, and the system sounded in his mind. Host, all the comics searched out can be printed on paper with ghosts, just copy the strokes. Hiss. Such a choking operation. Isn't this just the messenger in the transmission? Sumo's face changed slightly when he heard that, and the virtual interface directly became movable. He placed the erected interface flat on white paper and even adjusted the size, length, and width of the interface. As the interface shifted to the top of the white paper, after a thought move, a bewildering scene appeared. A faint shadow slowly appeared on the white paper, which made Sumo lament that it was so convenient. Even people who don't know how to paint can complete the first page in less than a few minutes according to the phantom outline. This is an artifact in front of comics. Sumo simply finished the first sentence and looked at the above, and there was no difference in his memory. He moved to the second area while stunned. At the top of this area is the words, fan value, 0, below it is placed like a lottery turntable, the turntable is dark and full of unknowns. Sumo wondered, what does this mean? Each published work can get a different fan value, and the lottery consumes fan value to get any possessions in the published work. Fans can be divided into 4 types. Each ordinary fan can provide a little fan value every month. Each sincere fan will provide 10 fan points per month. Each loyal fan provides 100 fan points per month. Each brain residue fan provides 10,000 fan points every month. In the end, this kind of exaggeration may be a lot of stars, but there are not many who admire cartoonists. Sumo shook his head and thought in a deep voice. Host, this kind of fan is more terrifying than admiring a star, and treats the admiring object as a god. Understood. How is the lottery calculated? Each draw starts at 100,000, and the more you consume, the greater the chance of getting precious items. Sumo raised his brows and asked, in other words, there is still a chance to get precious items for 100,000. Theoretically exist. Sumo knows what it means when he hears the words, I'm afraid the chances are terribly small. The third area is the warehouse, which should be used to hold the items obtained in the lottery. There is nothing in it, and there is no so-called novice spree. Sumo clicked back to the search bar again, and began to think about the interface. If only the search function was a taste for him, it was just a free brain. However, adding the lottery function will be very different. Thinking of this, Sumo dazzled his eyes, clasped his hands, and secretly said, this function will be the basis for him to do a great job in this Marvel universe. Chapter 2 Heroes of Interest. Do. The phone on the desk rang. Sumo picked it up and checked it. Driz, I know you have been in a bad mood lately, but you can't continue like this. Your parents' company still needs you to continue. Now you have not seen any signs for a week, and there are cartoonists in the company that have started to jump. It was a strong voice coming from the phone, and Sumo smiled bitterly at the head-to-face words. Quizit is the English name of Sumo. Uncle Andy, I will go to the company today. If you miss a bad jump, I have a better cartoonist. Better? Forget it, wait until you come. As the opposite end hung up, Sumo called out, and took out a stack of white paper from the drawer. Put away the words of One Piece before, type 4 words in the search bar, and start to draw the gourd. According to memory, Uncle Andy is a good friend of his father and the current general manager of the company. Even though the company sounds tall, it's actually not big at all. There are 4 cartoonists, 6 cartoon assistants, and other employees, which add up to just 15 people. It's completely the studio's lineup. This is also the common level of today's comic companies. The classification of comics is scarce, and the heroic theme given by the Captain of the United States is never tired. Most cartoonists are afraid that innovation will lead to loss of money and do not want to make progress. This situation does not have one supermany power or a separatist regime. Instead, it becomes a situation where the competitiveness is not large, and it is even more lazy to see a consortium that does not have much interest. There are 5 or 6 companies like this in New York alone, and they are all private companies that are wholly owned by individuals, and their employees are only paid. However, the cartoonist is stunned by the wind. Seeing that the company's power is lost, the future will be lost and the future will be lost. For Sumo, who has a magical tool, it can be said that it is a good time to show his talents and build his own comic empire. It didn't take long for Sumo to finish drawing the 4 words, put it in his backpack and put it on his body, and got up and went out. New York in 2008 can be said to be the center of the world. The streets were crowded with people and traffic. Sumo looked up at the dazzling sunlight, as if a world away. The company is located near Times Square, the most prosperous area in Manhattan. It is called the crossroads of the world. It gathers a large number of businesses, theaters, and entertainment venues. It can be said that the location is very good. Sumo's location is still some distance away from Times Square, so he directly took a taxi and intercepted a taxi. The driver was a black man and he gave full play to the black sense of humor. The enthusiastic driver chatted all the way, but Sumo didn't answer a word. After arriving at the place, he took out a banknote and left without waiting for the change. Seeing this, the beautiful black brother sang loudly and sighed that he was another rich man. 2 minutes later, Sumo arrived at his destination, standing in front of a tall building, and his comic journey began. Building 7th floor. It was contracted by Tengman Company, but in fact only a part of the space was used. When I planned to use all of it, I didn't expect the person in charge to die in an air crash. Now all the employees of the company are deeply disturbed and even in crisis. A man with disheveled hair walked into the office and took out a letter to Andy, the black-haired and blue-eyed manager, and said flatly, "Andy, this is my resignation letter. Don't consider staying." Andy accepted the letter of resignation and kept the way. The man shook his head, and left without saying anything. Oh, this kid. Andy knows what the cartoon assistant is trying to say, but it's not because Sumo has not come to the company for a day after inheriting the company since his parents passed away. This is an irresponsible performance in the eyes of others. Andy knows what the cartoon assistant wants to say, but it is not because Sumo has not come to the company for a day since his parents passed away. This is an irresponsible performance in the eyes of others. There is no sense of security and no interest binding. Coupled with the current recession in the cartoon industry, companies that go bankrupt at any time are not their ideal place to sacrifice. "Uncle Andy, how is the company now?" Sumo walked in directly and said to Andy. "You can come, now the company has no cartoonists, there are only 2 cartoon assistants, and only 5 other employees. The others are gone." Andy desperately said that he appeared, and to Sumo he hated iron and steel. They left. When Andy heard Sumo's indifferent attitude, he furiously said, "Without a cartoonist, the company simply can't survive." "I am not." Sumo slowly took the sketch from his backpack and patted it on the table, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "I'll do it alone." That's right, the other cartoonists left are just what he wanted. In Sumo's eyes, their cartoons are not good at all. Perhaps the painting skills are good, but the story is old-fashioned and has no value. Andy is about to explode, staring at the boss. He has never heard that Sumo has the ability to paint. Isn't he a college student? Suspicious, he picked up the drawing. First of all, the title page was a man with a bald cape. He only drew the back, without the indifferent faintly revealed front that he could feel. The painting skills are almost the same as those of the previous cartoonists, and Andy is a little relieved at this time. The company still has hope on this point. After reading 2 pages, his brow furrowed. It started out in the ruins of the city. A huge, weird monster was slaughtered in the city, and ordinary people were destroyed directly under his light ball. As soon as the screen turned, Saitama was wearing a white cloak while watching the report at home, and said, "Justice is executed." The bald and stupid people set up with high-quality pictures to make readers a little bit interested. This is what Andy thinks. The beginning of the article stated that this is a heroic theme. Even if the market still accounts for the vast majority of themes, it feels insensible to readers. Because the content of such themes are mostly the same, the protagonist accidentally gains Superman powers, and then after several twists and turns, he becomes a superhero and fights criminals in the city. There is nothing new. A survey last week has shown that the hero theme is gradually cooling down, and new content is needed to attract readers. With this kind of unchanging routine, Andy doesn't need to look at it to know what's going on behind it. Sure enough, Saitama rescued the little girl under the portrayal of a gust of wind, and the weirdo and Saitama started to babble. This passage seemed to Andy to be very, very weird. For example, this monster is called the Vaccine Man, a weird person born from pollution and destruction of the Earth's environment, which is somewhat similar to radiation upgrade. And this hero named Saitama is even more absurd, and it is said that he is a hero of interest. Seeking Flowers. Seeking Collection. Chapter 3 Boy Jump, Marvel Comics. Hero. Even though he was still interested, Andy screamed in his heart, glanced at Suemo and didn't know what to say. Is this kind of lack of muscles really worth seeing? Obviously Saitama's casual words stimulated the Vaccine Man's self-esteem, and in other words, he also got angry. The Vaccine Man became so huge in his anger that he was undoubtedly more powerful than before, and Andy felt that the stranger waved his hand and the hero who was interested in him would die on the spot. The difference in body shape between the two sides is huge, and the aura is even more incomparable. Seeing Saitama's expression like a hairdryer, Andy can't help but touch his forehead. Is this a dark hero comic? This is a new comic idea. The protagonist is abused throughout the whole process, his girlfriend is dead, and even a criminal can be beaten for a quarter. Such novel ideas were sought after at first, but readers couldn't stand it when they followed suit, and the mentality exploded directly. There was no expectation for the plot, and Andy, who was about to say a few good words after watching it, turned to the next page. Well, it really is like this, hey. After seeing the picture depicted on the next page, Andy's body suddenly shook, the goosebumps were all up, and the eyeballs almost flew out of his eye sockets. Andy muttered to himself, "You must have missed it." Turning the comic back one page, he quickly flipped back and forth in a daze. The result was basically the same. The brows were frowning. Wushin looked at Suemo and asked softly, "Did you drop a few pages?" Suemo looked at Uncle Andy's dazed look, and couldn't help but rejoice. Not a single page has been dropped, that's it. Oh, shit. After getting the answer that wasn't what he wanted, Andy caught the attention of the employees outside the door with a violent slur, and read the last words in a mess. In a daze, he gently put down the draft of Chapter 4, fearing that the paper would be destroyed. He couldn't help swallowing, and asked, "What is the name of the comic?" Obviously, this comic directly overturns the traditional definition of a hero. The protagonist is not a saint, nor does it have a superpower, and the three views are not a heroic concept, just as it says. It's just interest. This is the first time he has been so fascinated as a manager and editor in many years. Absolutely fire. The previous vaccine people thought it was the same as the radiation upgrade. In fact, the crabman in the second chapter has already made it clear. In fact, these settings are full of insinuations to traditional criminals. The villain's nonsense is actually useless. Saitama punched him to death. The contrast was big enough to attract eyeballs. There is no logic at all, and the settings are messy. It's completely random to think about, but it's beautiful and can't stop. In addition, these exquisite original paintings are completely the highest level of painting skills in the United States. It is conceivable that the manga market that has begun to decline will definitely rebound because of this. Sumo spread his hands and said lightly, "One Punch Man." One Punch, it fits this cartoon. Andy once again picked up the drawing and flipped it from time to time, clearly admiring. "Very amazing comic. So I will do it." Andy heard the words and said worriedly, "Even so, the company can't be supported by only one comic. You don't have enough energy. This is the truth. It is impossible for a company to make money from a cartoonist at all. If it were not for the Great Depression, I am afraid that more cartoonists would join the market today. Be at ease, Uncle Andy, I have Su as wonderful as this cartoon here." Sumo pointed to his head and believed himself. If there is no system, the comics he recalled are really limited, and with the search function, I am afraid that he will never finish painting in his life. "Well then, you are the boss anyway." Andy sighed helplessly. Although he was a friend of Sumo's father, he did not have any shares and could only make suggestions. He is still a little worried. Sumo shook his head secretly when he saw this. He knew what he was thinking, and the facts can only be witnessed in the future. What he said now is futile. After a pause, after thinking about it, he said, "Rename the original magazine to Juvenile Jump. From now on, all my comics will be placed on it." Shonen Jump is the highest circulation shonen manga magazine published by Shueisha in the previous life. It serializes countless well-known classics. Shonen Jump is the highest circulation shonen manga magazine published by Shueisha in the previous life. It serializes countless well-known classics. For example, One Piece, Dragon Ball, Naruto, Shinigami, Full-Time Hunter, and so on. These Sumo must be moved one by one. After listening to Andy, he said clearly, "Juvenile Jump, the comic copyright of the resigned cartoonist is in his hands. What do you think? Should I ask someone to continue the drawing?" After the signed cartoonist resigns, the comics will be in the hands of the original company. Unless it is a big-name cartoonist, renewal is also the practice of most companies. No, don't continue painting. The key to Junior Jump is friendship, hard work, and victory. The traditional superhero theme has been solidified and it is no longer necessary. Sumo began to analyze, and directly scanned the cartoons of several people into the trash can. "I don't know if they will vomit blood when they know it." Andy understood and nodded. Through a short time of understanding, he has found that Sumo has been able to stand alone. His words are reasonable, and his behavior is even more vigorous. He is not as humble as his father's traditional Hyuxia people. No doubt Sumo is even better. And his taste of this American. Then Andy and Sumo started planning for the future in the office, and even discussed the idea of animation. Both of them are full of confidence in One Punch Man. On the journey of animation, the existing manpower is obviously not enough to start hiring people after the success of the new comics. Both want to do animation by themselves, and it is undoubtedly more profitable to produce and sell themselves. In fact, if Sumo is in the ordinary world, he can stay steadily in a hurry, but now he knows in Marvel Universe whether the villain will run out early, or if he walks on the street, he will be killed by a sudden arrow. He is just an ordinary person. He never wanted to pin his hopes on others. The sooner the fan value arrives, the safer he feels, so he decided to plan the future with Uncle Andy. Time waits for no one. Outside the office. "What do you say?" the boss and the editor-in-chief said. "Isn't it going to be bankrupt? Let it go. It's not easy to find this job." The employees are whispering. And they are a little uneasy about the future. They are not cartoonists in this period of economic depression and crisis. Bankruptcy means they are unemployed, and no company will hire them. Just as they were confused, with a crunch, the two walked out of the office, and it was Andy who spoke first. The veteran, he calmed the anxiety of the employees in a few words, and even raised the manuscript to prove that there were still people submitting it. Andy did not say that the author of the drawing was the boss, otherwise they would be even more irritable. Driz, no, Sue Mo, I'll call you your Hyuxia name. Don't forget to go to school. University is very rich. Andy took Sue Mo to the elevator. He said meaningful words and patted Sue Mo on the shoulder. Ding! Sue Mo's face turned dark, and he walked into the elevator. His mind flashed, and he said calmly with interest. By the way, Uncle Andy, the company name has also changed. Unexpectedly, Andy didn't expect this to happen, and asked in confusion, what? The name Tengman was named after Sue Mo's father, and it has a strong Oriental fate. Marvel Comics. As soon as the voice fell, the elevator closed the door and slowly descended. Only Andy was left in a daze. Marvel Comics. This is Western nomenclature. He always felt that there was a deeper meaning. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Chapter 4 Lolita. Walking out of the building where Tengman is located, no, it should be the building that will belong to Marvel Comics in the future. Sue Mo looked up at the sun and said with great pride. The future will belong to Marvel. Well, it's a bit convoluted. Hiss. The eyes are so hot and dazzling. Sue Mo hurriedly lowered his head and rubbed his eyes, pretending to fail directly. Near noon, the traffic on the street became more crowded. Sue Mo walked towards a restaurant. The scorching heat of summer made pedestrians sweat profusely. Welcome. The waiter at the entrance of the restaurant bends down slightly and shouts politely with a smile on his face. Sue Mo chose a location close to the glass wall, where you can see hurried pedestrians. There are elderly, young people, and children. Then I think that someday in the future, this place will become the focus. I don't know if they are happy or sad. Sir, this is the menu. The Cheongsam waitress said with a smile when he brought the menu. Sue Mo picked up the menu and ordered a few dishes at will. This is a Hyuxia restaurant, and the taste of his hometown still suits his taste. Suction flow. Cuckoo. While Sue Mo was eating delicious food, he heard a hungry sound. He looked up and saw a loli wearing a purple dress standing outside the glass wall. At this moment, her big blinking eyes stared at the food on the table, the corners of her mouth were one by one, and her pink tongue licked outside. Cuckoo. Another sound came from Loli's belly. Sue Mo was stunned. He was so hungry that he could make a sound directly penetrating through the glass. He was a god. Lori stared at the meal behind the glass without evading her gaze by Sue Mo, revealing her extremely eager gaze. Come in. Sue Mo waved to her and smiled. Perhaps because she was too hungry, little Lolita was not afraid to turn around and leave, but actually walked in and came to the table. Eat it. The waiter will have another one. Sue Mo discovered that little Lolita had a temperament like a eldest lady, but she still revealed a bit of timidity, and her face was neat and clean. She wondered whose daughter had run away from home. Suction flow. Little Lolita immediately gobbled up. It seemed that she had been hungry for a long time. Sue Mo kindly said after seeing it. What's your name? Where do you live? Go home after eating. Golly. Jiali opened her mouth and said, the food in front of her fascinated her. She had never eaten such a delicious food. If it contains high energy, she is not as picky as her father. It didn't take long for Sue Mo to take a deep breath, and after serving 3 dishes, they all fell into Jiali's stomach, but she still ate them again. You must know that these dishes are almost all meat, which is a bottomless pit. She seemed to feel Sue Mo's strangeness. Golly put down the bowl as soon as her movements were stagnant, and bowed her head in embarrassment weakly. I'm full. No, your eyes are shining and you are not full. Let's finish eating. Thanks. Jiali was overjoyed when she heard the words, and stared at Sue Mo blankly, making him speechless. He is not a charity, and it is impossible to invite people to dinner for free forever. Okay, go back now. Su Mo rubbed Jiali's head as he got up, and walked out calmly. Jiali also got up slowly, her eyes flickering as she followed Su Mo's back. Walking out of the street, Su Mo was going to return to his residence to finish the first season of One Punch Man, but he felt that the little worm behind him was following. There was really no way. Su Mo turned around and bent down slightly, and asked helplessly, "Golly, where are your parents?" There was really no way. Su Mo turned around and bent down slightly, and asked helplessly, "Golly, where are your parents?" "I don't have a mother, I only have a father, but he is not here." Garli was a little embarrassed by his question this time around, and quickly explained. "This kid." When Su Mo heard it, it turned out that Jiali's mother had already passed away, so she guessed that she might be separated from her father. Yeah, this is glued on." Just as Su Mo stroked his forehead, Jiali raised his head firmly and said, "I have no family on earth anymore, okay if I follow you?" As soon as this was said, the scene fell into silence. The passing pedestrians were still noisy, but the two people were in completely different places. Does the earth have no family? Is it dead? Su Mo's face began to change. He looked at Jiali with sympathy and pity, and said in secret, "No wonder you are hungry like this. I'm afraid his father hasn't left a lot of inheritance not long after he died." At this moment, he saw Golly squinting at his back, and quickly turned his head to look at her eyes wide. "Hey!" A heavy truck suddenly rushed out from the crossroads of the street, and the trailing carriage directly flicked its tail on the car next to it. The wheels rubbed against the ground and made a harsh sound. A little spark splashed from it, causing pedestrians around to scream and flee. The heavy truck drove very fast, and within a few seconds, it rammed the street and rushed in the direction of Su Mo. Cao. Su Mo cursed secretly, and it was indeed true that such an incident happened on the first day of Marvel. Apart from anything else, he pulled up Gailey's little white hand and started running wildly. As soon as Su Mo pulled Jiali up, an unnoticeable wave of ordinary people suddenly burst out of Jiali's body, and then the world escaped into black and white. Everything lost its brilliance, everything was stopped including Su Mo, and the only one who could act was little Lolita. A purple light flashed in her eyes. Hey! Time recovered, and there was a scream of tingling scalp in reality. A horrifying scene happened under the eyes of everyone present, and saw that the heavy truck that had been running wildly started to drift in place and rotated 360 degrees. This apparently inconsistent with the logic of the incident appeared in front of them. Could it be that the driver has controlled it? Pedestrians fled around, not wanting to give their lives to others. The same is true for Su Mo. He took Jiali directly and walked in the other direction. It didn't take long to stop a taxi and drove home. On the way, Su Mo was shocked and horrified for a few seconds. It was the first time that he faced horror. You must know that he was just a good citizen in his previous life. The first time he was hit by a drifting car, it was only a few seconds before he was hit to death. I must be frightened, but the thought that this was the Marvel Universe, the villain hadn't appeared before he was frightened. What a shame to the traveler. He is just an ordinary person now. Only a lottery can give him confidence, otherwise this day is not for people. Su Mo, with a wry smile, realized that he was still holding Jiali's little hand and let go. Now, how? Galila pulled his sleeve, looking at him hopefully. All right. With a mess of his mind, Su Mo agreed in a daze, not knowing what it was for. Perhaps it is better to have a companion than a person after a disaster. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Chapter 5 Adoption, Human. Not bad anymore. Back in the independent building, Su Mo began to calm down and sat face to face on the sofa with Jiali, staring with small eyes. Ah, since Jiali is going to live, the relevant certificate is called Su-Mo, Hyuxia, an American mixed blood, you still remember to go through it. Su-Mo considers that Jiali is a minor now, and the guardian needs to change everything, otherwise it makes people suspect that he abducted Loli and a Loli came back. They didn't know each other a moment ago. Yet. Jiali nodded awkwardly, then looked around, her cute face swaying back and forth. Su-Mo, looked at the little head of the lovely Jiali, who nodded deeply, and deeply doubted to be content with your previous residence. I need some information. Su-Mo felt that the world is impermanent. Just after eating a meal, he picked up a pile of documents, pointed and handed them to Su-Mo, and said with a silly smile, "Here. We are going to live together now. Could it be that he is a pervert? Lalikan? Is there a plan? Well, now I'm your guardian, I have to listen to whether myself made such a decision because of being cute." Hearing the words, Jiali directly drew from behind and responded with a serious voice. Su-Mo turned on the TV, and it happened to report the crash of a heavy truck. Supervisor. Su-Mo looked through it and didn't know what to say. He carried the information with him, and felt that there was something wrong with him, but he didn't have a clue. After that, Jiali was allowed to watch TV alone, and he walked back to the study to know if he himself. In the face of Su-Mo's righteous and solemn remarks, Jiali also One Punch Man is strictly a short and medium comic, not as long as the Sea of Dead Fire, and has been able to reveal the general world control from the unfinished length and directly restore what happened at that time. Everything. Zosi, you want to tell the whole story about an ordinary man named Saitama who happened to meet a crab man who wants a child whose chin is a butt, and tried his best to defeat the weirdo, and then lost through exercise and began to draw the manuscript. At the same time, he gained the strongest strength. After that is Saitama's life against evil forces and weirdos after joining the Heroes Association. Su-Mo first planned to paint at once. After the content of the first season of the anime is released, and then divided from it, Uncle Andy is going to publish the 4 words first and put it on Jump as the first weekly magazine to try the response. He thinks the same way. After the hair is cut off, he decides to draw a long comic, double open or more open. The slight rubbing sound of pen and paper came from the study, and ordinary people couldn't hear it at all. Her voice hiding in Su-Mo was heard very clearly by Jiali. The delicate ears trembled for a moment, and they were instantly cute like a rabbit, but it was a pity that Su-Mo didn't see the fight otherwise. No, it should be crushed. Hey. The dazed Jiali has no interest in TV, and she is a little curious about what Su-Mo is doing. She will feel inexplicable when she walks into the study without making a half sound, like she wants to laugh a little. Behind him, his eyes lit up and he kept watching Su-Mo's drawings. Now Su-Mo is drawing a deep Poseidon chapter. The fear between the undocumented knight and the deep Poseidon will make people overwhelming. Maybe. It is vividly portrayed on the drawing. Maybe. It is vividly portrayed on the drawing. In fact, if he hadn't been touched by watching anime earlier, Marvel also has ordinary heroes, and the Punisher and Daredevil are among them. Deep Poseidon's burly size and the undocumented knight's thinness form a contrast between the world and the earth. Without the dedication of a CEO, the fear of heroes for money, fame, momentum, and interest is completely different. If the undocumented knight is in this Marvel universe, there is still a place. Even if he is weak, he has to work so hard, not afraid of death? Garli said timidly. She couldn't understand that such a weak and undocumented roar and heroism were exactly the same as Captain Steve. The others didn't realize Garli was peeking, and it took a long time to paint. After all, the presence is still detectable. Because it shaped his personal charm. Su-Mo, why didn't he give the answer? Because the answer is in the comics, he only tells the complexity of human beings. Humanity. Why does the Gari throw a fist? Su-Mo's eyes at the beginning, as an alien, she didn't understand that human beings are just food in the eyes of her father, and she didn't pretend to learn from her father. Just because she thinks people are human. Sumo is interesting. Actually, it has been more than half a month since he came to the earth. The creatures here are cruel and kind, ruthless and friendly, and extremely contradictory. She wanted to see this creature again, ignorantly looking at Sumo. You are young. Sumo smiled and touched Lolita's little head. He didn't explain, it's not good for children to know the world of adults too early. Sumo knows very well. As soon as Julie's face freezes, she must know that she is getting older, but she was even said to be young by a terrible person. Seeing that there is something to eat, cuckoo. Just forget it. Julie thought secretly, humming quietly, and glanced aside to express her dissatisfaction. This little Nazai will still be arrogant. Garli sat down awkwardly, tightening her stomach in an attempt to smile, but she didn't know that she walked around the ghost door. The two spent an afternoon in the study under the sound of the TV. Still screaming non-stop. Let's go out. Sumo turned his head to look at Julie's stomach, and said silently, Golly, are you hungry again? Humph. I calmed down, but... Chapter 6 Peter and Harry. The picture above shows Gonada, the daughter of Galactus, whose name is Gialli on Earth. A high school in Queens, New York. In the scorching summer, sweaty students walked out of the school gate in groups, greeted each other laughingly. A high-end silver-gray car parked at the entrance of the college, and the students passing by all showed envy. They know whose car it is. Peter, go to my house and sit down. Two people walking together came out of the door. No, Harry, I have to go back. Peter Parker waved his hand and paused. I'm going to the research institute tomorrow. There are so many scientific discoveries that are really exciting. Peter Parker, a nerd, is very interested in some scientific research. He thinks it is because he was deeply influenced by his parents when he was young. Well, then forget it. Harry Osborn caught a glimpse of the red-haired girl, whose graceful and bold figure stimulated the hormones around her. She was Mary Jane. Harry dealt with it casually, placing his heart on the woman. Hey, Harry, that's Sumo. When Peter was about to go back, he found the young man in casual clothes, beckoning and shouting on a whim. Although Sumo is one grade higher than them and is now a college student, the three of them are very good partners. Sumo approached and said with a smile, you two are really younger than me now. Hey, Sumo is fine, and the sorrows change smoothly. Harry still slapped Sumo's shoulder with his fist, making Peter smile knowingly. They knew soon after Sumo's parents were in the air crash. They hadn't seen people for a whole week and now they saw that they were full of energy, and their spirited attitude as friends also fell to their hearts. Sumo heard the words and said thoughtfully, I'm afraid Grand Prince Harry thinks he is a beautiful woman. He glanced at Mary, which made Harry a little embarrassed. The introverted Peter actually liked Mary Jane and didn't dare to speak out. Sumo saw it all. To be honest, Mary was not suitable for Peter. Sumo took Julie out for a meal near the evening and let her go back on his own, while he came to the previous high school. Peter asked, why are you back? After Sumo explained, it became clear why. Sumo studied at Queen's University before, and now his house and company are in Manhattan, so he came to do the transfer procedures this time, just passing high school. Harry asked, I heard that you inherited a comic company? This is not a good business. Harry, as the eldest master of the Osborn Group and the future head, is now initially involved in group affairs. The comic industry is becoming increasingly stable, and it is well known that the lack of vitality and competitiveness is like a stagnant pool. It's hard to say, I will release my own comics tomorrow, wait and see. The three chatted at the school gate for a while, and Peter and Harry were surprised that Sumo even knew how to comics and said they would buy support. At sunset, the setting sun gradually faded to the horizon. Sue Mo walked slowly towards the residence but found the girl in the purple dress squatting outside the restaurant. Her face suddenly turned black, and she walked over and squeezed it directly. Oh! Jia was drooling over the food in the restaurant, but was directly picked up by someone. She immediately turned her head and flashed purple light, trying to kill the disrespectful person directly. Unexpectedly, seeing a gloomy face, Jiali's purple light suddenly dissipated, her blinking eyes were full of tears, and she started to cry. Sue Mo, I was so hungry, I had to run out. Sue Mo was unmoved when he heard the words, and sneered. Sue Mo was unmoved when he heard the words, and sneered. Hungry? You just ate 2 servings at 4 and are still hungry. It's not 6 o'clock now. Are you a pig? I'm not a pig. I'm not even a low-level creature. As soon as Garli heard it, her hair was blown up, and the dead duck's mouth screamed, Don't believe it, listen to it. Listen to what? Sue Mo didn't believe it at all. He was talking, and at this moment, the sound of Koako came from Jiali's belly. You really are a pig. I am not, this is normal. Why would I not? No one else would, why would you? Who said that? So will my father. Well, you father and daughter are both. Humph, I hope my father won't pee his pants when he comes. Hey! Sue Mo and Jiali were arguing outside the restaurant, completely uncomfortable. Her father had died a long time ago and turned into a ghost to come to him. When Jiali saw this, she didn't use force to convince Sue Mo to roll around all over her to get something to eat. Got it, take it back to an uncle. Sue Mo thought that Jiali was a good girl at first. He didn't expect to be so naughty. She could make things out of her meals. 5 meals a day, 3 servings per meal. He directly carried Jiali, who was like a hamster, and squeezed his round fleshy face for a while before taking Jiali into the restaurant. Fortunately, he is rich. 1 hour later, Jiali followed Sue Mo dejectedly and went out to the restaurant, muttering to herself, I'm not full. Sue Mo walked in front and listened to Jiali's dissatisfaction without saying a word, secretly said, I can really eat, is Jiali sick? No one in Sue Mo knew that such a person had ever existed. Boom! 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 Suddenly, continuous violent gunfire exploded. At this time, Sue Mo shuddered and heard his reputation from a small alley not far away. At the same time, accompanied by a dazzling fire snake spouting from the muzzle, it suddenly broke the original comfortable atmosphere. He directly grabbed Jiali's wrist and strode towards home. As an ordinary person, he didn't want to take a peek because of curiosity at this time. This was just killing him. As long as the comics are published tomorrow, everything will change. Not long after Sue Mo left, the gunfire gradually stopped, and the alleys at dusk were filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke, with large and small bullet craters all around. A girl with purple hair, in tights and short skirts emerged from the darkness, with a black mask covering her face, and whispered, Big old man, it seems someone has found it. It's okay, he is very smart. The middle-aged man in black uniform was groping on the body of the gangster and sneered without turning his head. After rummaging for a while, he didn't find the big old man he wanted and became angry and swearing. Frank, this damn fellow does nothing, Skit, the clue is broken again. At this moment, the sirens sounded, and the two hurriedly vanished the traces and turned into ghosts in the dark, disappearing into the shadows. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Chapter 7 What's the drawing? In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly, warm and comfortable sunlight fell on the high school yard. Harry, I bought a comic with Sue Mo on the Junior Jump, which looks like a superhero theme. Peter raised the comic magazine in his hand to Harry, who was sitting aside. Harry was immersed in how to ask Mary Jane to be interrupted by the idiot, glanced at the cover of the comic in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Bald. I don't know why, I haven't read it yet. Peter scratched his head depressed. It can be said that most of the comics that are superheroes these years are in line with Captain Steve America, especially the early comics look exactly the same but the name has changed. The appearance like a bald head is a clear stream in the comics. After reading it, show it to me. I asked the butler to buy it in the morning at home. Peter nodded silently when he heard the words, and could not wait to open the comic magazine. At the same time, he also noticed that Sumo's company is now called Marvel Comics. Peter had to be curious about what ghost he would draw. Others didn't know. How could he and Harry not know that Sumo didn't have the ability to paint at all? But when he opened the comics, he was stunned, wearing red gloves with both fists, wearing a beige tights, and a flowing white cloak behind him, facing the camera, in a ruin, billowing black smoke. Cruel. What surprised Peter was that there was still a vague monster beside him, and the exquisite painting made him a little excited. There is a kind of hacky who is no enemy in the world. Awesome, super handsome. Sumo asked someone to paint on his behalf. Peter couldn't help exclaiming, and began to think how Sumo could paint such a good picture. At the same time, I think this bald man in a cape should be the protagonist of the comics, a superhero. Then I looked back carefully and found that the city was ruined in the beginning, and it looked devastated. I guess it might be flashback. The first appearance of the bald head with the character's execution of justice made him feel that he should be a very powerful superhero. Anxious Peter continued to watch, and finally the protagonist's positive appearance appeared, and he almost wanted to tear up the comic magazine. Special, what's the drawing? Eyebrows. What is the emoji? 2 salted egg eyes, a few lines and a circle make a face. Can a person grow like this? Peter's face was dull at the time, and he suspected that this was Sumo's true level. The first few pages must have been drawn. With his brows frowning, he didn't know what to say and turned back, and it was full of horrible things. He was too lazy to complain about the formation of the vaccine man, and the protagonist's interest alone made him frustrated. Even if Uncle Ben is not dead, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Peter hasn't heard yet, but the heroism and dedication that the world has instilled for a long time is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The protagonist's values are the opposite of most Americans. Peter is depressed whether Sumo is of Hyuxia descent to do this, otherwise, why would he think so? Finally, the two are about to start fighting, and the superhero themes are the highlight of the fight. Among them, the endless superpower will feast the reader's eyes. The vaccine man's figure became huge after a roar. With sharp giant teeth and surging aura through the paper, and Peter seemed to be on the scene. He couldn't help worrying about whether the protagonist could deal with such a powerful monster. To be honest, it is rare for such a vicious monster to appear in related comics. This hideous appearance can be regarded as the last big booze in some comics. Then slowly turned to the next page. The exciting moment was about to come. Peter's eyes opened wider and wider, and he thought, what kind of superpower does Saitama have? Hiss. What? Peter's expression and Andy's editor-in-chief were like withdrawing, and even the loud screams caused Harry to jump with a horror, and the surrounding classmates also turned to Peter. Peter's expression and Andy's editor-in-chief were like withdrawing, and even the loud screams caused Harry to jump with a horror, and the surrounding students also turned to Peter. What is the name of the ghost? At the same time they also noticed the comic magazine in Peter's hands. The usual introverted Peter must have calmed down immediately, showing an awkward but polite smile, or showing no self-confidence. However, the current Peter simply ignores the strange gaze from the outside world, and puts his heart and soul on the plot of the comic. What did he see? I saw the protagonist Saitama slammed a punch, and it only took a page or a big shot to directly penetrate the body of the vaccine man. Oh! God, what is he looking at? Is this April Fool's Day? Is this painting not serious? Peter likes superhero comics very much. He has read countless books. The summary is that the heroes gradually become stronger in the process of fighting the bad guys. Every time they are evenly matched, slightly disadvantaged, brutally abused, and exploded against the killing. Develop. This is still true in current comics. Peter was now directly shocked by Saitama's punch. It was as if the big boss came on the stage and then he was punched to death by a group of people. He felt heartache, why the plot developed like this, but he just couldn't stop. In order to start One Punch Man and to rectify the juvenile jump, Andy directly put the contents of the 4 episodes. In the second episode, Peter finally knows how Saitama became a hero, and also knows what Saitama's interest dictates. He doesn't know which interest or dedication is better, he only knows that this comic is very good looking. When turning over the 4th chapter, he saw the appearance of the Underworld King and Saitama fought back and forth. A punch was directly invalidated here, and Saitama's rival appeared. Peter looked forward to the 5th episode very much, seeing how the Underworld King and Saitama turned out, and closing the manga was full of excitement and excitement. Just 4 words, the meaning is still unfinished. Whether it is the plot or the painting skills, Peter is deeply attracted by the charm. Saitama's power is different from other coquettish splatters. He does not have superpower, is either upgraded, or has a powerful body. So where does this power come from? As the saying goes, fantasy depends on reality. Many superpowers in the comics are based on mutants. The most famous is Magneto, who assassinated the president. Now it can be said that he is a household name, and he is featured in many cartoons. Of course it is the opposite role. Peter was tickled in his heart, desperately wanting to know the answer. And turned up the cartoon again to search for a clue. Peter. The gloomy sound in his ears brought Peter back to reality. He looked up and saw that Harry was staring at him tightly, and his classmates surrounded him. Harry snatched the comic magazine and snorted, "It's me. Peter, your cartoon has been requisitioned." The students around him spoke bluntly, and they were also curious that Peter, who had always been shy, was taken aback, not knowing what the Convergent comic was. Peter petrified on the spot. This scene is happening everywhere in the United States. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. P.S. Thank you Rod for your reward. Chapter 8 hot all over the United States. There are cartoonists and readers, and naturally there are cartoon critics. Edward is a well-known comics critic. He reads a large number of comics every day and makes comments. Just like the superhero Darkstream a few days ago, his mouth and hands were sprayed to a close. As a professional critic, the subject of superheroes is unfamiliar. He can guess what routines and templates are at a glance. Nowadays, ordinary comics are much lazy to look at, and only very innovative comics will pay attention to it. Now he is wandering around in major bookstores, and comic magazines will enter the bookstores. This is the first-hand information, and even the bookstore manager who feels good after reading it will be in a conspicuous position. It's a pity that even visiting the 2 bookstores didn't have any novel comics that attracted his attention. To tell the truth, he would rather go to the official serialized comic of Captain America, which is still being updated, and it is also a god. Shaking his head, Edward was about to go back home and passing by an acquaintance bookstore. The manager immediately greeted him, "Edward is here." "Yo, what do you call me?" Edward walked in and spoke with a bit of insight, "Is it another good comic?" He knew that the store manager had the same taste as him, and he discovered that many good comics were recommended to him by the store manager. He is simply a god teammate who digs money out of the sand. The store manager pulled out a comic magazine from the previous display stand, shook it in front of Edward, and said with a smile, "That's it, why don't I tell you what, it's this one." Juvenile Jump? Never heard of it. Edward took it, and the strange issue did not exist in his memory. The publishing company used to be called Teng Man, not very well known. Now the magazine issue has been renamed Juvenile Jump, and even the company has changed its name to Marvel Comics. And I also heard people say that this company is now controlled by young people. Hwa, so strong. Edward was surprised for a while. The ability to change his name and name is not a simple figure, which means that if he fails, he will be pulled out for repromotion, and the impact on credibility is very large. The store manager smiled and praised, "Yes, but his cartoon is very good." At the same time, he pointed his finger at the cover of the comic. Edward heard the words and noticed that the cover is very exquisite, and the painting alone is of the level of the pyramids in the United States. Above the cover character is painted with a red vocabulary, One Punch Man. What kind of superhero is this? With this idea, Edward was gradually conquered by the comics, and unknowingly, he finished the comics at the door of the bookstore. "It's so cool!" Edward praised from the bottom of his heart. The store manager said unceremoniously, "Yes, and pay quickly." Edward came to his senses and paid the money, and the story of a punch flashed in his mind on the way home. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this comic should be the biggest dark horse of this year and the strongest comic that deserves it. What makes the scalp numb is the setting that overturns the definition of the traditional hero concept, which is completely overthrowing the concept of the reality of the U.S. captain, holding his taste tightly, and can't help but admire this author. Turning to the front title page, the author's name surprised him, Su Mo. Oriental name, or pen name? Or the real name? Oriental name, or pen name? Or the real name? Edward, who is used to seeing the fall of Shenton Comics, cannot be 100% sure whether this comic will collapse in the future. But just these 4 words made him feel that all the comics in the past are like Xiang, and there are definitely bigger plot surprises waiting for him. Thinking of this, he rushed home with excitement, turned on the computer, clicked on Twitter, and quickly tapped the keyboard. The fans who followed Edward received the message, and the message inspired them. Solemnly recommend One Punch Man, the latest serialized comic of Shonen Jump, a comic that shapes a new hero concept and breaks the stagnant market. Let's revel, hero fans. Narrator, it doesn't look good, I eat Xiang. I'm CAO. Fans were stunned when they saw it. Edward, who is famous for being a bitter mouth, recommended a comic like this for the first time, and even Xiang would bet it out. Some netizens passing by are all excited, even if they want to watch celebrities, they still have to read this comic. Immediately afterwards, the message scrolled like a screen. Hey? Didn't Edward say that he was desperate for superhero comics a few days ago? This one is different. I was just blown up by my classmate Amway. It can't be said, it's definitely a work of a classic style. Yes, this painter has gone to heaven. The subject matter is really scary. No, how do I feel that you are a Navy? Hehe, you'll know after reading it. Finally, there is a manga that I highly recommend. I'm going downstairs to buy it now and see how you guys play it. I bought it early. Why is there only one issue with such a number? It's not enough to watch at all. Indeed, as a magazine, it is really rare to serialize only one work. Fortunately, the price is low, otherwise it will be irritated. How strong is the Underworld King? Saitama is in trouble now, so I look forward to the next episode. For a time, Edward tweeted a frenzy of discussion about punches, and the popularity index continued to rise. Whether it was the accidental Young Jump or the fans who were recommended to Amway, they all posted their comments on Edward's Twitter, completely treating it as a forum for One Punch Man. In the process of rising popularity, new fans continue to come in, and I can't wait to know the charm of the recommended comics. People who don't know why are like tickling, and they all rush into the local bookstore or newsstand to start a panic buying frenzy. Just after noon, a long line of people's heads lined up outside bookstores and newsstands all over the world, all of which came to buy Juvenile Jump. Obviously, it is impossible for a bookstore to purchase so many goods. After the sale, they looked depressed and looked at the people who could not buy it. They shouted in their hearts, "This is all money. Damn it, why is this suddenly hot?" I thought that many of the staff here would have known to keep a copy for themselves, and see what kind of magic is making people so crazy. This is the case in bookstores across the United States, and One Punch Man's comics have swept the country by storm. Like a shock bomb dropped on the calm lake, the unimaginable waves are surging. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. P.S. Thank you Shadow for your reward and support. Chapter 9 Phenomenon and Classic. People who don't live in this world will never know what the manga longing for in this world's fans. Since the American Captain America published Captain America, which became popular among the people, many cartoonists have imitated it and formed an endless wave. Up to now, the comics market has become deformed. Books are routines and templates are filled with similar plots. Excellent comics are pitifully rare. There were predecessors who wanted to separate the line from superheroes but didn't expect to rush to death in the deserted market, sweeping into the cusp of history. Everyone has to look to the money. Since the risk is so great, of course, the cartoonists who want to try it withdraw their feet and eat their money. It is against this background that readers are vomiting when they look at traditional heroes. As long as they read comics that were okay in the past, they will buy them. They just want to see if there are any new ideas, and they urgently need new comics to fill their annoying heart. But the result did not go as they wanted. On the contrary, this idea led to a drastic reduction in innovation. Some thick-skinned cartoonists seized the fluke of readers. Directly change the name of the manga, superpower, and place name in the previous comic, without changing the plot, it will be published as a new comic, defrauding readers of money. For example, two works by the same cartoonist. A protagonist, I think I was able to penetrate walls when I was in New York. B protagonist, I think I got the fire ability when I was in Washington. A protagonist, my good friend has disappeared. Protagonist B, my good friend has also disappeared. A protagonist, I was forced to embark on the road of heroism. Protagonist B, me too. A protagonist, my girlfriend asked me to dance, but I broke my promise. Protagonist B, me too, but I made an appointment to watch a movie. A protagonist, I never kill people when I fight criminals, but they always run out of prison. Protagonist B, me too. A protagonist, just as the earth was being destroyed, I fought to stand in front, and finally I died. Protagonist B, me too. There are not a few people like this in the comics market, they are just like the work of the American team, and just when they are desperate to give up the entertainment spirit of comics. One Punch Man was born. He is not the work of a big-name cartoonist, nor is it a template of routines. Even the publishing company changed its name. The person in charge has heard that it is a young man. The only 4 words with only the painting style and the setting of reshaping the 3 views make the fans fall into a carnival. Just like drugs, the more the product, the more flavorful it is, making fans feel that the comics of the past are simply tasteless, and it is not a pity to give up a bit. The comics industry is like a stagnant water. Without any vitality, it was completely stirred this afternoon, and the entire industry was shocked. Marvel Comics. Hello, yes, this is Marvel, what? You also want 1,000 copies, I'm really sorry that we are out of stock too, we are printing it, and we will notify you as soon as it arrives. At this time, the office area was very hot, full of telephone ringing and answering sounds, and only 7 employees and the editor-in-chief Andy were busy. The new issue of Juvenile Jump has been printed to 50,000 copies. In the end, Andy even got a few temporary workers to answer the phone, and went to the printing factory to ask them to work overtime to print. Everything was normal when it was released in the morning, but after noon, the phone was ringing non-stop as if it was doping. As an old man in the company, Andy was extremely excited, his face flushed, and danced on the way to the printing factory, letting pedestrians point and point. As an old man in the company, Andy was extremely excited, his face flushed, and danced on the way to the printing factory, letting pedestrians point and point. But Andy remained unmoved and still went his own way. Today is the first day of the release of One Punch Man comics, and the number of direct prints reached 55,000 copies even after the afternoon. This is definitely the first time the company was founded. Andy knows better that such a rate of bursting for 24 hours, that is, 100,000 copies after the first day is not a problem at all, and 200,000 copies can be touched even if it is strong. And such a record is completely the strength of the phenomenon-level comics published and distributed by the American team, and this crazy buying craze has never erupted again for decades. There is no doubt that Sumo's comics can become the backbone of the industry and the American team as long as it does not collapse afterwards, even if it is slower. The New York Times and other media have invested in this uninterested comic market, and they are keenly aware that this is a reshuffle. Sumo didn't know that his cartoons would be so popular that they would even attract the attention of the relevant media. After breakfast, he and Gialli continued to test One Punch in the study. At the same time, he is also waiting for the fans' value. With the passage of time, the fan value slowly increased from 0 and then began to explode at noon. Looking at the ever-changing numbers, Sumo directly smiled and became ecstatic. You must know that these fan points are all consumables in the lottery, and the things drawn are the basis for his foothold in the Marvel Universe. Just as Sumo was happy, Gialli looked at him caring for the idiot. The phone rang suddenly. Sumo put down the paintbrush gently and connected the phone. Sumo, you are so good, your father is not as good as you. One Punch Man is completely popular, and the Twitter rating index has been in the top 5. At present, the printing has reached 55,000 copies, and the accurate data must be calculated after 0 o'clock. Do you know how the industry is described? A pillar that stands side by side with the American team. Sumo answered the phone, and Uncle Andy's crackling shout came, and he wanted to share it with him. When Sumo heard the last sentence, he raised his brows and blandly scolded. Uncle Andy, calm down, it's a feat. Even if One Punch is so fierce, he is a short and medium comic, and even the original author one is not very much changed, and it is supported by the second author. It is really incomparable with Beauty Team, especially after he enters many comics in the future. The popularity of One Punch will be reduced, and there will be people who will specifically challenge him at that time. He took many factors to become popular, but he still couldn't change the illogical and arbitrary setting. Weaknesses will be exposed at that time. Success will be killed with a punch, and defeat will be killed by a punch. The necessary passage of classic comics is lost. After all, One Punch Man can indeed be called a phenomenon-level comic that is the focus of discussion for a period of time, but it will not become a classic comic that will still be popular decades later. There are many phenomenon-level comics, but there are very few that will always remain in people's minds as a classic. To become a rival against American team can only be defeated based on the classics. One Punch is just a pioneer. You are right, I take it for granted. Andy was immediately awakened from complacency by Sumo's reminder. Others didn't know the world after a punch, but he passed Sumo early. Today's One Punch Man is just carrying the momentum to stir the stagnant water to set off a wave. In fact, when this wave is over and other comics take over, One Punch Man will begin to regain its status. Those who preach One Punch are mostly fans who lose their minds and grasp the life and death straws of superhero themes. They will wake up after the wave and will face this comic. At that time, the new comics began to really roll over the entire comics world. Seeking Flowers. Seeking Collection. Chapter 10 New Comics. Sumo, now a punch is very hot, and the juvenile jump has also entered the field of comics. We need new comics to enrich the iron while the iron is hot. Andy said truthfully on the phone. No comic magazine is supported by a comic book, otherwise it would be better to directly issue a single book. Well, this time I drew 2 cartoons. Uncle Andy also adjusted the layout to make one punch smaller. It's not long. After Sue Mo pondered, he said flatly. As soon as Andy's voice became higher, he immediately worried, 2 copies? Will you be too tired? Take your time and don't worry. Cartoonists generally work slowly and meticulously, with an average level of 1 sentence a week, like Sue Mo's 3 open, and at the same time, the speed of more than 1 sentence in each movie will die. Relax, Uncle, do you think I am such a desperate person? Sue Mo owns a system artifact, and it won't take long to draw a sentence based on the basic painter in his previous life and the phantom outline. Besides, I have to build my own comic empire. Listening to Sue Mo's arrogant voice, Andy smiled knowingly. He didn't think it was arrogant, it was indeed possible to do it. Sue Mo repeatedly asked Andy to take care of his body. After painting, he personally came to pick up the sound, shook his head and hung up the phone. The hamster Gialli lying on the sofa next to him has a bulging mouth and keeps chewing snacks. This is also his new discovery. As long as Gialli does not stop his mouth, he will not make a cooing sound, so by a lot snacks are better filled. Garly looked at him with joy and looked forward to asking, Sue Mo has new comics? Really? Gialli also likes to read comics very much, although the people in the comics are not as strong as her father, but the story and personal charm deeply attracted her. The comics are still a bit interesting. Sue Mo responded and called out the system interface secretly, and started typing a few names in the search bar, but they were deleted after a while. The reason was that he noticed that his current fan value had reached 200,000 points and he kept scrolling up, but he knew that he would start to slow down later. One punch is a shocking bullet and a trend-setting front wave. Fans are counted once after watching it. After the calculation, the second time will not be calculated until the next month. A comic magazine generally serializes 10 to 20 different comics, and most of them have one story in each comic. Sue Mo could have published more than a dozen books next week and put them on Jump slowly, but by doing so, the influence of these comics will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. The dazzling comics will only be seen in front of the fans. He needs each comic to be fermented, and each comic becomes the focus of discussion in the industry. Only in this way can the fan value provided by the comics be the most profitable. Otherwise, the neglected comics will not taste good and will be regarded as bad, and the fan value will be reduced accordingly. Otherwise, the neglected comics will not taste good and will be regarded as bad, and the fan value will be reduced accordingly. Therefore, the current juvenile Jump is not suitable for a large number of serializations. It needs to be put up slowly, and 2 new comics are just suitable. The only difficulty now is to choose which manga is good, and what kind of manga can challenge the American team. There are only classics, such as Naruto, Dragon Ball, etc., but these pages are too long and slow to heat up. I am afraid that Marvel will be restless before it ferments. There is also a landmark EVA that is not suitable for the current United States. Although there is a shadow of the Bible in it, the connotation of the times may not be directly exploded, and it needs to be condensed. From Andy's point of view, as long as the fire is on, Sue Mo knows that Marvel is dangerous. What he needs is to explode the comics market quickly and throw a series of deep-sea bombs into it. Why is One Punch Man popular? It's not because he overthrew the current definition of superhero, shocked the people's 3 views, attracted the most attention, and even attracted the attention of the media. Its fire is the explosion point. And the comics that Sue Mo is going to publish now must also challenge the 3 views of people or impact the inner resonance of the comics. This kind of comics can't be a long story, can't be too slow, let alone let people guess in the clouds, and will consider drawing these when he feels that he has enough self-protection ability. At the same time, the subject of superheroes is rampant, the trend of the market and the preferences of mainstream people, as well as the pressure of life. Violent cartoons are the best choice at the moment. Now we need to seize the current hot spots to stimulate, and the new comics will set off a new wave of discussions in the first 3 chapters. Whether it's blowing or spraying, as long as the focus is formed, the fan value will be credited like flowing water. Thinking of this, Suemo flashed 2 cartoons in his mind, which were exactly in line with his vision, and hurriedly typed in the search bar. As soon as the virtual interface screen turned, Suemo lay it flat, picked up the paintbrush and started rubbing it with the paper. It is also a short and medium comic, and the difference from One Punch is that their themes are all different. Bloody violence, thinking about human nature and girls. Hey? Suemo, how do you draw this kind of comics? Gaily was surprised to see from the beginning to the end. You must know that One Punch is cool, and humorous. And the book being created is completely different from before. Suemo touched Giali's silky purple hair, and smiled deeply. Well, this is exciting enough. P.S. Just 2 days after the book was opened, for the sake of updating it so hard, please ask for flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Chapter 11 Lottery, Fake Medicine. Late at night, New York, where everything is silent, is still brightly lit. Giali had already gone to sleep, while Suemo was standing on the roof looking into the distance from a fire. I am afraid it was another gang fire accident. He didn't go to the university to be a student obediently. He spent a little money hanging up until graduation, and he was drawing new cartoons all afternoon. He is waiting for how many fans will be worth in the One Punch Man wave on the first day, and then there will be an exciting lottery. Ha! Suemo glanced at the other side as if he heard a sound at this time, but saw a figure passing by in the building. What made him notice was that this person seemed to be swinging on a swing. In this posture, there is only one person in Marvel that he knows. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. He thought that Peter wanted to invite him to visit the research institute yesterday, but he did not agree. It seemed that this was the turning point in Peter's life. Unexpectedly, coming from Queens to Manhattan, I am worthy of being a good neighbor of New Yorkers. Suemo noticed that the fan value had begun to stabilize and slowed down while complaining. After a long wait, in the faint dark night, under the radiance of the moon, the system's mechanical prompt sounded. Fan value statistics have been completed, and host received a total of 280,840 fan value on the first day. Just 280,000 a day. Suemo was happy to get the flowers right away. According to his estimation, the fan expansion of One Punch will usher in a peak tomorrow and will persist for a week. By that time, it will be more than 1 million. It is detected that the host meets the lottery criteria. Do you want to start? The minimum amount of the lottery is 100,000, and 280,000 can only be drawn twice. The scope of the lottery is any property in the first 4 episodes of One Punch Man. Suemo can't calm down at all, even if he can only smoke twice now. A little random thing in the comic is very useful to him. Pump, smoke now. Please choose the quota for host. The more you consume, the more chances you will get rare items. Suemo curled his lips when he heard the words and said, understood. If there are millions of fans worth, he will definitely consume millions of points at a time. But the point is that he only has 200,000, how much better than 100,000? Now that his fan value is too small, even if it is consumed once, it is not good enough. It is better to draw twice to see if the face is dark. The time has come to witness that the African Emirates are still Europeans. Suemo nervously washes his face in the bathroom, rubs his hands, and then directly enters the 200,000 lucky draw specifications on the lottery interface. Congratulations to host for getting the ultimate cholesterol king of biceps. Suemo looked at a test tube that suddenly appeared floating in the air, and took it. The solution flashed gold in the tube. Of course, he who painted by himself knew that this bottle of reagent was developed and created by Fokker in the 3rd chapter, and then let his brother Marugoli drink it. It just turned into a giant thousands of meters high in an instant, and it would destroy a town with one punch, a ghost-level disaster. But without Saitama's prevention, the association should be promoted to a dragon-level disaster. After all, the definition of a ghost class is a crisis that may cause the function of a town to be paralyzed or even destroyed. Obviously, the giant can easily do it. Suemo shook the test tube in his hand. Such reagents are extremely terrible, just such a little solution makes an ordinary human being such a terrifying monster, but Suemo does not intend to take it. He doesn't want to be a monster, especially the ghost-level weirdos in Marvel Universe can't eat well. Suemo, who has other choices, put the reagent on the table. Congratulations to host, get the skill of the vaccine man, light wave ball fragment X1. Hey? Skill fragments? What's the use? Suemo was stunned, and he could understand if the skills were extracted. Why did they become fragments? Shards are one of the lower awards, divided into character fragments, skill fragments, and item fragments. The usage of the 3 fragments is different. Among them, the skill fragments can be equipped, 1 fragment represents LV1, and multiple can be superimposed to upgrade, up to level 10. Hiss. Hiss. There is even such a choking operation. At this time, Suemo was so excited that he was full of joy. He originally thought that there were only 4 words and nothing good at all. He was even ready to draw Saitama's useless white cloak or uniform. He never expected that he won the jackpot in only 2 draws. One was drawn to the giant's potion, although I didn't want to take it, but it was also a rare item, the other was skill fragments. The full version of several light waves can destroy a city, but the vaccine man is the existence of a dragon-level disaster. Suemo couldn't help but touched his handsome face, and narrated himself, I really am European. The system seemed to be disgusted by the shameless words, and interrupted more coldly, are you ready for skill fragments? The fragments of the current ball of light were placed in the warehouse. Equipment. I saw additional blocks appear under the lottery interface, and skill modules appeared like online games. Fragments of the light ball broke through the screen from the warehouse interface and turned into a white light rushing into Sumo's brain, who had not had time to react. At the same time, a white and blue light ball icon appears in the skill module, with the words LV1 in the upper right corner. This is... Suemo only felt a hot current flooding his brain, and after a refreshing burst of light, he directly grasped the power of the ball of light. Raised his hands slightly. A stream of blue and white energy sprang from Sumo's body, quickly converging into a fist-sized ball of light, and the terrifying energy rubbed the air. Such a ball of light can completely blow up this room, and it is only a level 1 power. Staring at the ball of light above the palm of his hand, Suemo couldn't help sighing. Now, Suemo, what do you have? A sudden and pleasant lowly sounded. It was Jiali. She stood at the door of the bedroom and stared at the light ball in Sumo's hand. Nothing. Suemo scattered the light ball with one hand and smiled awkwardly. Jiali is an ordinary person, and I am afraid of his changes. Hey, what is this? It seems to be delicious. However, Jiali didn't grasp how Sumo's ball of light came from, and the thing in her eyes disappeared. On the contrary, purple light flashed in his eyes and saw the Biceps King potion on the table, and rushed over as if smelling food. With the speed of Sumo's hand, he grabbed the potion into his hand, his saliva overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and poured into his mouth without saying a word. Stop, this can't, drink. Suemo was dumbfounded when he saw this. Gali actually drank the giant's potion, piercing into his heart like a bolt from the blue sky. It's over. His mind was full of Garli's transformation into a giant, and she lay down on the ground with a bang, her face dropped to the floor, her eyes flushed. My loli is growing up. Suemo really wanted to howl to the sky, and finally picked up a loli to become a muscular giant, and she was desperate as if she fell into a bottomless abyss. Hey! Suemo, what are you doing now? Suemo then looked up and saw that nothing happened to Jiali, still showing a cute expression, and was immediately stunned. System, this is a fake medicine. P.S. Thank you One Punch Man Saitama for your rewarding support, this ID is fine. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seeking collection of 3 companies. Chapter 12 First Kill. Suemo, hurry up, hurry up. Jiali hopped like a rabbit to the street. It was another beautiful morning. Suemo took Jiali out and looked at her stupidly. It's hard to resemble an alien. Last night, Jiali drank the king of biceps medicine but nothing happened. The system couldn't give fake medicines, so the real problem was Jiali. Under his face with cross brows and cold, face to face with the warm bed and sweet food that was about to be lost, Jiali had to get out of it. Why is there only half a set? Jiali only said that she was an alien, and her father was a super powerful boss. She didn't say anything else, only that she knew it was for your own good. Suemo didn't get to the bottom either, because he didn't explain to Jiali how the light wave sphere came from. Everyone has secrets, and there is no need to fully explain them. Garli's ability is to eat, the more energy-rich things, the better, so the giant potion is a rare delicacy in her eyes. This lets Suemo know that maybe Jiali is already the top powerhouse on the earth. Drinking such a vast amount of energy has no response at all, and it is completely consumed, which is really terrifying. At the same time, he was also curious about Jiali's father. He thought he had died before. Jiali should be a character in Marvel comic universe. Suemo is not strictly speaking a real Marvel fan. What he knows is only the content of the Marvel movie universe plus the X-Men movies, and he has a preliminary understanding of Marvel. Theological settings and parallels of the comics are blocking his mountains. In his previous life, he did not have much time to learn about comics. I only know the most powerful OAA, the Next Point Life Court, and the Next Generation Gods of the World. Hearing said, I heard that there are more powerful ones I can't remember. Even if he wanted to search the comics through the system, he couldn't find any Marvel-related information at all, but he found DC. They come, the security. Suemo sighed secretly, and then became happy. It turns out that the current trump card is not the system but Gale. At the same time, the American morning news is displayed on the screen wall of a building in Times Square. The New York Times commented, the comic market has changed dramatically, and the popularity of One Punch Man is soaring, and its setting that overwhelms traditional heroes is amazing. Washington Post commented, the company called Marvel Comics released a new issue of the comic magazine Shonen Jump yesterday, which began to suffer from a panic buying wave. Experts on the level of craziness are expected to last for another week. The Los Angeles Times commented, the setting of One Punch Man is completely opposite to the value concept of Beauty Team, and readers are hooked. US Review Today, a Dark Horse comic has begun to challenge the status of the American team. The messy settings have made some Battlefield veterans ashamed to compare it with the American team. They called on this cartoon to undermine the American spirit and demand banned. After listening to Suemo, he did not become irritated by the comments of the US Daily News. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. The United States even sells guns and books cursing the president. What a mere comic book that goes against the existing view of heroism. This is the free America. It is controversial. And it will let the world know that some people who have not read the comics will pick up One Punch and read it to see why it compares with American team. Invisibly fits Sumo's mind, it's all fan value. At this moment, the host's face changed slightly when he looked directly at the camera, and he hurriedly said, there is an emergency interruption of the latest news. The whereabouts of Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, was unknown yesterday, and the relevant departments have been involved in the investigation. As soon as the voice fell, Times Square fell into silence and immediately became noisy. Pedestrians talked about it. Stark Industries is the #1 arms dealer in the United States. The disappearance of the chairman of the board of directors will definitely cause the stock to fall sharply. There are different opinions on the situation. As soon as the picture of the building turned, what appeared was a debate about mutants, and a red-haired girl was standing on the stage to speak, revealing an elegant temperament. As soon as the picture of the building turned, what appeared was a debate about mutants. Standing on the stage was a red-haired girl speaking, revealing an elegant temperament. She is Jean Grey. Gentlemen and ladies, human mutants are only a result of human evolution. But a member of the audience directly interrupted her speech and bluntly said, "Are mutants in danger?" Then the two argued over this, and the senator's mutant threat theory was greeted with applause from the audience, and even the pedestrians in the square applauded and agreed. Recently, the problem of mutants has become more and more serious. The proposal of Congress to submit a bill on the registration of mutants has caused waves in society. In order to express their dissatisfaction, many mutants began to do evil everywhere, which aroused the extreme disgust of ordinary people. In this context, it is futile to say good things to the mutants. Sumo raised his brow and took Garly down the street, secretly saying, "When Tony returns, the era of superheroes will truly come, and the threat posed by mutants will be insignificant at that time. What's more, it is clear in reversing the future that in fact, most of human beings are hidden in the potential X gene, and all of them are mutants." Looking at these debates the other way round is like a joke. The two stopped when they walked through an alley, and several gangsters gathered around, and their exposed skin was tattooed with unknown tattoos. "Boy, it won't matter to you if you know the girl behind you, otherwise." ABD walked out, threatening with an arrogant posture. "This girl looks exquisite and can be sold through gang channels for a good price." Sumo was not as timid as the gangster thought. Instead, his face was calm and he smiled. "The gangster? The first time I met. The gang trafficker's idea of hitting Jiali has no desire to survive at all." Jiali pouted her lips in disdain, but was stopped by Sumo when she wanted to take a step forward. "It seems you have made a choice." Several bullies scanned the surroundings with fierce gazes and found that no one else had noticed here. Among them, the black bullies walked up to Sumo like an upright black bear, showing cruel expressions from the height. The burly man raised his huge hand and swung so violently that he wanted to shoot the weak chicken directly, but at this moment, he only heard the sound of belching, his abdomen felt a little cool, and his mind lost consciousness. The gangsters next to him were wide-eyed, their hairs horrified, and their scalp numb. They only saw a flash of white light, and a big hole was directly pierced through the abdomen of the black man. The scarlet blood had long been evaporated by the light wave, and only the empty body fell to the ground. "Mutant! It's a mutant! Monster! He is a monster! Run!" The trembling voice of the gangster yelled hysterically, and they all fled to the other side. "Stop them!" "Okay." The purple light curtain stood in the alley, like an indestructible mountain, and the gangsters would have nothing to do no matter how they beat them. "When you come to Marvel, why don't you kill anyone?" Energy flowed everywhere, and several white balls gathered and floated around him. Under the dazzling light, Sumo's face was cold and frosty. "You say yes." In the next instant, desperate wailing sounded in the alley. "Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking evaluation votes. 3 consecutive. Chapter 13 Suit, Negative Intelligence. This is the new comic. Andy flipped through the thick sketches in his hand, with an inexplicable tone. "A subject that has nothing to do with superheroes, and it's so bloody, are you sure someone reads it? You know how many cartoonists have died on other subjects, and superheroes are the best to draw and the most profitable." "Correct." Of course Sumo knew what Andy was thinking, and said, "The two new comics are very eye-catching. Uncle, you should know that the superhero market is full. The success of a punch does not mean that this theme can still be used. Well, you are the boss and you can say anything. I'm worried that some people will say that you are exhausted. How is it possible? Actually, there is still a superhero theme in my mind, but it is not suitable for publishing right now." Sumo snorted and pointed to his head. "That's good, I will print it now, and it will be published tomorrow morning." When Andy heard the words, he felt relieved and secretly said, "It's good to have confidence." He paused and said, "Recently, Manhattan is not peaceful. I heard that the gangsters who died a few days ago were caused by mutants, and they were all leftovers. I heard that the gang behind was a big drug lord. Go out." "Thank you Uncle Andy for your concern." Sumo's eyes flashed as he watched Andy go out. Today, 4 days have passed since killing the gangsters. Shonen Jump is a weekly comic magazine. Tomorrow is the release date of the new issue. He couldn't help but call out the interface. The fan value has reached the beginning of 1 million. Sumo has accumulated to this day and has not drawn a lottery, for fear of drawing out Saitama's uniform. System: adjust specifications, 5 times 100,000 and 1 time 500,000. In fact, the lottery is not good strictly speaking at this time. You can wait until tomorrow for more lotteries, but Sumo still chooses to draw first. In the 3 comics, One Punch helped him a lot, and the possessions in the other 2 comics were not very useful. The content of the lottery is the published comic content. Before, there were only 4 episodes with a punch. If we draw tomorrow, the content will be expanded to 3 books, up to 10 episodes, and the chances of getting useful things will be much smaller by that time. First, there were 5 draws worth 100,000 fans. Congratulations, host, get the Saitama white cloak. Sure enough, the Europeans last time, today are non-Emirates. The white cloak fell on Sumo's hand, shook his head and threw it into the trash without a word. Saitama's uniform has no characteristics at all, let alone injury reduction. Congratulations to host, for getting a TV. Can the TV be pulled out? Congratulations, host, get a football. MMP, and football. Is this the football of a kid with a cracked jaw? Sumo threw the football on his hand to the sofa in the living room, and Tenten kicked it when Tenten's lazy eyes were clear. Sure enough, it was a child. Sumo secretly complained, "Go on. Congratulations to host, get the skill of the vaccine man, light wave ball fragment X1. That's it, skill fragments are very practical for him. Just LV1 can blow up ordinary people to death, LV2 thinks even more." Sumo equipped the fragments, and the LV1 on the upper right side of the white and blue sphere icon changed to LV2. Congratulations to host, get the shard of the Underworld King X1. King of the Underground M. The strength of the Underworld King can compete with Saitama, a godlike monster, but unfortunately in a dream. The strength of the Underworld King can compete with Saitama, a godlike monster, but unfortunately in a dream. In reality, it's just a ghost-level disaster, and it's beautifully different from vaccines. Sumo remembered that the system did not explain the use of character fragments before, and asked, how to use character fragments. Gather the same 10 human fragments, you can summon the character, and the goodwill of the host is friendly and trustworthy. The item can be summoned by only 3 pieces of item. Summoning characters is incredible. Seeing the chaos between RI Man and Marvel, Sumo was eager to try and really wanted to see this scene. The next step is to draw a prize for 500,000 fans, and the probability of getting rare items is 5 times higher than before. Forced to calm and excited, Sumo stared at the lottery interface, his nervous heart was raised in his throat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the giant skill set, Tough Fragment X2, Strange Power Fragment X1, and Negative Intelligence Fragment X1. Hiss. Su Mo took a deep breath, never expected to be able to pull out the suit, and when the system comes out, what does negative intelligence mean? Can it be negative? Can you still draw this thing out of a 500,000 lottery? After taking the potion, Marugoli stupidly shot his brother to death because of lower IQ. Before that, IQ was normal. The mechanical voice paused and said, "Host can choose not to equip it." Nonsense, this equipment can go up. Fortunately, if he didn't drink it, could Jiali become stupid? Fortunately, he looked at Jiali who was playing ball, and then shook his head again. The potion should have been digested, and even Garli was not much smarter. A lottery is to draw any possessions. As long as it is shown, it is regarded as one of the prizes. Whether it is active release or passive talent or other, it is regarded as a skill. Su Mo equipped with the fragments of tenacity and strange power, and as two white lights poured into his body, warm energy was flowing all over his body. It didn't take long for him to feel that the cells throughout his body were activated, and his power was surging in his body. Boom! Su Mo slammed a punch out of thin air, and a terrifying force exploded in midair, and then a shock wave formed from the hit point and rushed to the wall. A big hole was directly punched out of the wall, and the cobweb-like cracks spread in all directions. Golly, who was playing with a ball, glanced at the study, put down the football without saying a word, and went on to eat snacks on her own. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be renovated. Su Mo scratched his head, not annoyed. Money is not a problem. He smiled happily, and said with secret joy, as expected to be a dragon-level disaster giant, just the strange power of LV1 can play such a force. Do. Hey, is it Su Mo? Today's New York Carnival Parade, will you come? Peter's joyous voice came from his cell phone, and he, who came out of the trough where Uncle Ben was shot and killed, needed a smile to fill his heart. It is good. After Su Mo hung up the phone, she found Jiali staring at him with tears, and smiled bitterly. "Okay, I'll take you." He. Jiali immediately picked up the small purple backpack filled with snacks, and ran to the door to beckon. Perhaps the negative intelligence has not been digested, right? Su Mo feels a little tired, but adopting a loli is as worrying as raising a daughter. P.S. After the official access, please ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. The cover is changed, take a look. Chapter 14, Peter is Green. New York's Central Park is the largest back garden in the city, and it has always been a place for citizens to sneak in. The jungle is lush, the landscape trees are neatly arranged, and the spacious theater is its hallmark. Carnival is held here. Now the park is full of people, colorful festivals are flying, and floating balloons are flooded all over the sky. Some cartoon dolls are walking on the street. Among them, Spider-Man, a rookie from New York, looks the most. Many children were attracted by it and surrounded them. Adults also laughed and laughed. Several singers sang hard on stage. Exciting music impacted people's hearts, and the noisy sound swept here like a wave. Golly, it's too noisy here. Su Mo frowned when he got out of the taxi. The chaotic atmosphere really didn't suit him. He would rather go back to paint. After all, he was a comic assistant in his previous life, and seeking quietness is his instinct. When Jiali heard this, she immediately pretended to be pitiful and shook Su Mo's arm, and said coquettishly, No. Have fun. Okay, just a while. Su Mo reluctantly agreed. As soon as the speech was finished, Jiali was like a bird returning to the forest. Withdrawing his hands and getting into the crowd, I'm afraid it's going to be thinking about food. As for safety, she thanked God for not causing trouble. Looking at the crowded park, Su Mo saw Peter Parker taking pictures in the distance. His face was full of confidence and excitement. It seemed that Spider-Man's life made him enjoy it. I just don't know how he thinks about the definition of a superhero. Nowadays, influenced by Saitama, the society has begun to have the idea of heroes driven by interest. Peter is a fan of One Punch, which is completely opposite to Uncle Ben's concept of the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Suemo was about to walk over, but was patted on the shoulder, and a pleasant voice came from behind. Suemo, you are here too, did Peter call you? He looked back and saw that in front of him was a smiling girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, a soft and full of confidence. She was Gwen Stacy. Both Peter and Harry are students at the same level. The difference from them is that even with a good family background, she worked very hard and was admitted to the university earlier. Now she is a classmate of Suemo. When Suemo first saw Gwen, related memories kept flashing in his mind. A cold sweat broke out, and he secretly said, "This is a coincidence too." He whispered, "Kide, I didn't expect the carnival to be so noisy." Peter likes to pull people to participate in activities. Gwen smiled a little on his white face, and then asked curiously, "I heard Peter said that you painted One Punch Man. It's really interesting. Can Saitama beat the Underworld King? How does he exercise?" Unexpectedly, he is still a loyal fan. Suemo made a slight change to the story of the Underworld King. He moved the final reality plot to the next story, so in the eyes of Manmai, the two are fighting hard. The purpose of this is, of course, to further stimulate the hearts of fans. Think about it, finally, after a week, the new story opens and sees that it is a dream, not to be angry. The purpose of this is, of course, to further stimulate the hearts of fans. Think about it, finally, after a week, the new story opens and sees that it is a dream, not to be angry. The more angry, the more I like to watch. Suemo feels that the skin is very good. Faced with Gwen, a fan close at hand, Suemo certainly wouldn't reveal the answer. He avoided the seriousness and spoke lightly. "You will know when the time comes. The next issue will be the magazine to be released tomorrow, and there will be 2 new comics." "What did you paint?" Gwen asked with joy. "I advise you not to watch it, but it is very violent and bloody. Don't underestimate me." When Gwen heard this, he was so embarrassed that he slapped Suemo on the side of the shoulder to express his dissatisfaction, and directly confused him. "What's the matter? Isn't your posture just like a girl in love whipping up her boyfriend? When did the two have such a good relationship? Wait, isn't it Gwen that Nizai implied Chungzin?" Suemo looked at Gwen deeply, and immediately after she finished the film, she stopped and realized that it seemed a bit too much to do so. She couldn't help lowering her head slightly when she stared at Suemo. Sakura's red color floated across her cheeks. Suemo was not stupid for 2 generations. Seeing this look, he guessed that he would never leave 10, and he had a headache for a while. During this period of time, Harry had chased Mary, Peter could only watch the goddess plunge into the arms of his friends and he was secretly hurt, and Gwen only stayed in the relationship with his classmates. Suemo smiled knowingly. How could Lang be ruthless if his concubine was interested? He wouldn't give it to Peter, otherwise it would be a pity in the end. Gwen was in a daze at this time, his face was flushed with his head down, he had never been touched like this before, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She took a deep breath and calmed down and explained, that one, I was a little excited just now. It's okay, human nature." What else could Suemo say? Only a charming arc curled up at the corner of his mouth, and his intense eyes revealed a teasing look. Only then did Gwen react, and found that it was indeed a change in temperament. Before, his handsome appearance had a touch of decadence and indifference, but now he was completely relaxed and energetic. Just as the two looked at each other, a sharp, hoarse laughter suddenly sounded in the sky. "Gee, ha ha ha, happy carnival! Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seeking flowers. Seeking flowers." Chapter 15 Green Goblin. Gee ha ha ha, let's have a carnival. The originally lively park suddenly came to a standstill, and the visitors and performers raised their heads. A strange man dressed in dark green armor, stepping on a flight machine that spreads his limbs like a bat, hovering in the sky, looking very strange with the brilliant ribbons and balloons. It wears a hideous helmet that makes people blind to its face. Its light green eyes reveal a cruel color. It is condescending to inspect the flow of people below. When it sees a few previous shareholders, it roars hysterically. Go to hell! This is a gift. As soon as the voice fell, several pumpkin-shaped bombs were thrown directly from the bag. With the loud noise of boom, the fire was everywhere. Terrorist attacks. Only then did the people react in a panic and fled around, losing their target like a headless fly and not knowing where to be safe. Rumble. The explosion sounded endlessly, the buildings in the park collapsed one after another under the powerful rushing air current, and the crashing rubble fell like a shower, and an atmosphere of fear enveloped the entire carnival venue. The scene fell into extreme chaos, with screams from time to time, and the streamers and stage were damaged due to crowding. Sue Mo looked up at Green Goblin, who had been dropping bombs in the sky, and secretly said, I didn't expect that the Iron Man plot did not meet the story of Spider-Man instead. With sharp eyes, he had already discovered that Peter had left where he was. He should have gone to hide and changed his clothes, but he didn't know where the dead girl was. Sue Mo, let's go. Gwen grabbed his arm in horror and hurriedly shouted. Norman Osborn, now Green Goblin, appeared in the center of the park. The person he wanted to kill was in the center. Sue Mo and Sue Mo were at the entrance, so they haven't been affected in a short time. Well, I'm looking for someone. Sue Mo looked around and found that Julie, this lowly, was still eating on a table not far away. What made people horrifying was that the people around had bypassed her place as if they hadn't seen her. Even smoke blasting is as if it has encountered barriers and cannot be penetrated. Sue Mo once again recognizes the power of Julie, which seems to be a powerful multifaceted application of energy. Stop! Peter finally turned into a Spider-Man wandering between the buildings, constantly releasing spider silk to protect the safety of the people. When Green Goblin heard the words, he gave out a weird sharp smile, and at the same time, he controlled the flight device to greet him, throwing a few pumpkin bombs, and the airwave of the volley explosion sent the Spider-Man flying upside down at a faster speed. Smashed into a building severely. Spider-Man! Come and accept my gift. Spider-Man! Come and accept my gift. Green Goblin directly turned on the machine gun in front of the flight, and countless bullets poured out like a shower, but in an instant, the building was filled with smoke and dust, full of pits and craters. Peter had already used the spider silk to escape to the sky, and approached Green Goblin under the cover of balloons and ribbons. He threw out the spider silk and dragged the bat flight device down. Peter relied on super strong sense and sensitive body, Green Goblin relied on high-tech equipment and potion bonus, the two played well and were evenly matched. Sue Mo took advantage of the scuffle between the two sides and walked quickly to Julie. He mentioned it without saying a word, and said with no anger, it's all like this, and I'm still eating. Eat a little more, they are so weak and they can't do anything to me. The lifted Golly kicked her calf to express dissatisfaction, what about something to eat? Break the law? Sue Mo and Giali have 3 chapters about the law. You must not use abilities privately in front of outsiders and become like ordinary people at the same time, otherwise Sue Mo really can't mention it. I'll eat, I won't take you next time. Sue Mo watched Galilean swallowing jujube stuffed in his mouth, and drank slightly before making Gaily stop. Garly was too involved in this kind of scene, others were crying and running, but she was eating and playing. Gwen didn't know why he didn't run out. Instead, he followed Sue Mo and stared at the delicate foodie girl and asked, is she my sister? I picked it up. Humph. When Golly heard it, her little head snorted coldly. Just as the three of Suemo were running outside, a familiar voice came into their ears. Suemo! Suemo, save us! He looked back to smell the reputation and saw Harry and Mary trapped on the balcony, beckoning to him all the time. Spider-Man wanted to go to the rescue but was entangled by Green Goblin, and was even beaten by OU after a moment of distraction. After a while, he was at a disadvantage. The building Harry was in was actually the main target of Green Goblin's attack. Of course he didn't want to kill his son, but when he was killing two shareholders, Harry got involved. There was constant blasting behind the balcony, unable to retreat, and the floor under my feet began to crack and would fall at any time. Then the two could only be a pair of desperate mandarin ducks. The two nestled in a corner trying to ease the journey, tremblingly calling out the people passing by for help. It's a pity that they couldn't help themselves to save anyone. Seek 3 links. Chapter 16 Haman. Ya. Suemo is not a virgin. He was indifferent to the disaster in the park just before Peter came. After all, his good and evil value should be 0, neither positive nor negative, it doesn't matter how high it is. But he couldn't help Harry to death. Harry was good to him. The comfort before, I heard from Peter that he bought 100 juvenile jumps as support. Turning his head to Gwen said, "You take Jiali and leave to safety, don't separate." Then he told Jiali, "You know." "All right." Listening to Jiali's perfunctory voice, Suemo smiled bitterly in secret, not to mention asking Gwen to take care of Jiali, but the opposite is true. Gwen took Jiali's shoulders and ran out quickly, looking back at Suemo's leaving back, his heart was touched. In such a crisis, he is unique in being able to work hard. Suemo still looked back to save her friend, which made her heart throb. Suemo, who ran to the balcony, would never know that he had been transformed into a brave hero. In fact, he was not stupid. If he had just crossed over, he would definitely not do this, and would be powerless. Now he is different. He wants to try the strength of tenacity and weird power. In the future, he is bound to fight with the super powerful, and wants to adapt to the environment. Whether it is his own moral bottom line or trying the waters, they tend to make him do this. In the chaos of the crowd, Suemo, who has been exercising since he came to Marvel, rushed to the balcony without any risk. "Harry, give me your hand." Suemo pulled Harry over first. Mary was now half of her body suspended in the air, the cracks were expanding, and she might fall to the ground and die at any time. In this case, it is very difficult for ordinary people to pull up an adult with only one arm, but it is very easy for Suemo, who has level 1 strange power. After successfully pulling the two of them, Suemo took them out of the building, and they saw Green Goblin killing the 2 shareholders of the company with their own eyes. Especially Harry, the 2 shareholders had just finished talking with him before, and they were immediately confused. Just as the 3 were leaving the park, Green Goblin noticed them. At this time, the pleasure of killing became more and more swelling, and his head was full of destruction. "What, Harry? His son has been completely abandoned." He threw a pumpkin bomb and threw it at the 3 of Suemo. Spider-Man wanted to release the spider silk interception but was pounced on by the Green Goblin-controlled flight that had been prepared, and the silk net was directly interrupted. "Call out!" Suemo and the 3 people noticed the noise from far and near. They couldn't help but turn their heads and saw the bomb rushing straight forward. Harry and Mary looked desperate for an instant. It was too eager to prevent them. On the other hand, Suemo didn't change his face. He rushed up to the pumpkin and kicked it with a whip kick. In the shock of everyone present, the pumpkin bomb flew out at the speed of a cannonball and directly hit Green Goblin. Boom! The bomb suddenly exploded, a turbulent shock wave swept through Green Goblin's body, fire blazed in the air, and the flight was repelled and swayed by the air wave. "What? What?" Green Goblin screamed dumbly. Although wearing the armor greatly reduced the damage, the impact force poured into the body through the armor. and the pain of the sharp crack directly awakened him from desire. Only then did he recover and almost killed Harry. Before he had time to pay attention to Spider-Man, he controlled the flight to rush out. And Spider-Man had to give up the idea of chasing Green Goblin if he wanted to save people. Sumo, you are awesome. So handsome, that kick. Harry came back from the edge of death with a numb scalp, showing admiration in his eyes and yelling in excitement. Mary Jane on the side was also shining with little stars, looking like a fan. Don't look at it as a simple kick. In fact, Sumo has already used level 1 monster power to kick back at a speed that Green Goblin can't react at all. The high explosive bomb inside triggered an explosion with hindsight. Go back quickly. Sumo waved his hand and parted with the two of them. The two of them froze in shock, got into Harry's car and left the place of right and wrong. At this time, the police sirens sounded all around, and the police arrived late, and fire trucks and ambulances arrived afterwards. When Sumo returned to the street outside, Gwen rushed over and touched his body, asking worriedly, "Sumo, how are you? Are you okay? Are there any injuries?" "It's okay, I'm fine." Upon seeing this, Sumo happily asked Gwen to check, while staring at her with his eyes. Gwen's expression was a little unnatural, but as an American, as a female academic tyrant, she didn't know what shyness was, and instead looked back boldly at each other. The air at this time became anxious, and Gwen's delicate red lips made Sumo a little moved, but it was counterproductive. "Gwen, why are you here?" A middle-aged man in a police uniform ran over and looked at Gwen anxiously and asked. The two stared affectionately and silently, interrupted by a sudden voice, and both put away their unstable and rippling emotions. "Dad." The visitor was the chief of the New York City Police Department, George Stacy. "Hello, I am Gwen's friend, Sumo." Garly, who was left out in the cold, mocked expressionlessly, man. P.S. Ask for flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek 3 links. Chapter 17 Assassinate. The sudden change of Carnival Day broke out in the afternoon. Many passers-by recorded the explosion with their mobile phones. Undoubtedly, the terrorist attack cast a shadow on the United States. In particular, the video of the Green Goblin and Spider-Man game has been clicked over 100 million times on YouTube, which can be said to be an uproar in the world. If Iron Man opened the era of superheroes, then the Green Goblin incident is an era when the world has been announced to the world as super criminals. People don't know that they find that in addition to mutants, there are such superhumans in the world, and that they are destroying their original lives and threatening their lives. It is more frightening than mutants. 100 people were killed and injured during the carnival. The panic caused by the extreme anxiety all turned into a storm of anger and public opinion hitting the White House in the United States, accusing the Security Department of negligence. At the same time, the internet is also watching the development of Spider-Man. Spider-Man can be said to be a superhero who has emerged in people's sight after Captain Steve. In fact, Spider-Man's fame had already started in New York before this carnival, but many people thought it was a grandstanding. Now that this battle scene is out, it's really incredible. Many newspapers and media have dubbed him a good neighbor in New York. Now Peter is well deserved, using selfies to get a good price. Since Peter has become a big winner, of course there will be losers. Green Goblin is the mastermind of the attack and the biggest loser. Killing the 2 shareholders, the company did not improve, on the contrary, and it was revealed that some of Green Goblin's technology and equipment came from Osborne Industries. The angry people directly moved their guns to Osborne and fired, and Stark Industries' stock plummeted. If the necessary measures are not taken, it may be difficult to revolving heaven. Chairman Norman didn't show up, but Harry, the son, stood up to comfort the employees of the company, and barely slowed down the rate of decline. The above is today's urgent news, and the following is from Stark Industries. One of the founders, Obadiah Stein, is in charge of the company. There is no news about Tony Stark. It's really American. At this time Sue Mo and Jiali were sitting on the sofa, watching the host's report on TV, and he couldn't help but sigh. In the previous life of the United States, there was something wrong with Tenton due to the problem of uncontrollable guns. The American reports in Marvel have not reported the shooting. Compared with these superpowers, the group is simply not on the same level. The New York police are even more busy. In the morning, I left without saying a few words with the New York police chief, and Gwen also needed to settle down. He just exchanged phone numbers and went back. He didn't worry about the little white rabbit that was brought to his mouth, it will be long in the future. Hey, is there anything you drink before? Jiali shook Sue Mo's hand and asked Meng. She was very greedy about the solution in the previous test tube. In addition to the unpleasant taste, she had far more energy than any other creature on Earth. Gone. Gone. Sue Mo flicked her forehead with his hand, and lost his breath. It's silly to drink a few more times. Ignoring Jiali's teary expression, Sue Mo walked into the study and started to draw the gourd. At the same time, he planned to put 2 long comics in the 3rd issue of the weekly Shonen Jump. Tomorrow is the 2nd issue of the weekly magazine, and there is still some time before the 3rd issue, but this attack by Green Goblin makes him feel that time is pressed. Super criminals have already begun to emerge. Only Spider-Man's opponents have several future appearances, and other jicky snake gods will appear on the Marvel stage. Perhaps he should consider setting up an additional magazine for a comprehensive release. Just after Sue Mo left, the TV host smiled and reported, I interviewed Reed Richards today. This child has been known as a child prodigy since he was a child. State universities and other world-class prestigious universities, and have received doctoral degrees in engineering, mathematics, physics, and other fields. He and the 3 astronauts will do it in a week. Feeling a little boring, Jiali switched to the animation channel with her mind. Soon after, the doorbell rang, and a deep voice rang. Ding dong. Your takeaway is here. Sue Mo put down the paintbrush in his hand, got up and walked to the door of the living room. Jiali glanced at Byakugan and turned Byakugan back. Ugh. Normally, Jiali should be very excited to skip over when she meets food. How did she change her S*X today? Sue Mo was a little surprised, but he didn't think much about it and left it behind. He opened the door and sarcastically said, Takeaway, it's really slow. Sorry, sir, there is no takeaway. As the deliveryman outside the door slowly opened the door, his plain apology suddenly became as cold as frost. The moment the two looked at each other, a cold light flashed. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek 3 links. Chapter 18 Garley's Instinct. Guy is a professional killer and an eagle dog hired by the gang. His boss, Frank, is a drug lord on West Blue, who specializes in smuggling drugs and selling children. Just 4 days ago, a gangster who held an important position in the gang disappeared. After sending someone to look for it, it turned out to be a residue. When they got the news, the police had already sealed off the scene. As the boss of the underworld, why didn't they get in touch with the local police in the United States? So at a price, the gang called out the video taken by the camera. The United States has no more probes than the sky. Because of the privacy, it only found clues in a distant probe. There are not a few people passing by in this alley. Of course, the police will not arrest people without evidence. Could they be arrested in Chengdu? Just when they could only swallow the bitter fruit into their stomachs, someone found Sue Mo's figure at the carnival scene, and his figure appeared in the probe. Sue Mo's kick of the pumpkin bomb seemed to them to have a certain amount of force, perhaps it was the murderer who killed the gang members. After finding the suspected murderer, the underworld had its own set of methods and sent Guy in to kill the people directly. Even if it's not, it doesn't matter if you kill the wrong one. The eldest Frank has already investigated Sue Mo's information clearly. Both of his parents have died, he inherited a small company, and recently adopted a girl. I was close to the young master of the Osborne Group, but now I can't protect myself. What kind of personal connections? Boss, I'm already near the target residence. Guy Ian, dressed in black casual clothes and a baseball cap to hide his face, hid in the alley, and said respectfully to the other end of the phone. You are waiting for an opportunity, don't leave any traces. An indifferent voice came from the phone, freezing to the bone. Yes. By the way, bring that little girl here. If you want to live, you can sell it for a good price. Yes, I remember. Guy hung up the phone, put it in his inner bag, packed his clothes and got ready for action. Hey! An electric scooter was ridden in the distance. Guy stood vigilantly and looked at it. Judging from this costume, he was a takeaway. The delivery man came to Sue Mo's residence without noticing him at all. He was about to get out of the car and knock on the door. His brain had an idea. What a godsend opportunity! Guy turned into an afterimage and approached with lightning speed. His 5 fingers were cut into a knife, he stunned, and dragged into the alley. Sure enough, Guy checked the information bar on the outsourcing, the delivery destination is here, and he put the delivery staff away. He didn't kill this person. If he killed the takeaway, there would be traces left on the scene. Coupled with Sue Mo disappearing at home, the police is likely to make associations and follow the vine. In particular, Sue Mo has something to do with the chief of the New York City Police Department. The chief can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. It would be very uncomfortable for the gang to be targeted. So only knocking out is the best. The delivery staff did not see his face. Guy put on his baseball cap and went to the electromechanical car, put the package on it, and secretly said, just to have a meal after the killing, this time the goal is really good. Guy N walked to the door and rang the doorbell. With the sound of ding-dong, he had heard the sound of footsteps from far and near. Coming. Crunch. The door opened, and Guy also heard Sue Mo's complaint, and while slowly raising his head, he coldly revealed his killing intent. Sir, no takeaway. Guy raised his right hand instinctively, clutching the alloy dagger tightly, and the tip of the blade was shivering with chills, and it slashed towards Sue Mo's neck. He practiced this movement no less than 100 times, and there were 50 deaths with a single cut of his throat, without exception, and it is the same today. The target did not move at all, he had no time to dodge at all, he was dead. Guy vowed to secretly, what was the flavor he even planned to take out in his mind. However, in the next second, his face froze directly. When the metal collided with a hard object, making a clear and loud sound, and Guy's pupils suddenly shrank to a point. Fuck! What did he see? In fact, what Guy looked at was normal. Sue Mo's neck and knife point. But the combination can make your scalp numb. The tip of the knife is now close to the side of Sue Mo's neck. Guy's hand holding the dagger suddenly becomes trembling. No matter how hard it is, he can't cut it, and the imaginary spring of blood can't come out at all. This dagger has killed countless people. It is made of rare alloys and is extremely sharp. There are even 2 grooves on it. To be honest, it can pierce the skin even if it is touched slightly sideways. This skin is too thick. Mutants. Guy can only think of this, thanks to Magneto's assassination of the president. The first suspected abnormal phenomenon is mutants. Even Spider-Man and Green Goblin at the carnival are suspected to be mutants. It's so arrogant without takeaway. Sue Mo's face was gloomy and water dripped out. Whenever someone opened the door, someone stabbed him with a dagger and had a bad temper. It's no wonder that Gail was lying on the sofa. She knew there was no takeaway at all. This person is not a takeaway, he should be a killer. Sue Mo's eyes burst out with a strong killing intent, and his left hand directly clamped the dagger and took it away. Looking at Guy's panic expression, he directly applied force. Crack! The dagger was broken directly and fell to the ground. Su Mo pinched Guy Ian before he could react, and lifted it up. If an outsider was there, he might laugh out loud. Guy is a strong white man with a height of nearly 1.9 meters. In comparison, Su Mo is a lot thinner, only nearly 1.8 meters. It is strange to mention that Su Mo. Who are you? Su Mo asked flatly. Guy graciously heard the words, and just snorted, "Damn mutant. It seems I don't want to say, then go to death." Su Mo doesn't want to waste time on this killer. This kind of person cannot speak unless it is hypnosis brainwashing. Hey! The LV2 light wave ball was formed out of thin air. Compared to the level 1 level, he was slightly larger. Su Mo shot him into the assassin's body. Golly! Ah! Guy Ian had a hideous face, his veins burst out, and he wailed hysterically. Bang! The assassin's body suddenly burst open, blood splattered from it, and the scum spilled but was stopped by the purple cover, and then shrank into a small purple blood cell. Then it fell into Julie's hand, put it in front of her nose and sniffed. Su Mo asked. "You want to eat? Well, don't you like me like this?" Jiali asked softly, looking up at Su Mo. "I don't usually eat this, I just think it's bad." After living with Su Mo for a period of time, Jiali's instinct became more and more obvious. He can eat raw food and be friendly to some humans, but he is not blindly thinking that humans are all good people, which makes him feel at ease. "You like it yourself?" Su Mo touched Jiali's little head. A murderer is always killed by a person, and it is the same as being eaten and killed. Su Mo is not a superhero, let alone a defender. Maybe he is a villain. Su Mo, find out his phone, I will help you find the person behind the scenes. Do you still have this ability? Of course, our clan was the most advanced civilization in the universe at that time. And then it exploded. Chapter 19 Mutants. A luxurious building. "Boss, Guy has passed. You don't need to bother you to tell me this little thing," Frank's confidant said respectfully. "I know, but there is something wrong." Wearing a suit of a high-class elite, Frank, the gangster boss, appeared to be the chairman of the Foreign Trade Company. In fact, he was involved in all dark sides. The huge profits made him crazy. He became a big drug lord. The local patrols and even high-level officers were fed by him. Even if Chief George wanted to arrest him, he might be undercover to inform him just after the meeting. In fact, he still didn't believe that this Hyuxia named Su Mo did it, and he felt that it came from a larger American gang. The accident took place in Manhattan, near the Hell's Kitchen. There are several unfathomable righteous policemen. In addition, there is the largest underworld empire in the United States. The ruler is named Jin Bin, a terrifying king who makes people talk about the tiger. If both of these were really done, Frank could only ask himself to be boring. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there were bursts of gunfire outside. Frank did not panic, but calmly picked up the phone and said, "What's the matter?" "Boss, 2 intruders have been found sneaking into the building, but please rest assured that the security forces are completely sufficient." As the gang boss, naturally there will be countless enemies who want to strip him alive, but these people have sunk into the bottom of the sea, living and seeing no one or a dead body. Righteous police, secretly filming reporters are even more crowded. Frank used money to not only bribe the police and achieve black and white, but also hire countless bodyguards and gunmen. There are not a few top professional killers like Guy N, as well as mutants who are greedy for money. No one can come to him without his permission. In fact, the same is true. On the ground floor of the building, there were frequent gunshots and screams from time to time. Metal bullets were flying and pouring everywhere, and no place was complete. A line shuttles between the floors like a phantom. The small and sensitive body turns into a ghost to harvest life, and there are burly men behind to provide fire support. A few darts were mixed in the bullets, and the little purple loli moved between the pillars. The super-skilled ice-cold fighting for a time suppressed the gangsters with unpreparedness. It's a pity that the good times didn't last long, and the gangs couldn't let them be slaughtered. The middle-level forces began to arrive, with fierce firepower and amazingly destructive shotguns fired. Bang bang bang! The thunder on the ground exploded in the ears of the two of them. As soon as they poked their heads out, they would be beaten into mashed flesh and scattered everywhere. At this time, another uninvited guest came outside the building. Hey! A taxi stopped slowly in the distance, and the driver was a little worried. Boy, are you sure it's here? There seems to be gunfire. This is the gang's territory. He saw fire and roar from the distant building. Well, right here. Sumo got out of the car and let the driver uncle drove away after paying the money. It looks like something went wrong. Sumo looked up at the tall buildings. Since the killer appeared, it meant that someone was looking at him, and all the information of Frank through Garley's black technology was laid out. After reading it, Sumo didn't know how to offend a gangster, but it happened. After reading it, Sumo had no idea how to offend a gangster, but it had already happened. Frank will know afterwards that the assassination failed, and after a rage, he may be troubled by the comics company. At that time, it will undoubtedly delay the release of comics, which will affect the income of fans. The best way to solve this problem is to completely eradicate the enemy all at once. Just kill. Never thought that when he came, the gang had an accident, and someone approached Frank. Along the way, there were large and small craters, gangsters cut by sharp blades, and some gangsters who just lost their fighting ability. Their consciousness was still very clear. They saw Sumo drove in and went straight upstairs. Ding dong! Rumble! When the elevator reached the 4th floor, guns sounded like thunder, and the door opened. Sumo walked out and looked at the battlefield ahead. The gunfight was stopped immediately, and the gang stared at the uninvited guest. There was no tension at all in the visitor, and it even seemed to be a tourist. The lowly and the strong man who had looked at each other. Who is this young man? One of the white men with tattoos, holding 2 guns, strode up to Sumo, pointed the muzzle directly at him, and grinned. Boy, who are you? If you don't say clearly, you will die. Sumo heard the words, with a slightly plain face, and said, I advise you to put down the gun and speak, otherwise there will be no whole body. He has never been pointed at by a gun before, and he is indeed a gangster style. Sneer ha ha ha. Whole body. I'm going to kill you kid, chop it off and feed the dog. The white man laughed as if he heard a joke, shouting hideously. Bang! The gunfire sounded, and in the slow motion of time, the cone popped out. The gangsters grinned and sighed that he was overpowered, while the two in the dark secretly regretted. They are hard to protect themselves. They did not expect that Frank's security force was so strong that he would not only be unable to attack for a long time, but he would be in trouble. When? In the next moment, everyone present was stunned, and the eyeballs all flew out of the eye sockets. The bullet hit Sumo's forehead without piercing, but hit the skin due to the unstoppable force. On the ground. The white man was surprised. Mutant. Sumo did not respond, but suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it against the white man's abdomen. He heard a muffled sound. Unparalleled strength swept through his body. He didn't even make a scream. Forming a gorgeous beauty in mid-air. I said it, but unfortunately I didn't listen. Sumo's cold words resounded across the floor, and the gangsters only felt a numbness of their scalp, and they blasted them with just one punch. Lolita, who wore fake purple hair, exclaimed, Daddy, he is too strong. Well, Mindy, don't forget, Frank also has a mutant. The Big Daddy Damon only changed slightly and didn't think Sumo could do this mutant. While talking, he looked at the back of the gangster, and there was a black man standing. At this time, wearing a white hat with the opposite skin color, he walked out surrounded by gangsters, shaking his neck. His whole body was like popping beans, his huge body brought a great sense of heaviness, and more than that, the temperature in the room started to rise. Hot, dull, enveloped the audience. There are two things, kid, it's a pity. P.S. Thank you One Punch Man Saitama again for your support. Seeking flowers. 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 Chapter 20 Ninja. The black man gave a condescending grin, and as soon as his voice fell, his hands burst into flames, as cool as a magician. Drink. The heat wave rolled, and the flame broke out from the hand, turning into two thick fireballs and attacking Suemo. Flame's mutation ability, but it's a bit weak. In the face of the raging flame bomb, Suemo gave his assessment truthfully, without changing his face, slowly raised his hand, clenched his fist, and greeted him, suddenly asking as fast as lightning blasted into the air. Boom! The thunderous sound blasted in everyone's ears, the hitting point began to ripple, and the boundless airwave was squeezed by the strong force to form a hurricane, and poured forward. This is sonic boom. The shock wave extinguished the flame bombs like a decay, carrying an irresistible force that surgingly impacted the gangs. What? The gangsters flew upside down in the air with a scream of screams, and hit the glass wall. The last few hapless guys directly smashed through the glass and fell directly, and the plasma splashed all over the floor. Ahem! The black man's whole body was in tatters. The wounds caused by the cutting of large and small airflows kept spilling blood. He coughed and vomited blood. He looked at Suemo in horror, and said in a panic, "Who are you? Why are you here?" He couldn't help being frightened, and the power of this person in front of him could actually make a sonic boom. As far as he knew, no one among the mutants could do it. Such a strong man would be the enemy of the gang. How could it be possible? Who am I? You'll know if you ask Frank. Go down and ask him. Suemo chuckled, and the white energy flow sprang from his body to form several white light balls floating around him. The croaking sound seemed to the gangsters as if Shinigami was calling. Several white balls suddenly ejected, and one of them hit the black man, dragging the burly body and flying backwards. Boom! The white ball that rushed into the crowd suddenly exploded, exploding in midair like a high explosive bomb, and most of the gangsters screamed again. This time it wasn't just flying off, but it was directly blown into residual limbs, blood, and desperate wailing hovering on this level, like a hell on earth. Damon trembled in his heart, and his entire body was terrified. Suemo glanced at the place where the two of them were hiding. The cold eyes made the two of them feel terrified and couldn't help but walk out. Are you asking Frank for trouble? Compared with Dad's prudent words and deeds, Mindy is too naughty, and only feels cool to clean up these gangsters so quickly. Of course, you know where he is. Suemo squinted his eyes and looked at the two of them carefully. It's on the top floor. Damon pointed and said. Suemo walked to the elevator, and the two Mindy followed carefully without a word. The noise subsided suddenly, and Frank called the black man, but no one answered him. His brows furrowed, and his heart was extremely disturbed. Isn't it just two people? Why didn't even reply a message? Guy Odd, you go out and take a look. Guy Strange, you go out and take a look. The leaner man was also his confidant. He nodded and opened the door little by little, and there was no movement when he looked up at the stairs. Ding dong! The elevator rang, but 3 people walked out after hearing the reputation. The leader was still a kid. Frank? Damon saw Frank behind Guy opening the door at a glance, and the enemy was right in front of him, like the roar of a volcanic eruption. Had it not been for fear of angering this young man, he would have rushed past everything. It was incredible for Guy to see that the two of them and a little kid could go to the top level. He didn't dare to carelessly retreat to Frank before him, always on guard. Who are you? Who sent you here? Frank, as a gangster boss, didn't panic but said heavily. At the same time, there was a button under the table, and he quietly pressed it. This is not an alarm. The characteristics of the police who arrived after the incident are the same in all countries. It is impossible for him to install this in the gang headquarters. This is a communication device for his strategic allies. The speed of the Allies is undoubtedly surpassed by the American police countless times. Only a few minutes later, there will be rescues soon. At that time, who wins and who loses, it may be possible. Frank, the underworld drug lord, just sent a killer at noon, but now he asks who I am? I don't have a face mask. Sue Mo walked in slowly, whispered softly, and looked straight at Frank with a cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems you didn't care about it. Why did you send a killer? After Frank heard this, Sue Mo's picture appeared in his mind. He didn't believe that the murderer was Sue Mo, and he just let Guy try his luck. It turned out to be you, who killed my important subordinates the other day. A few days ago? Oh, you seem to be the head of a gangster. Sue Mo remembered that a few gangsters had been killed in the small alley. It's a coincidence. Guy Strange, stop them. Frank gave the order, and Guy rushed up when he heard that, but a white light flashed in his eyes, and he lost consciousness after feeling severe pain all over his body. Superpower. Frank, who saw the end from the beginning, said every word after Guy Chi died. But I won't die. Frank, I'm going to kill you myself. Damon couldn't suppress the flame in his heart. He rushed over hysterically, threw a dagger and flew Frank's pistol. He wanted to kill this damn guy with his own hands. Damon is actually a policeman. He wants to get justice and he is determined to send the villain Frank to prison, but he didn't expect Frank to directly bribe police insiders and directly forge a series of criminal evidence. Let Damon force her back and go to jail. His wife could not accept Damon and turned from a policeman to a criminal in a blink of an eye, and committed suicide. The whole family broke down. All this is Frank's fault. The moment Damon shook his fist about to hit Frank's head, with a swish, a shuriken suddenly and quickly struck, with black light shining on it, and poison smeared on it. Damon quickly avoided the attack while not hitting Frank sideways, but his face was solemn, and a dozen figures suddenly appeared around him. They all dressed in red and masked looking like ninjas, holding 5/8-gate weapons to surround the three of them. P.S. Thank you Nguyen for your reward and support. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Chapter 21 End. The picture above shows the super killer girl, Mindy McCready, from King of the Sea and also belongs to Marvel. Tisk tisk, there are ninjas. Sue Mo can't see clearly what the Marvel comic universe is, and the movie universe looks much more normal. Suddenly remembered if it would be interesting to summon the characters from Naruto. Who are you? Damon quickly stepped back and stood with Minty. When he woke up, he immediately realized that he wanted to protect his daughter, even though the daughter was trained very powerfully by him. There were more than a dozen Dongying ninjas around, even though they were not far apart, Damon could still feel the awe-inspiring killing intent on these ninjas, each of which was a terrifying top killer. The scene fell into silence. Frank didn't say a word, he took a sigh of relief at the moment the ninja in red appeared. His fortune was saved. Even if the gang members can't kill Sue Mo, it's okay to take him away without help. As long as he does not die for a day, he will avenge today's revenge. Hey, first of all, some comic company will go bankrupt. Frank's eyes showed fierce light, and he stared at Sue Mo. These ninjas were silent as if they hadn't heard the question of Damon, as if a person squinted and stared ahead, and in their eyes there were only dead people. Mindy and Damon became nervous for a while, and their strong aura made them afraid to move. They had to make a comprehensive plan. Do you think you can escape? Sue Mo looked at Frank who was fiercely facing each other and knew what he was thinking about. Could these ninjas still be able to perform ninjutsu? Hey, I admit that you are very strong. If you want to kill me, it's best to think clearly before doing it. We can shake hands and make peace. You are dead. Sumo stunned back when he heard the words. He is not stupid. This kind of underworld figure can cheat himself if he speaks. Frank smiled grimly and said coldly. Kill him. As soon as the voice fell, Sumo heard a few piercing noises in his ears, and the bright samurai sword suddenly appeared out of thin air from his side. The cold edge was unexpected. Sumo didn't see it clearly, but he was not afraid, just wondering how tough LV2 could reach. Clang! The crisp sound of metal collision sounded, hovering in everyone's ears. The katana slashed Sumo's head and wanted to cut it in half, but he didn't want the veins of his arm to burst and he couldn't move it deeply. Ordinary people will be sluggish just like the killer guy and before, but the ninja with hands on hands is not surprised. There are only 5 leaders in the Shaohui, known as the 5 Fingers. They have strong melee combat capabilities. The ninjas under it have encountered opponents such as superpower or mutants in their missions. I'm used to seeing too much. Since my skin is thick, I will try to find out where the limit is. A few red after images suddenly appeared after passing by, the exposed eyes exuded cold eyes, and the sickle was thrown out to Sumo's neck. Several shurikens were thrown, and the poison on them could penetrate and cause death on the spot with just a little wound. Clang clang! It was blocked again, the blade of the sickle was rolled up directly, and the shuriken was the broken tip. Ninjas don't know how to do ninjutsu. I really feel ashamed of this title. Sumo Bolan watched the ninjas show their magical powers without surprise. And there was nothing in his memory at all. He shook his head in disappointment. Ninjutsu? What the hell? The headed ninja in red felt that his self-esteem had been humiliated, and dancing with weapons was even more majestic, but he was humiliated. Sumo was still unscathed. Yun Tanfan looked at them lightly as if they were watching a circus as a beaming joker. Frank's face changed drastically. Now the situation is too clear. The hand-to-hand club is not Sumo's opponent at all, and he shouted timidly, "Take me out of here." When the ninja who seemed to be the captain heard this, his eyes were erratic and could only retreat angrily to Frank. Want to escape? Want to escape? Sumo knows that his strength is too rough. The merits of these ninjas are their fine fighting skills and weird physical skills. If Frank is taken away, it will be even more difficult to find him next time. Next moment. Boom! Sumo slammed a punch out of thin air, and the air wave on the fist evacuated everything around him. The sonic boom in the air exploded like thunder, and it poured forward with lightning speed. The ninja intended to directly take Frank to escape into the dark with his ghostly physical skills, but he didn't expect the shocking current of the waves to rush toward his face. Buzzing! The fierce airflow not only made him unable to leave, but also made him slam into the wall like a kite with a missing string. The crashing rubble slid down and fell on the 2 Franks. At this time, they were in a panic, with dense scratches all over the body. Sumo walked to the gravel pile in a leisurely footstep, and several white light balls sprang out like lightning in the sound of, and hit the other ninjas in his hand. Boom! Under the burst of bright red rain, his face was frosty, watching them like Shura. If a ninja wants to run, Sumo really can't catch up with his current ability, and he doesn't have the speed and agility skills, but these are dead men who do not achieve their goals in order to complete tasks. Their appearance is to protect Frank, indicating that there will never be abandonment, and Frank's reaction is not as good as the Jainin, and he is half a beat slow. Sumo took advantage of this half-time, and hit the 2 men in one fell swoop, completing the destruction of the red ninja. Well, I didn't expect that I had been planted in the hands of a kid for so many years. If you want to kill, kill it. Frank's strong body smiled bitterly, in a posture of being slaughtered. Now I have changed my mind again. Sumo sneered at this and patted the clothes on his body. The ninja's attack is still useful, there are holes everywhere. I really want to ask where the manufacturer of Hulk underwear is, and whether to order a set of them. "Don't kill me." Frank was overjoyed and secretly said, he was able to escape from the dead, but the ninja lying on the side was anxious and terrifying. Is this a joke? This is the one thing he wanted to ask in his consciousness. Damon and Mindy's faces looked very ugly. But in the next second, the two of them were stunned, and then they beamed. "You two, let's do it, I'll go first." Sue Mo turned around and walked to the elevator and raised it. At this time, the police sirens sounded near the building. No, it's impossible. Frank's twists and turns from death to alive and falling from heaven to hell broke the underworld boss. "Frank, remember that I killed you myself." Damon held his gun against his forehead, showing a cruel smile, and his speech was gentle and biting. Boom! At the same time, Mindy killed the ninja who was still beside her. "Come on, Mindy." "Well, big old man, where are you going now?" After Damon got what he wanted, his hand-blade enemy was so excited that he fell into confusion. "What is the future path?" After a moment of silence, he firmly said. "You go to school." Ugh. P.S. Thank you Dark Master for your rewarding support, thank you for your rewarding support. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Chapter 22 Colson. As the setting sun sets, there are secrets hidden in the red sky. 8 police cars were parked around the Frank building, and the cordon was pulled up. Chief George got out of the car. He led the team and looked up at the building. Smoke billowed from above, and the situation was worse than he thought. To be reasonable, this is the site of Frank's drug lord, unless he wants to capture Frank or he doesn't want to step into this place. It's a disgusting place of depravity. But today is different. The residents in this area immediately called the police after hearing the bursts of gunfire. George thought it was a gang rage, so he didn't rush to take all the combat forces in the bureau to get a fisherman's profit, but he didn't expect to rush into the air. Several stalls of blood passing by on the ground make people bleed. When I walked into the building, I saw a shocking bloody hell, none of which were live mouths, gunshot wounds, cuts, and stumps found everywhere on the 4th floor. It appears to be caused by a high-energy explosive bomb, but no shrapnel was found at the scene. All the way up to the top floor, the fighting took place between floors, but there was no fierce exchange of fire on the stairs. At the same time, it can be seen that after the battle, the upper middle class ran to the lower class to encircle and suppress them, but unfortunately they all died. In the end, Frank, the biggest leader of the gang, was lying on the ground. Those godless eyes and desperate face all revealed the great mood swings before Frank's death. "Director, all the surveillance cameras are out of control and there is no image." A technician came to report. "Director, look at this." George stepped forward and looked at the place where the staff pointed. Cracks cracked. He wondered, this kind of crack has appeared on the 4th floor. It is the same kind. What is strange is that it does not extend around, indicating that his point of action is not on the ground. A young policeman speculated excitedly, could it be that the air was blown out of thin air, and the wave hit the floor? This idea came to him with a flash of inspiration. As a loyal fan of Saitama, he feels that he can do it with great power. Don't treat fantasy as reality. The staff ran a pot of cold water and directly denied it, a guess of the true answer. At the same time, some of their wounds are newly added. They should be completely killed after they have killed Frank. They will not give any chance to reveal the appearance of the murderer, and the number of them is small. George walked to the side of the red ninja, frowned and thought, some are not gangsters, are they ninjas? The surname of the matter began to change. I thought it was a gang rage, but now it is revealed that the armed forces of other countries have penetrated the United States. This is not a small matter, and it will cause international disturbances. At this time, a policeman outside came in and shouted, "Chief, it seems that the detective is asking to see you." George flicked his face when he heard the words and was in a terrible mood. Then they walked into a few people in black, and they walked over the surrounding scene calmly and strode quickly. The head is a taller, kind-looking middle-aged man who combs his hair meticulously at the back of his hairline. Director George, I'm an agent of the CIA Central Intelligence Agency. Here are my credentials. The middle-aged man took out his ID and handed it over, and smiled friendly. The middle-aged man took out his ID and handed it over, and smiled friendly. Oh, no, I actually saw you at noon. At that time, you showed your credentials to other police chiefs, Collison from the FBI. Chief George chuckled. As soon as his voice fell, Collison didn't change his face, and the police around him put on his waist holster quietly at the same time. The agents behind Collison narrowed their eyes. George paused, waved his hand and said, "Whether you are the FBI or the CIA, I know that the document is true. Why? I have to accept this case again." Director George certainly knows that Collison is true, and saying this before so many people is an indication of dissatisfaction that the Carnival case was taken over at noon. Tenton, the police's job these days, is done by someone. Volunteer police, a special official department, made the role of the police directly become the city management of the Celestial Dynasty. Yes, it is really helpful for you to provide us with all the information about this incident. Collison was not surprised when the lie was exposed. The fact that this kind of document was true was his confidence. George, who is just the chief, knows that the more he knows, the worse. This is a deep pool, he just responded and turned and left. Soon, the police evacuated the building instead of some powerful agents in black. Report this information to the director first. New York is really not peaceful. Collison read the police information, shook his head and smiled bitterly. I am back. Sue Mo returned to the house, took out the key, turned the door, looked at Gialli who was eating the sea, his face turned black, staring at the little lowly angrily and shouted, I'm working hard outside, you stealing food behind my back. Why did you buy 3 copies of this takeaway? Cut, I made the surveillance probe. This takeaway is a reward. Gialli was eating pizza on the sofa, turned over with a look of disdain, and Byakugan muttered, Sue Mo, I found you are so useless. Don't tell the truth. Sue Mo sat depressed on the sofa and competed with Gialli for takeaway. Secretly, do you want to draw the Terminator comics? Skynet is the artificial intelligence that dominates the world and generates self-awareness, which has risen to the level of intelligent life. With this big killer, Tony's Giawis is a scum, but I don't know how it compares to Ultron. What's more, the Terminator in the later stage of the series is really good. It is enough to be a bodyguard for ordinary people, and it can be put into the company, and it can also be mass-produced. The more Sue Mo thought about it, the more he felt it was okay. After eating the takeaway, he hurriedly walked into the study and began to draw the gourd. Golly changed channels, and the night news host reported, an explosion occurred in a military laboratory. Witnesses said that a huge green monster was seen in the billowing smoke. P.S. Everyone who thinks the book is okay, I hope to vote for some flowers evaluation, a few said, Gaikyu. Chapter 23 Attacking Ghoul. In the early morning, the warm sun fell on the ground, and Edward got up from the mat early. He knew that today was the release date of the second issue of Juvenile Jump. He hurriedly baked the bread and took milk and ran to the nearest bookstore. When he came, he was startled by the sight in front of him. How did the boss open the door? Hurry up. Give me a Juvenile Jump. I have a copy too. I want 3 copies. Crowded people piled up in front of the bookstore, making noise and noise, but they were all clamoring to jump. It's a fascinating age. Edward watched this scene, his eyes could not help being flushed. He was a comic critic and a reader. In the past, he was extremely disappointed in every evaluation. He hopes that there will be real cartoonists to save this sick cartoon industry, and now it has finally appeared. The store manager is an old acquaintance before, and he received a lot of money as early as last night. Last week, the comic magazine company sold 190,000 copies, and fools didn't buy too much. Soon all these he moved out were sold out, and the popularity was unprecedented since he opened the store. Scattered people came to ask questions constantly, all came to buy Jump, but they could only show disappointed expressions and left empty-handed. Edward didn't worry that it was really out of stock. In fact, he greeted the store manager yesterday and kept a copy. When he walked a few steps with a smile, there was a scream of exclamation from the stream of people who hadn't dispersed. "Fuck, Saitama is so strong. Is this a new character? Didn't you find out? The price is different, but it's much thicker than before." All the voices tickled in Edward's heart. "Oh shit, damn spoiler party, can't you honestly do it?" Hurriedly stepped forward and shouted at the store manager who was calling to request additional goods, "Old man." The store manager didn't have time to look after him, so he pointed to the drawer and started talking for himself. Edward had to get into the inner room and pull out the comic magazine from it. I held it in my hand like a treasure and took a look at it. The high-level painter in the past is different from the first phase. The front is still Saitama, but new scenes appear on the left and right sides. On one side, a person who seemed to be skinless and exploding with blood vessels was lying on the wall and looking down. It was clear that the people below were very small. Giant? Or a dwarf? On the other side, it was relatively simple. A weak and casual young man sat in a chair in the vast expanse of whiteness. Behind it was a woman with long purple hair, an elegant surname, and a charming figure, bowed her head and said something. Compared with other readers with little reading experience, they will guess whether they are new characters, and Edward can see at first glance that there is no relationship between the three. In other words, Shonen Jump began publishing 2 new comics in this issue. This is also normal. It is impossible for a comic magazine to serialize only one comic. Edward couldn't wait to put down the money and rushed back. On the way, many young people were reading comics. He didn't want to look through the street like this, hurried back home, turned on the computer, clicked on Twitter, and prepared to comment immediately after reading, made a delicious cup of coffee, settled down, and then opened the page. One page. Following the previous story of the battle between the Underworld King and Saitama, then it was a dream. Edward's expression froze. The first page is so simple and clear that so many long-awaited fighting ideas have been crushed, but then think about it, so that the plot is in line with Saitama. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The name of the comic says it all. It's still the same as the previous episode with 4 episodes, the appearance of Janosch, the appearance of some weird people undoubtedly firm the style of the beginning. Cool, cool and lazy. Seeing this, Edward was relieved. Many new comics are beginning with God, ending with horses, and ending with dogs. As long as the follow-up plot is maintained in accordance with the rhythm of these 8 words, this year's Dark Horse champion is that Saitama did not run. Immediately after turning over One Punch, the next page is the title page of the new comic. The title page is the cover of the comic. As before, it is enlarged to make it clearer. The bright red comic title listed on the side, Attacking Giant. It is too late to think that Edward is completely obsessed with the new comics that follow, and the stories and settings are breathtaking. The Attacking Giant is telling, there are countless huge giants suddenly appearing in the world, and the lives of ordinary humans are threatened like never before. In order to protect their own safety, the last humans built 3 high walls, Maria, Ruth, and Hina. Mankind has ushered in a century of peace, but it has also allowed itself to become a bird in a cage, humiliatingly losing its freedom. Suddenly one day, the supergiant and the giant of armor smashed through the outermost layer of Maria, awakening the long dream that humans seem to never awaken. In this incident, Alan Yeager, a teenager who did not want to curl up inside the wall, witnessed his mother being killed, and he joined the investigation corps. With unspeakable hatred and hatred for giants, he vowed to kill all giants. Edward was surprised to find that although only 5 episodes were serialized, each of these episodes weighed so much more than the previous One Punch. In Chapter 5, 5 years later, the supergiant struck again and broke the second wall. Countless giants once again ravaged the town, and the investigative corps fought with it. Then the protagonist was eaten to save people. Edward was stunned. How did this comic kill the protagonist at the end? What the hell is this drawing? Isn't Alan the protagonist? Wait, maybe what superpower we'll get in the next episode, right? But this is not a superhero theme. Edward can't guess the subsequent development of the plot, which has nothing to do with the hero. Thinking of this, Edward's scalp went numb, and he suddenly realized that he was addicted to non-hero subjects. The non-hero subject matter has been a desert since ancient times. Whoever paints will die. There were once big names who vowed to expand. Since the comic critics who are well known as poisonous mouths are deeply attracted, can other readers not buy it? Edward even guessed that the internet must be noisy, so he held up his temper and turned to the next page, which was another new comic. Tokyo Ghoul. Looking down, Tong Kong shrank sharply, and he found that the author's name was Sue Mo, and quickly flipped forward. Shocked, seriously serialized 3 books at the same time. At this time, he remembered that the boss of this publishing company seemed to be also named Sue Mo. The stormy sea turned up in his heart, and the facts had to convince him. The boss draws comics part-time and publishes his own book, which is so popular. Can this work? Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Chapter 24 Professor X's Curiosity. The brilliance of a new day rises from the horizon, and a faint white light rises from the horizon, standing in an old castle in the northern suburbs of New York. The green grass is like cloudy, shimmering by the small lake. Many students are playing in this flat open space. If the people of New York come in, they will definitely be frightened. A student suddenly split out of 3 identical people while playing basketball. A girl ran around looking at obstacles along the way as if there was nothing, and went straight through. There was also a young man with a tall body and a shiny medal. And many more. This is the Xavier Bandit Youth Academy, and it is also the Mutant School. Bobby, what do you think I bought? Fireman John raised the comic magazine in his hand and walked to the Iceman Bobby's side. You bought a Juvenile Jump? The bookstores around me were all sold out when I walked in the morning. Bobby was surprised when he saw the comic. When John saw this, he smiled triumphantly. I was prepared. I met a child on the way and bought it at double the price. It doesn't seem to be something to be proud of. What do you care about so much? John was a little displeased and angrily said, Don't look at it, don't look at it, I'll take it back and see for myself. Both John and Poppy are passionate teenagers, and comics were involved in spiritual entertainment, but the heroism in them made them a little offensive. The reason is simple, they are mutants. Professor Charles came to search one by one, or his parents felt that something was wrong and couldn't bear to hand it in, so they had to throw it away. In this way, most of the children in the school have been abandoned by their parents. They didn't grow up very well. At this time, watch a God-righteous man, Captain Steve, in the comics to eradicate evil and help abandon ordinary people like them. To be honest, it is very difficult to have a good mood, and at the same time I wonder if there are such people to help them, even though I know it is impossible. Saitama of One Punch Man was incredibly casual, and didn't use any moral excuses to kill the weird people. It was incomparable to the taste of both of them, and he became a fan at that time. Hey, Saitama is still so powerful. I have such a power to protect everyone. Did you not find out? There is a stronger presence in it than Saitama. Bobby was surprised, and asked quickly, who is it? He watched comics with John, why didn't he notice? John showed his eyes full of meaning, and pointed to a page. That is a mosquito. Saitama didn't kill him with a series of slaps, but instead buzzed and fled. Mosquito, why can't Saitama hit it? With Saitama's terrifying truth, how can one fail to see the movement of a mosquito in a mere sight? Incredible. John said in a huff, how do I know? John originally wanted to make a joke, but Poppy didn't think about it more. He didn't think about it, but he left it behind. There are new comics, it doesn't seem to be a superhero subject. Soon after, Bobby and John finished the entire comic magazine. John suddenly asked inexplicably, you said Jinmu wants to eat human flesh. Tokyo Ghoul, only 3 episodes are serialized, which is different from the start of The Attacking Giant, which is only centered on human nature, and there is no conflict. Tokyo Ghoul, only 3 episodes are serialized. Which is different from the start of The Attacking Giant, which is only centered on human nature, and there is no conflict. Compared with the previous 2 works, it pales in comparison, and it seems that only cannibalism is a bit attractive. I don't want to, the comics are so clear, are you stupid? After Bobby heard the words, he affirmed Kide. Yeah, he didn't want to eat, but he ate it in the end. John's face grew darker and annoyed. Don't you think Bobby is in a similar situation to the mutant? Mutants don't eat people but are regarded as guilty, and then they are marginalized, and they finally get together with the same people to keep warm. John was sent to school, impulsively, he didn't like the peaceful atmosphere here, and he felt like a beast. He didn't like to be a mutant at first. What he needed was relatives, kind parents. He couldn't help substituting when he looked at Jinmu. Cannibalism is a last resort, and the same is true for being a mutant. This is survival. Bobby was a bit confused for a while, but he didn't expect John to have this kind of thought. To be honest, he didn't substitute it, and it seemed to make sense. At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind the 2 of them. John, do you really think so? The 2 looked back, but the redhead pushed the old man in the wheelchair slowly. John is usually careless, violent, and provocative, but in front of the mutant leader, he is like a good baby. Professor, You are true, John, this cannot be denied, but we will eventually get along with humans. Professor Charles smiled faintly, glanced at the cartoon in John's hand, and paused. Can you let me have a look? John hurriedly handed it over, and under the sign of Chin, he ran away with Bobby like a frightened little rabbit. Bobby was dragged away, and said depressed, the professor doesn't feel terrible, why is he so excited? Actually, I lied to you just now. This comic was not bought twice. I snatched it from a kid, but I paid the original price. John patted fiercely and explained. John really didn't see that you would snatch children's things. I read you wrong, and the professor would not read our thinking. Bobby expressed his disdain. John is usually domineering, but he didn't expect to run outside to snatch it. Just now he said that mutants don't eat human flesh. You even said that lollipop comics? Chin watched the 2 of them gradually move away, and leaned over to see Charles flipping through the comics, and curiously said, Professor, why are you interested in comics? Comics are popular among teenagers and children, and the older they become, the more senseless they are, especially for professors who have a lot of experience. Regardless of the media reports on Shonen Jump, I mentioned it slightly. In the eyes of adults, it is just an ordinary comic magazine, and people who are not interested will never read it. Especially the social elites, the celebrities simply skipped it, let alone a leader like Charles who has dedicated himself to the mutants. I have never heard of it. Nothing, just curiosity. I can feel the thoughts mentioned in the next 2 comics by Suemo, and I kind of want to see him. If I don't understand the piano, what else can I think in philosophy when I read a cartoon? In this way, Chin, buy one for me every time a new issue is released. Okay, Professor. Chin responded while pushing the wheelchair. Thinking that I would also check it out. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Support a lot. Chapter 25 Anti-Registration Cartoonist. God. God. Isn't this kind of thinking the current situation in the United States? After reading it, Edward was full of the plot and sighed, and he deeply felt the author's intention. Compared to Bobby John's superficial reading, Charles, who has a lot of experience, and a comic critic who has looked at thousands of comics, the directionality of the two comics is very obvious. Edward crackled on the keyboard. At this time, Twitter was already arguing and fans received the message. The second issue of Youth Jump does not say much, it is far beyond my expectations, do you understand the thoughts in it? Let me come one by one. The first manga overturned the traditional concept of heroism and created a new definition of heroes. The settings contained in it were satires of common superhero comics. The second book, Attack on Titan, the story of the story is very straightforward. The origin of the giant, the construction of the city wall, etc. are directly set as suspense. In the third Tokyo Ghoul, the protagonist is just an ordinary person in life, who has been miserably suffered from man-made disasters, wandering on eating and not eating, aroused the inner blood of most teenagers and the sympathy and compassion for the protagonist. Among them, the concept of Kazuko was also mentioned in the second chapter, and it shifted to the hot-blooded battle, reaching the level of Superman's compelling standard. From a few words, one can discover the reflections on humans and aliens revealed in the comics, that is, when a creature can no longer be reduced to a pure species, what should he do? Both new comics reveal one direction, that is, alien. When fans saw a lot of water here, they all posted comments below, which completely became a screen of water flow. Why didn't I see anything? What did Edward say? Alien? No nonsense. I am not blind. What the hell, why can Edward see so much from the ghoul? How do I feel that ghoul starts so well? Upstairs, you are not alone. The giant attacking is much more beautiful than the ghoul. Lord Kakuzu is dying. What a man cannibalism. So many people early in the morning, Fac, I haven't bought it yet. Edward makes a lot of sense. Whatever you don't understand is a brain dead. Hehe, I found a fan. The two comics are so awkward. The protagonist is a spicy chicken, or Saitama is handsome. Suddenly, there were disturbances, and the heat soared again, making it into the top 10. Edward smiled when he saw it, only the heat went up. His reanalysis will usher in a big explosion, and this article may still be up and down by the time. When the popularity reached the top 5 on Twitter, Edward clicked the enter key on the information he had compiled and sent it out. Perhaps no one realizes the meaning of the aliens I said. As we all know, fantasy depends on reality, and so does comics. Just yesterday at the New York Carnival, Green Goblin, the super criminal, appeared in the massacre. He was an outlier. At a critical moment, the superhero Spider-Man appeared, and he is also an alien to us. Then substituting into the comics, it is not difficult to find that New Yorkers or ordinary people are not just civilians surrounded by walls. Civilians can only be slaughtered by giants, only the core can resist, and only other friendly aliens can protect us. I can boldly guess that Alan in the giant's belly is the Spider-Man on the wall. Let's talk about the third book. Alien is a cannibalism and cannibalism. Jin Wian is a half-human and half-cannon, who is kind to people, but has to eat meat to survive. These meats are just the flesh of corpses, and the Anding district just wants peace, does not want to hurt mankind. So in reality, who partly has malicious intent toward humans, and who also has good intentions toward humans at the same time? That is, mutant. In 1973, when the president was attacked, Magneto was the murderer, and it was the devil who prevented evil. In 1973, when the president was attacked, Magneto was the murderer, and it was the devil who prevented evil. Mutants are a large group. According to the latest research, they are actually a branch of humans. Mutants are heterogeneous, and heterogeneous are not all mutants. It is not difficult to see from this that the third comic is the progressive thought of the second comic. That is, in this extremely chaotic era, human beings need to form an institution similar to the investigation corps to protect us, and they need heterogeneous and peaceful coexistence that is friendly to humans. The new issue of the weekly shows that friendly mutants are important to mankind, and it is also an accusation of the Mutant Registration Act. The above is my personal guess, and does not represent the standpoint of the comics. After Edward published this long tweet, the comment area fell into an unprecedented tranquility since the beginning. Edward was originally full of letters, but saw that he didn't say a word. He felt a panic in his heart, and said in secret, "Is it possible that he is really a little foolish?" After all, the comics didn't say a word at all. Relying on his many years of speculation and association as a comic critic, maybe he really thinks too much? In the next second, countless comments scrolled under Twitter, pouring out like a well. Zayat, it makes me horrified to hear that. Goosebumps are all up. It seems so. Is this true? Hey. Why am I so confused? Me too, my mind is a little messy, which means that the cartoonist is an anti-registration party. Then I drew a cartoon. I want to say but I don't know what to say. Is the author witnessing the mutant's name? I was so scared that I was on the floor. Edward, do you believe in yourself? No one noticed the Spider-Man on the wall? It sounds funny. At Marvel Comics, someone has stolen the manuscript. Call the police. The fans were very excited, and their hearts throbbed through Edward's explanation. The current comics have never mirrored reality. At most, there is a similar ability, a similar name, and the drawing is the same person of the Captain of the United States. The 3 books now appearing are all related to reality. One directly breaks the inherent concept of heroes, and the other 2 go around the circle to express that it is time for human beings to reflect on their own definitions. Obviously there was only one issue, and the general background of the world was not fully understood, so Edward lost a shocking bullet with reality. It looks nonsense, but I don't know how to refute it. At a time when opinions were divergent, Edward's next book review on Twitter came up. Marvel Comics Company Sue Mo, books that have been read for 12 years are not as good as your show. The hot comments are even more explosive. Is it true? Now I have a real hammer, so I don't need to read it later. The real hammer is not to be watched yet, and there is no spoiler. It even kicked the first one down. If the previous is the shock bomb, Sue Mo's comment is the explosion of the nuclear bomb, and more netizens have poured in. Guan is mutants is a big topic. Then Twitter stuck. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 26 Make anime. Tisk tisk, this comic critic can really make up for it. Sue Mo shook his head and smiled after sending the message. But it really is. Others don't know, can he as a cartoonist not know? The situation of the ghoul and the mutants is a bit similar. The security zone behind it was breached by the official CCG, and William Stryker's attack on the mutants' school was exactly the same. He simply thinks that the 2 comics that he saw on the internet disc in the previous world are somewhat interesting in the United States. The bloody violence among them has a big market in this, and he did not expect that it would be associated with it. Since the last big explosion, Uncle Andy has discovered that Edward, a comic critic, can play a role in fueling the flames. Sue Mo's comments this time are undoubtedly wave after wave. Do. Uncle Andy, are the anime production staff here? Okay, I'll go right away. Andy told him on the phone that the staff had been assembled and could start production at any time. The animation produced this time was One Punch Man. After the anime is broadcast, it will promote the comic itself. Even though it can sell hundreds of thousands of copies a week, it is just a small wave compared to the entire United States. The audience of anime is extremely wide, far more than comics. Take One Punch Man as an example. Before the anime was broadcast, most of the comic fans in the past life hadn't heard of it at all. As well as Attack on Titan and Tokyo Ghoul, the style of painting is mediocre, not outstanding. Why is it hot? Among them, the opening song accounted for a large part, and even the empty ear playing Fat Times had a promotion effect. Let groups of people who have never watched anime jumped into the pit willingly. Especially when Suemo was in school in his previous life, female classmates liked to watch these movies. Men and women take it all. It is a homework for many small comics. Animation is the greatest benefit of fan value. After watching anime, some of them will feed back and can't wait to read the comics, and the fan value will continue to be credited to the account. Moreover, he has some questions about the calculation of the fan value of the system. Does animation count as a published work? If so, he will make greater profits. After all, some people don't like to read comics, and they are too strenuous. They just wait for the animation to come out and watch it directly, and don't plan to watch the follow-up afterwards. Suemo was such a person in his previous life. He didn't read the comics of Giant and Ghoul at all, and he didn't plan to follow up and would not read it. Such a group accounted for the majority of comics. Suemo asked Ji to stay at home and came to Marvel Comics Company alone to have a meeting with the animation production team. Today's Marvel Comics Company completely uses the entire floor, no longer the scale of the studio. The staff has reached more than 20 people, most of which are the production staff. Suemo sat at the top of the conference room, looked at them and said, "I'm not an animation producer. I don't know how many people sitting here are talking about the level of production, but I only ask for 2 points. First, the picture should be exquisite, and there should be no collapse, which affects the perception. The second is that the plot is not procrastinated, the rhythm should not be too slow. And there should be no water plots. Gradually speed up the rhythm to keep up with the comics." A man in his 30s objected, "But this kind of production budget will be very large, and if it is too fast, I am afraid it will exceed the comics, and then there will be no way." It is the leader of the animation group who has rich production experience and has been in related industries for many years. He was dug over by a high salary. The questions asked are the key points. He deeply knows that there is a big difference between manga and anime. It does not mean that a good manga artist can produce excellent anime. Let alone the current market, the animation market in the United States is as scarce as comics. The level of production is generally average. If it is exquisite, money is like flowing water. Besides, anime has 1 episode a week, and comics also have 1 episode a week. 1 episode is not necessarily equal to 1 episode. How to make anime if you don't save 50 episodes, otherwise you will catch up soon, and you will be in trouble. You can do it with peace of mind. You don't need to worry about budgeting and making it beautifully. As for the plot, don't worry about it. One Punch only does what it needs to do and declares the end of the first season, and then does a new animation. The progress is completely sufficient. Suemo smiled. You can do it with peace of mind. You don't need to worry about budgeting and making it beautifully. As for the plot, don't worry about it. One Punch only does what it needs to do and declares the end of the first season, and then does a new animation. The progress is completely sufficient. Suemo smiled. One Punch Man currently only has 100 words, but the content of the first season is completely enough, just let the others take over. Anyway, if it's not over, it means you won't be able to draw a prize. The group leader nodded and said, "Okay, boss, that's okay." Although he was surprised that Suemo had become a boss and a cartoonist at such a young age, but this is fine. In order to quickly launch anime and make money, some animation company bosses will not hesitate to reduce the plot, reduce the quality of the picture, and come up with some heartwarming animations. In fact, the cartoonist is also vomiting blood. After all, it is very different from what is in his own mind, but there is no way, all authorized to buy. Now the boss of Marvel is a cartoonist himself, and he will definitely not let his cartoons be ruined. However, he is a little worried. With a large budget, the plot is not delayed, but what is the nature of the animation? It's business, it's money. According to the requirements, it is really spending money. If the TV ratings do not reach a high point, I am afraid that it will suffer a miserable loss. Marvel suffered a loss the first time it did anime, and it was undoubtedly a blow. He shook his head secretly. It was the boss who was responsible for them anyway. Anyway, they have signed the contract, it is impossible to resign them in a short time. After Sumo decided on the general direction, the entire animation team began to produce intensively. These people are worthy of being masters who dig into the corner, and they put together a clip in one afternoon. The quality of the footage is very high. It can be said that the original picture in Sumo's mind, he nodded secretly, this is the work he wanted. In the previous life, One Punch Man was originally big money, a strong lineup investment, and a certain amount of publicity, to become the hegemony of the quarter. He doesn't need to worry about the rest. When the production is completed, it will be sent over for him to check it out and then play it. When preparing to leave, Andy walked over and said excitedly, Sumo, this time your new cartoon has turned the sky upside down. Now, in addition to the media, many protesters who oppose the registration bill are holding Marvel magazine. The influence is greater than last time, and even the 5 astronauts who are preparing to go to the sky have been suppressed by you. 5 astronauts? It should be the Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom. Sumo nodded clearly and said, it should be induced by the Edwardian comic critic on the internet. Andy's face changed slightly, and he was surprised. Hey? What do you mean by that? What do you think? Did you have this idea after reading it? Sumo flipped through Byakugan when he heard the words, raised his hand and left. He paused again. Uncle Andy, I am going to add 2 long comics to the 3rd issue, and open a new issue magazine. What is it called? At that time you will know. P.S. Thank you Michael, Evening Star, and Nothing absolutely for your rewarding support, and thank you Dark Master and Beef Noodle for your rewarding support again. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 27 Daredevil. Welcome to watch the American Midday News. Today, Twitter has a stuttering phenomenon. The Twitter company has found out that it is a Twitter from an Edwardian comic critic. His conjecture caused a huge wave and caused server congestion. The New York Times, Boy Jump once again attracted attention, citing the conjecture of comic critic Edward. The 2 new comics point to the mutant registration bill being submitted by Congress. The comment from the chairman of the comics company is intriguing. Registration pioneer Mr. Guy Lee criticized the company for being cautious in words and deeds, not to grab eyeballs with news. Cartoonists only need to draw cartoons. Later, Congressman Guy Lee's Twitter has been captured by Rage's fanfare. The World War II veteran once again called on the relevant departments to ban the juvenile jump, thinking that the comics in the magazine were bloody and violent and did not conform to the American spirit. For 2 weeks, Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, remained silent, and the police ruled out the possibility of kidnapping and extortion. Recently, since the explosion in the military laboratory, the military has made frequent actions, which are suspected to be related to the monsters that appeared recently. The person in charge, General Ross, declined to interview. Each piece of news was reported by the host, and it was all real-time reports. There are more reports that need to be reported the next day. Sumo stayed in Times Square and looked up at the screen wall, secretly saying, the military? It's Hulk, time is getting closer. It is estimated that when Tony returns to New York, it will be a real dance of demons. Sumo looked at the pedestrians who were playing with joy around him, and he didn't know if there would be a relocation wave at that time. After all, the United States would be eventful. Sumo called Lee to come out to play for a day, as it was to relax, and copying was a hard work. As dusk approaches, this prosperous city is as high as the capital that never sleeps. I can't wait to light up the brilliant neon lights and billboards, and New York's nightlife begins. In the eyes of the public, Manhattan is divided into two districts. One is the Upper East Side, where the rich talk about their wine and sing songs every night. The other is the Hell's Kitchen in the West Bank. In the early years, it was a famous slum. The extremely poor living environment led to the frequent occurrence of high crimes. This area does not mean that it is really poor and has no houses to sleep on the ground, but a large group of chaotic figures of various classes. Sumo's residence is here. The gangsters were here to die. There are businesses that can't be done in other areas, such as smuggling, drugs, organ trafficking, human reselling, etc. There is no one here. Because this is the territory of the Golden Underworld Empire. Sumo wears a newly bought white baseball cap and holds the little hand of Gailey, who is eating barbecue. Walking on this street, there is a street lady wearing a light gauze, a wretched little BD, and gangsters full of tattoos. Full of. But my heart thought, this hat reminds me of platelets. It doesn't seem to be useful if I don't paint working cell. I heard that the ordinary white hat on Dobeo only costs 9 yuan, but after the word platelet is engraved, 99 yuan will be bought. Sumo really admires these businessmen for their wit. It was a day spent just like this, but it was so sudden. Bang bang bang. The gunshots suddenly rang on the street in front, and the pedestrians around them fled back as soon as they knew how to do it. Their expressions didn't have much panic, only a touch of panic. It seemed that the rush of Hell's Kitchen forced them to get used to it. Sumo is also used to it. On these days when he came here, Tenton had gunshots at night, and no one hit the gun. Regardless of them, Sumo kept moving forward in the stunned eyes of everyone. Where else could his house be in front? Sumo continued to move forward in the stunned eyes of everyone. Where else could his house be in front? The Ujo people are bold, and they are not the same Sumo who has not been counseled now. The sound of gunshots was endless, and the smell of sulfur smoke was wafting out. Under the dazzling colorful lights, Sumo and Jili came to the spot of the gun battle. At a glance, I saw a strange man in a red fancy dress fleeing, surrounded by some gangsters firing at him with guns, but in the process, the pursuers fought back a little bit and there were casualties. Well, someone. Daredevil Matt Murkda flew back on the wall from time to fight back, but suddenly he heard footsteps. Because of a brave act, he was contaminated with radioactive materials spilled from the truck and caused blindness, but unexpectedly enhanced other senses. Later, under the harsh training of the blind martial arts master, Matt mastered his super senses and became a powerful warrior. During the day, he was a lawyer, and at night, he put on a mask and became a daredevil to fight crime in Hell's Kitchen in New York. Now New Yorkers call this kind of people a righteous policeman. In his world, it is different from ordinary people, and it is easy to judge that it is a large and a small citizen who has stepped into the battlefield. Wow! 2 sharp darts were in the dark, emitting cold light, making a sound of breaking through the air, and hit Daredevil's throat and eyes. The Daredevil didn't change his face, and the 2 battle batons in his hand swung loudly and knocked out the deadly darts. What are you thinking? Daredevil, oh, there are 2 little mice. Confronting him is a strong man wearing a black trench coat. What is remarkable is the target pattern painted on his forehead. He glanced at the entrance of the street with a fierce look in his eyes and smiled. Known as the Bullseye, he is a professional assassin and now the chief assassin of Jinning, with a natural super throwing ability. Anything can be turned into a murder weapon in his hands. Catch them here. The Bullseye ordered the gangsters, and the gangsters smiled maliciously and walked up. He knows that Daredevil is a good old man, and it will be easy when he has a hostage. Daredevil has been destroying the underworld business recently. This time, he ambushes and catches him. This time he will undoubtedly die. Besides, these 2 are afraid of being fools. When most people hear the gunshots, they are afraid that it will be too late to avoid the 2 legs. Instead, they stupidly ran over to die. Daredevil heard the words and said in anger, "A hole, what's coming at me?" About to turn around and rush towards Sumo, shouting loudly, "Run!" As soon as the voice fell, the bullseye threw the weapon again and then went up to fight to prevent Daredevil from going to the rescue. Yet, it's a gang again. I've been dealing with gangsters these days. Sumo shook his head helplessly when he saw this. Frank the last time, who is this time? Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 28 Good luck. Boom. The dull sonic boom sounded in everyone's ears, and the violent shock wave swept in all directions, and the rushing energy washed the approaching gangsters. Following the screams, he rushed directly to the street. Fire! A leader decisively issued an order to intercept Daredevil, this time with well-equipped equipment, including shotguns and rocket launchers. The gangs held their guns and sprayed out continuous flames, and the thick whistle smoke filled the air, and the bright bullets gleamed under the light of dusk, and the coldness was exposed. Golly, give a shield, otherwise I have to buy new clothes. Sumo watched the big net of metal storms leaping over the sky, raised his brows, and whispered to little Lori. The toughness of LV-2 has been able to truly achieve invulnerability, and the rocket bombardment is unscathed, but no nanometal or indestructible clothes will turn into rags, and it will be uncomfortable to chill. Golly lowered her head and nibbled on the barbecue, purple light flashed, and a light curtain rose in front of the two of them. The metal bullet was dumbfounded by the gang, slamming fiercely on the light curtain with waves of ripples, but there was no movement at all. Rocket missile. Boom. A missile exploded and hit the light curtain, and the shock wave of the explosion set off a cloud of smoke to obscure everyone's sight. Sumo threw out a few light wave balls and threw them in. There were wailing noises in the smoke, and the explosive thunder caused Daredevil and Bullseye, who were fighting, to look sideways. The two separated quickly, the target eye watching the gradually dissipating smoke. The scene in front of him made his eye sockets red, and his heart was shocked. There were stumps and blood everywhere, as if they had been bombed by a bomb once, and collapsed in pits and pits. He angrily said, "What the hell is going on?" Daredevil's godless eyes were taken aback for a moment, and he couldn't see the situation in the smoke from the bullseye. He had Superman senses and knew exactly what was going on. Several powerful energies destroy the flesh and blood, which is really terrifying. If you're smart, you should know how to do it. Sumo led Gialli forward slowly with a long pace, exuding abyss-like eyes. Said plainly. The bullseye only felt a numb scalp, and my heart trembled. Even if I didn't see it, the culprit was the young man for sure, using unknown means. Is it a mutant? What is this else? Don't be proud of the kid, this is the place of Jinbin, even if you are strong against the underworld empire, that is, the ants. The bullseye became more emboldened as he spoke, his hideous face became more and more crazily, and he shouted hysterically. Even if a person is very powerful, but what can be done? The underworld empire has the power of black and white, and enough manpower, it can completely sink this young man into the bottom of the sea. It seems you didn't realize the gap. Hey, die. Although the bullseye was afraid of Sumo, he still felt that he could still fight. His eyes were as cold as lion majesty, and he locked Sumo's whole body tightly. The knife flew with his hand, and a bit of cold light flashed by. Click! A very sharp flying knife stabbed Sumo's forehead, but there was no trace of it like a majestic mountain. The tip of the knife was squeezed and curled and fell to the ground. This little thing can't hurt me. Sumo looked at the bullseye, her tone was very flat, but Gialli knew that the more flat, the more angry. On the contrary, Sumo, who has the color of anger, doesn't have to worry about it. Tenten's Golly, who eats snacks, knows this. Bullseye, as the first assassin of the Golden Union, is deeply trusted. It is the first time I have seen such a hard skin that is accustomed to the world. You must know that he can kill a person with a toothpick from 90 meters away. Now the best weapon used by both sides is less than 10 meters, but nothing has changed, except that there are more flying knives on the ground. You must know that he can kill a person with a toothpick from 90 meters away. Now the best weapon used by both sides is less than 10 meters, but nothing has changed, except that there are more flying knives on the ground. Why can't help but be stunned for a while. He stared directly at Sumo's expressionless face. He couldn't help but bursts of coldness in his heart, and fine sweat broke out on his forehead, as if it was a death beckoning dangling in front of him. Sumo smiled. It seems that there is no trick, now it's me. While talking, pick up the take-off knife and weigh it. Before the target eye wanted to say anything, a white spot appeared in his sight, and his eyes stared dumbly, and he felt black in front of him, as if he lost consciousness, as if the ice-cold tide washed away. The bull's-eye body became soft and slowly fell to the ground. The target pattern on his forehead was directly pierced, and the hole that was poked out was exactly the same size as the target. PK. The sound of breaking through the sky is long overdue. Daredevil swallowed and looked at the wall behind the bull's-eye. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that there was a hole, and he even heard the sound being left behind. In fact, it had happened long ago, just when the knife was thrown. The moment it came out, it was doomed. There is no skill, only absolute power. Sumo glanced at Daredevil, which made him a little nervous, and saw a slightly kind smile on his face. Thank you just now. Sumo is a very simple person. If he wants to be friends with him, he will also be friends with others, but whoever wants to calculate him behind his back, or play him head-on, will have the ending. Before, Daredevil called them to escape when he looked at them, and at the same time, he also acted. Even though it was superfluous to golly Sumo, it still shows that he is kind. Jin will find you, the whole of New York is shrouded in his dark empire. Daredevil said deeply. It won't bother you to worry about it, goodbye. Daredevil screamed at Sumo's back and left, and secretly said, both of them are unfathomable, and this little girl is also a superpower. He heard Sumo's words to Jiali, and the bullet was stopped later, and he guessed it. Sumo walked a few steps forward and then asked, do you want to read comics? Comics? I haven't watched it for nearly 10 years. Daredevil didn't know what it meant, so he didn't answer. Look at Boy Jump, which I drew. Sumo raised his hand and disappeared into the dim street with Jiali. This boy. Daredevil didn't know how to describe him, besides, he didn't even know his name. In a few moments, when Daredevil was groping for useful information on his bull's-eye body, a burly man in a black skull t-shirt climbed over the wall and gently landed beside Daredevil. You killed it? Matt. He looked around, there were bull's-eye lying on the ground, puddles full of blood, and the scene was extremely bloody. This is completely different from Daredevil's handling style. No, it's a teenager. Daredevil said bitterly, what he wanted to do was easily done by a young man. Is he too weak? Still others are too strong. At this time, he still smelled a distinctive smell of blood, and asked in doubt, Frank, are you injured? The Punisher Frank held his hand to the wound on his arm wrapped in a scarf, and said depressed, I didn't react just now and was cut off by something suddenly, but in the end I didn't find the reason. Forehead. Daredevil's ears flicked, and the motion on his hands continued without stopping. I want you to come and see how the bull's-eye will die. Daredevil pointed to the corpse's forehead. It seems lucky. P.S. Thank you Crystal Palace Lord for your rewarding support. Chapter 29 Polaris Lorna Dan. Late at night. A chubby figure sitting on a massage chair, a bright bald head, a custom suit that can be wrapped in obesity, with a cheerful smile on his lips. It's like an ordinary fat rich man who likes to have fun, but he is actually the underworld ruler, Jin Bin, who has changed even director George's talk. He slowly got up from the chair and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down from a high altitude to the prosperous but secretly surging New York. Jin Bin slowly closed his eyes, as if he could hear the sweet wine that made him addicted. There was no smell of crime. As the largest underworld force in the United States, 40% of the criminal activities in the United States are related to him, and Daredevil's #1 enemy. Wilson Fisker, who has been unruly and self-conscious since he was young. His father was a gang and died in the street fighting. With his super criminal mind and good personal strength, he successfully ascended to the throne of the leader and firmly held the American gang in his hands. At the same time, he succeeded in packaging and became a well-known entrepreneur and real estate tycoon. Half of the police station was bought by him. The mayor and the court prosecutor did not want to see him because he had the deadly handle of these people. But at the end he felt an unprecedented emptiness, because when he came back, he had always been alone. Knocking. Knocking. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, which seemed a little urgent. "Boss, something happened to the Bullseye boss." The next morning, a long cordon was pulled up on the street. It was not the police but a group of people in black who came back, headed by Collison. "Sir, found the same crack as last time." Collison knelt down and stroked the cracked ground, solemnly said, "It seems he is here." I got up and looked around, with a little joy in my heart. In fact, there were no major clues in the police inspection report in the building last time. Under the department's own detection, clues that the police had missed were still found. And this was the guess that the young policeman thought at the time, and the blow from the blast spread to the surface and cracked it. This speculation was baseless and whimsical in the eyes of ordinary people like the police, so it was rejected by the staff at that time. But in the special department where Collison works, they specialize in handling exceptions. For them, this is not a wild card, but a completely possible possibility. At that time, all the surveillance cameras in the building were out of control, and even the probes near the periphery were partially destroyed, completely black. And this time he appeared in the Hell's Kitchen, and his instinct was telling him that he would kill the mutants and ninjas on the spot by overcoming the gangster Frank. The murderous target lives here. "Hey, what did Sumo eat today? I found out that you have never been in the kitchen. If I do, you dare to eat." At this moment, a small unvoiced sound came from the edge of the cordon. After hearing the reputation, Collison saw a young man with an Asian face pulling a little girl out slowly, and the two were talking. Soon, the two of them glanced at each other the moment they passed by, and they were all calm. Collison squinted his eyes to look at Sumo's back, and he felt something in his heart that it was really easy life. Touching the hairline on his head, a trace of sadness rose in his heart. Since he entered this department, he hasn't had a stable day. He worked day and night, and his hair fell out. This is very predictable in his early years. When he wants to go out shopping, brag or play around with friends, it's a pity that the reality is cruel. Even 365 days a year, Collison, who has been on Tenton's 12-hour non-stop, is only an 8th level agent, and he doesn't know how long he wants to get to the 9th level. Even 365 days a year, Collison, who has been on Tenton's 12-hour non-stop, is only an 8th level agent, and he doesn't know how long he wants to get to the 9th level. I didn't expect S.H.I.E.L.D. to react so quickly, beyond my expectations. When Sumo took Ji out, he saw the Marvel agent Collison, who was often active in Marvel. They were checking the cause of death of the Bullseye and others last night. It is impossible for these to alarm S.H.I.E.L.D., they should deal with some alien and alien incidents, and when should they be concerned about the gang? The only thing that attracted their attention was the battle that took place in the Frank building. Is there anything missing? Sumo was puzzled. He didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D. would only use a crack to guess. If he knew it, he would only be depressed. Sumo, I want to eat 3 pizzas and steaks. The two were sitting in a restaurant in Times Square, and Golly pouted. Sumo glanced at the menu and sneered, Okay, it looks like you eat like pigs. Liar, look at my slender figure. Jiali stood up in dissatisfaction and turned around, attracting the attention of some diners. Su Mo flipped through Byakugan, and it was true that Gali had a special physique and wouldn't be fat even if she was eating. Her posture was still light-sounding and soft, not easy to overturn. Su Mo, why are you laughing so wretchedly? Jiali said with confidence as she touched her head. Why do you say that? Su Mo didn't change her face, but was slightly surprised. Does this little loli have the same telepathy as Professor X? Can actually see his thoughts. Hey, I guess. Gali curled her lips and sat back on the chair. Sir, can I sit here? A 17 or 18-year-old girl with short hair came over with a dinner plate and asked Su Mo. Certainly. The short-haired girl thanked her and sat opposite Su Mo. Gale stared at her with blinking eyes, and said, Miss Sister, what is your name? Lorna Dan, how about you? Lorna is a European face, with obvious Germanic facial features, slightly thin body, pale skin giving a person a kind of swaying in the wind, but the green eyes reveal unyielding strength, and the black hair color makes the overall appearance. People can't help but pity. Gali, he is Su Mo, a fool. Gali pointed to Su Mo and shouted. Su Mo took the waiter's dinner plate and put it directly on the table, with a dark face and said, I don't have you for today, so be hungry. My food, give it back to me. The three of them faced each other. Seeing that they were embarrassed by each other but they were very emotional, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but smile, and then it dimmed. As an orphan, she was alone on the streets of the society for a long time, and she really envied such feelings. Eat yours. Su Mo brought the 3 copies in front of Jiali and was unhappy, and paused. After eating, I will go to the company, and then you will go back by yourself. Oh. Lorna's ears trembled, her eyes struggling and erratic. She quickly became firm, and asked timidly. Mr. Su Mo, is your company short of people? Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 30 Comic Assistant. Can I call you Lorna? Su Mo asked tentatively. After seeing Lorna nodding, he continued, we are a comic company, but I am the only manga artist, most of whom are anime producers. Do you have any work experience in this area, Lorna? Only then did he discover that Lorna's plate was not steak pizza, but the cheapest dessert, indicating that life was very difficult. As soon as the voice fell, Lorna's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head weakly and replied, I'm sorry I don't have the talent in this area. She didn't even have a technical diploma, and she was carrying a police theft record on her back. No one would let her work. Lorna just wanted to try, but the result was the same as before. She knew that those without a diploma would either go to the restaurant to be a waiter, but the most important thing was that she had no relevant documents, which meant she was a shady. It is impossible to find a job here without the support of your loved ones, unless it is illegal to go to a gang. Su Mo had no choice but to spread his hands, expressing powerlessness. He didn't just kneel and lick when he saw beautiful women. He would give money like a good person. If a friend like Peter wants to work in his company, even if he doesn't know how to produce, he can put it on the comics channel or financial management. In his eyes, there are only 3 kinds of people: the good people, the unrelated people, and the dead. Lorna only saw less than 3 minutes. It was obviously an unrelated person, and it was not worth his salary to raise someone who knew nothing. The company was not a restaurant without a waiter. Su Mo, is it okay to let her come? She won't be able to learn it. Gali didn't know what to do, she just said nice things for Lorna when she saw her. Yes, sister, you can learn. Lorna raised a glimmer of hope and said, I work very hard and learn everything quickly. Like the last straw in a drowning man, this is not an exaggeration but a fact. In fact, she lost her source of money very early. The money for this dessert was stolen by Lorna with her ability, and she was going to leave this bustling city that could not accommodate her, looking everywhere for her father's whereabouts. If possible, she still wants to live in New York. Golly, what kind of job do you think Lorna can do? Sue Mo was shocked. Jiali is not stupid and sweet, her belly is so dark that it is impossible to speak to strangers like this, which is not in the usual state. So the only problem is that this girl named Lorna Dan has something on her body that caught Garli's attention. In the next second, Jiali's words made Sue Mo's face stagnant, and he didn't expect to answer like this at all. It's your assistant for drawing comics. Well, I think you are very tired too. Don't you want to paint and update in the future? Just relieve yourself of the pressure. Gali chuckled. Sue Mo wanted to hit her a little bit. Jiali lives with Sue Mo every day, and more secrets of both parties are exposed. Sue Mo's system virtual projection will show traces when printed on paper. And this traces the original words of his painting Agord, but this trace can be seen in the eyes of ordinary people. And the system interface is invisible to ordinary people and Superman, which makes it appear out of thin air. Gali knows that she never asks. In her opinion, this is superpower. Letting Lorna be his assistant is bound to see this scene, so she will know that Sue Mo is not an ordinary person, and what is the point of Gali doing this? Looking at Garli's coquettish expression, a look that you would make a mistake if you didn't agree. Sue Mo was silent for a while, and said to Lorna, "I'm free now? Go to my house and try it first." "Okay, okay." Lorna hesitated, worried that Sue Mo would change his mind to her identity, and decisively agreed. "One more steak. This is a gift from the boss to reward prospective employees. This is a gift from the boss to reward prospective employees." Lorna watched the delicious food served. The steak was still something she remembered. She was stunned for a while, her eyes flushed, as if something was about to show. She wiped her eyes, glanced at the two people who were looking at her, and thanked them with blushing cheeks. "Thank you, this is the best gift I have received." Sue Mo didn't go to the company but took Jiali and Lorna back the same way. There were no blockades on the street and the people from SHIELD had already left, but he firmly believed that plain clothes would flood the Hell's Kitchen. Lorna looks around the room like Grandma Lu in the Grand View Garden. The building is divided into 2 floors, with a living room, kitchen, and lounge on the first floor, and 3 bedrooms and a study on the second floor. It seems that there is no way to compare with the rich, but here is a very good Western-style house in Hell's Kitchen. When the 3 of them walked into the study, Lorna found a lot of paintings on the table, as well as many painting tools. She walked up and found many exquisite patterns. Sue Mo stared at her with big eyes, and motioned to Jiali, "Now it's time to talk, what's up?" Seeing this, Gali smiled and ran to Lorna and asked gently, "Sister Lorna, are you a mutant?" In the next moment, Lorna was delighted to look at the painting and her eyes widened in astonishment. At the same time, the painting fell on the table, the biggest secret and identity were exposed, and the nervous and uneasy emotions were surging. As the fluctuation increased, a series of clang-clang sounds suddenly rang up and down the building. Sue Mo looked around, all kinds of metal products, including the keys to the trouser pocket, all tremble automatically, centering on the girl in front of him, all floating, like stars holding the moon and flying towards her. Magnetic field, metal, is Magneto's daughter? Still exactly the same. Sue Mo narrowed his eyes, the energy flow around his body began to crackle, and the air wave began to surge. He recalled carefully, and segments flashed in his head and subconsciously said, "Wonderful talent. Lorna Dan. She is indeed the daughter of Magneto King." Sue Mo thought about it, and couldn't help but complain, "This is too miserable, I can't afford to eat, what is Laowan doing normally?" "Sister Lorna, calm down, otherwise I would be very angry." Gali yelled, her eyes twinkled with purple light, and a terrifying breath erupted from her body and enveloped Lorna. Like the shadow of death, hovering on Lorna, who was in a cold sweat. She knew what the end was going to be without a doubt. Obviously there is no movement, the metal is still floating around, but there is no sense of security at all. Sister Lorna, mutants are nothing here, haven't you found them yet? You are also mutants. Lorna stared at the sphere of light circling around Sumo, and the overflowing wave and oscillation space was really terrifying. No, but we are all superpower, we can talk about it. Golly, what do you mean by manga assistant? Sumo raised his brows and asked. Sister Lorna, here you are. Giali heard the words, picked up 3 metal paint brushes from the drawer and handed them over. Control it. Giali, you can really think about it. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 31 Into the Pit. The cartoonist's assistant is usually provided by the publisher for the author. The assistant works with the author to create, and may be responsible for any aspect of the work, usually the work on the picture, and less work involving the core of teaching such as story and storytelling. But if it is an assistant hired by the writer, it is equivalent to training and teaches everything. His job is to reduce the workload of cartoonists. Generally speaking, there are more or less medium-length cartoonists. If a Sankai cartoonist like Sumo was in Dong Ying's previous life, at least 3 assistants needed to process the images. It's also a shame to copy it according to the gourd painting, otherwise Sumo would not be able to complete the 3 manuscripts before handing in the manuscript, but what about later? The projected traces just save the cartoonist's creative thinking, typesetting, and frequent adjustments of the lens. In fact, the real workload is not much less. As time goes by, Sumo will inevitably draw more comics, and he will be exhausted just by copying. Besides, this is Marvel, who knows if unexpected circumstances will delay the drawing. It is necessary to have a few cartoonist assistants, unless you learn clone technique or something, it will be too late. But the cartoonist's assistant has to observe Sumo's drawing process up close. If such an unknown drawing method is leaked out, it will still be very troublesome. Giali had planned to equip Sumo with an assistant, because Sumo would have time to play with her, but she had to think carefully about who to choose. On this day, she discovered that the genetic fluctuations in Lorna's body were exactly the same as the mutants in Frank Mansion, and at the same time, the overflowing magnetic field control made Gailey's brain flash. If ordinary cartoonists are frightened here, I saw 3 brushes rubbing on the drawing paper out of thin air, and the sound of the nib rubbing against it was gently heard. The images on the 3 drawing papers are a bit messy, specious, and in some places, there was a mess of graffiti. It was Lorna who was controlling the traces of the 3 paint brushes mapped on the 3 virtual split-screen projections to take pictures of the gourd, but the effect was very poor. Sumo rubbed Giali and said speechlessly, even if you paint at the same time, the human spirit is limited, and there is no way to do Ishin's 3 uses. Oh. Garli was a little frustrated, and she didn't expect this to happen. She thought that a few more brushes would reduce the pressure. Sumo looked at Lorna, who looked a little nervous. Now she seemed to be a frightened rabbit, and even the slightest turmoil would provoke an overreaction. Although metal products suspended in midair did not bring her a sense of security, it was better than nothing. Seeing this, Sumo said gently, Lorna, I see that your life is unsatisfactory. How about I give you a salary and you be my assistant? Hey? Didn't you say no? Giali was anxious and glared at Sumo and shouted. She said that Ishin couldn't be used for 3 purposes, so why did she call in a blink of an eye and throw me away? Fool, I can't use Ishin for 3 times, don't you know how to practice Ishin for 2 uses? You. Humph, Sister Lorna was introduced by me. Thanks to me, you won't be exhausted. Lorna ignored the dispute between the 2. She was thinking about the possibility of this job. She urgently needs money to improve her life. Ishin can still do it with the 2nd use. After thinking about it, she found that there were no other options at all. Even if Su Mo and Jia Li are not mutants, the identity of superpower still needs to be hidden. If she refuses, there is a possibility of leakage. I am afraid that she will really die before she goes out. Don't look at Jia Li's sisters so happy. Lorna can see through the black belly enough to punt the boat. The sentence just now is definitely not a joke, but a threat. Don't look at Jia Li's elder sister so happy. Lorna can see that her belly is so dark that she can hold a boat. The sentence just now is definitely not a joke, but a threat. That is to say, she can only be an assistant, and after another thought, she still has a salary, which is not too miserable. After Lorna gradually figured it out, the trembling metal products began to slowly float back to the original position, ending the shaking. For a while, the building returned to quiet. Lorna asked vigilantly, "What are you talking about?" "Of course, your salary is $2,000 a month, and the working hours are my painting time. Work with me, usually 5 hours. If it is really difficult, I can also provide accommodation for free and prepare food by myself, but the condition for living in is to clean up the daily garbage. How about it?" Lorna's green eyes flashed with joy. Such a salary can be said to be a high salary. If you can live in just part-time chores, you can get a free residence. The welfare is very generous, and it can be said that such good conditions will not be found in the future. But she had always been stubborn and felt like she was leaving the accommodation behind. She was silent for a while and said, "I can be an assistant, but I'll live outside." Lorna is a person with a contradictory personality. On the one hand, she envied such a good house to live in. It must be very comfortable. On the other hand, she was born independent and strong to face such a situation. "Lorna, I can see that the place where you live is nothing more than an abandoned factory, a hollow under the high bridge. At the same time, as a mutant, you need to hide in Tibet and be threatened forever, which is not conducive to work." Su Mo observed some moving eyes and faintly encouraged. "You might as well live down first and plan slowly later." At this point, Lorna climbed down the ladder and nodded in response, "Okay." Lorna didn't have a gift pack. After eating the dessert, she left New York with no papers as she thought. So Lorna's illegal cohabitation began. Hey! It's the sound of the brush painting on the paper again. The difference from the previous one is that there are 2 pieces of paper this time. The effect is obvious. Even if there are many mistakes, it is generally not a big problem. Su Mo sighed. Lorna lacked the basis of painting. Even if it didn't look very good to copy, he would look through the changes together at the end to strive for the best. With more practice, Lorna's Ishin second use is able to achieve a general level of painting, and this method is of great help to her ability to control metal. When he published the second issue of the magazine, he was worried about the troubles caused by many comics. "One person's energy is not enough. I will copy more than a dozen comics for you. And I won't be able to copy every single sentence in a week. This will slow down the speed of comics, and there is no time to draw new comics. To solve this method, you can only choose to cut off some of the previous comics or stop the update. This can only be a drop in the bucket, not the root cause." Now that Lorna can use Ishin to reduce the workload of 2 comics, let him have more energy to deal with the new comics. In this way, Su Mo asked Lorna to be responsible for the 2 books of Giant and Ghoul, who had no very good foundation in painting skills, and started working on 2 new comics by herself. One of the skills in one of the comics is to be able to liberate from copying comics, but also participate in the drawing of each book, so that my brain has a sufficient impression. That is. P.S. Guess what? Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 32 Play Fat Times. As time passed, SHIELD did not find the door, and the underworld gold did not break in the middle of the night. Perhaps it was because SHI. In short, the new week has slowly passed by half of the 3 people's daily routines, and Lorna has also mastered Ishin's second use, making it easier to copy. However, she also looked depressed at how the drawing could appear out of thin air. What kind of ghost power is this? Knowing that Sumo's earning from these comics alone is astronomical for her, she plans to paint seriously. Cartoonists are so popular. Sumo didn't tell her that many other cartoonists can't even afford to eat, only he can earn cramps. Seeing Lorna's serious attitude, Sumo also taught the basics of painting hand in hand, so that she could improve her painting skills. On this day, Sumo took a look at the fan value and then let Lorna continue to work with his patience and excitement, and then went back to the bedroom. Calling out the system interface, the fan value has reached more than 1.6 million points. This value makes him excited. You must know that last week there was only 1 million, and this week only half passed. It seems that the concept of fan value defined again can be provided multiple times. For example, Manmaya is a sincere fan of One Punch and can only provide 10 fan points a month, but he is also a regular fan of Attack on Titan and Tokyo Ghoul, and he can also provide 2 fans per month. Value. As long as he likes and even every book can become a fan, such people are not uncommon in comics, there are many more. Moreover, when it comes to the excitement peak contradiction plot, sincere fans can also become loyal fans. It is impossible for a person to be loyal to only one manga. At the beginning, Sean Jump once investigated the overlapping rate of fans of migrant mangas such as Dead Huohei Chuan Jiao Yao very high. It can be seen that the number of comics will increase in the future, and it is possible to have 1 million fans a day. After thinking about it for a while, Sumo said on the lottery interface, System, adjust the lottery specifications, 1 times 600,000, 1 times 500,000, 5 times 100,000. Directly 1 million at a time cannot afford to spend, wait for more in the future to talk about it. The first is 5 times 100,000. The rarity is too small, and the chance of seeing a face is very high. Congratulations to host, get the Geno's power source fragment X1. A battery with a dim light was floating in the air, and an introduction popped up at the same time. Geno's power source fragment, collect 3 to synthesize a power source, containing powerful energy, as the core of machinery and energy driving. Sumo didn't lose it, it seemed to be useful and dragged into the system warehouse. Congratulations to host, for getting a 3-dimensional mobile device. With the sound of brushing, several tools appeared on the ground out of thin air, including ejectors, transmitters, fans, main parts, gas tanks, triggers, belt structures, telescopic ropes, and a complete set of devices. The 3-dimensional mobile device is one of the military equipment in Attack on Titan. It is used to effectively hit the giant's back muscles and is very practical in comics. The 3-dimensional mobile device is one of the military equipment in Attack on Titan. It is used to effectively hit the giant's back muscles and is very practical in comics. It's a pity that it's a joke here in Marvel. Sumo put it in a garbage bag without saying anything, and put it aside for Lorna to throw it away. Continue. Congratulations to host, for getting Mikasa's red scarf. Sumo took a look at the red scarf in his hand. It has no special features. It feels silky and soft. It is purely handmade textile. It is a good scarf even in the 21st century. He put it on the table and will give it to Golly later, but he hasn't given little Lori a gift for so long. After drawing 3 impractical prizes in a row, Sumo was not discouraged. He knew that the first draw was really lucky, and now this probability is normal. Sumo continued, come again. Congratulations to host, get the Hibeo fragment X1 of Ghoul. A group of bright red flesh and blood appeared in front of Sumo. He could clearly see this group of flesh squirming from time to time, which was very active in cells. Hebeo, collect 3 fragments to synthesize Hebeo. It is an exclusive organ of Ghoul, used to store RC cells that are already in the body or after eating and supplementing. In its own state, a large number of RC cells can be released from Hebao, and the skin will form a unique predator hezi. Multiple Hebas in the whole body can become a heirloom. M and Su-mo are also put in the warehouse. Even if they are synthesized, he doesn't want to use them. The increase in strength is limited and he has to eat human flesh. Congratulations to host, for getting the fat second piece of God Delishi. In Sumo's astonishment, a group of purple cloth fell in the air and unconsciously spread it out. Driven by the male instinct, he sniffed. Yes, it is original. System, don't your heart hurt? Su-mo hurriedly threw it into the trash can, feeling that Jiali would discover that he was abnormal, and finally put it directly into the bottom of the trash bag where the three-dimensional mobile device was just placed, and took a deep breath. He never remembered this thing in comics. It seems that the scope of the lottery is not limited to the picture or the whole world exposed in a deeper level. At this point, the 500,000 draws are over. Without the skill fragments he wants, it seems that as the number of comics increases, the rarity of the 100,000 draws is almost impossible to draw. P.S. Really play fat times. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. 4 more today. Are there any more votes? Chapter 33 Passive Overlap. Lorna comes from the X-Men Sheng Sheng TV series Innate Talent, which was very popular at the time and was called Miss Polaris. You can watch it if you haven't watched it. Su-mo looked at the fan value. There are more than 1.1 million points, originally planned to be divided into 500,000 and 600,000 each. But the practical and effective rewards of the previous 500,000 draws gave him some ideas. The system, the remaining readjustment specifications, is divided into 1 time 500,000 yuan, 2 times 300,000 yuan. Su-mo thought for a while and said, since the 100,000 rarity reward is almost gone, let's take a look at 300,000. It's fine if there is a mall. It's so cool to have a direct Krypton gold. He sighed and missed the online games of his previous life. I don't have money to play F***ck recharging makes me happy. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded slightly emotional in his mind. Detected that the host is full of resentment and desire, the mall function will be launched after the system is upgraded. Su-mo heard this and said with a black face, now I am full of resentment and desire to give it away for free, can I give it? Cannot. When will you upgrade? Su-mo also knows that this is impossible, so he babbles. If there is a mall function, it will be cool at that time, but I am afraid the demand is also scary. The system upgrade conditions are unknown, please find out on your own. Yes, it turned out to be a howling head. Su-mo scorned and said depressed, let's get started. For the first 300,000 draw, the turntable began to spin. Respect to the host, get the bald cloak Saitama Fragment X2, and the ability to arm the gorilla, Sensitive Fragment X1. Saitama Fragment, collect 10 pieces to summon Saitama, and keep a friendly trust in the host. One character fragment looks like a piece of a puzzle put into the warehouse, the other is a skill fragment, the pattern is a shadow moving at a high speed, the number 3 weird from the House of Evolution, a ghost-level disaster. Su-mo is a little disappointed that the orangutan is not as good as the vaccine man, but this skill happens to be his shortcoming. After Su-mo equipped with the sensitive fragments, a green light came off the system interface and went out into the sea and flooded into his limbs. He immediately felt the body's ease. I tried my skills in the bedroom and walked on the wall with ease, but I don't know how fast it is, so I'll test it later. Such speed, strength, and defense are guaranteed, plus long-range means can be said to be an all-round development. Su-mo secretly said with joy, come again. The consumption of 300,000 fans is still worthwhile, and the second 300,000 lottery starts to spin. The consumption of 300,000 fans is still worthwhile, and the second 300,000 lottery starts to spin. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of Jinmi Research Shard X1, Mikasa Ackerman Shard X3, Saitama Shard X1, and a pair of Saitama Red Gloves. MMP, it's fragments, and it's all fragments of characters. At present, they can't be used at all. Suemo ignored the red gloves and put the puzzle pieces into the warehouse. Suemo was a little depressed. How did he feel that the appearance rate of the fragments was so high, and the skill fragments were fortunate to say, the characters had to be collected to be useful, and now they can only be left dry. The system prompts, "Host, please continue to draw." "There is 1/2,000,000 lucky draw left." Suemo muttered to himself that it must be a European, with a breezy expression on his face. "You must draw, you must draw." Congratulations to the host. Get a Genos Incinerator, Vaccine Man Package Skills, White Wave Ball Fragment X1, Sensitive Fragment X1, Regeneration Fragment X1. Several rays of light appeared in the air. The first to appear was a slender mechanical barrel. Genos Incinerator. The equipment conditions are robots and modified people. It needs to be used with Genos power source or has a high energy core. It is powerful and can be upgraded. Incinerator is the main attack method of Xenos, the exposition hero. Although he is embarrassed every time, his strength is not bad. Suemo clearly remembered that this gun would destroy the ground base of the House of Evolution. If it hadn't been for him, he would have installed it. Suemo shook his head, and had to reluctantly put the incinerator into the warehouse for future plans, and then looked at other white light groups, which contained the skill fragments he needed. Regeneration fragments. The Earth grants vaccine people a strong regeneration ability, which has a certain limit. This skill with a green cross pattern will provide Suemo with a strong endurance ability and install it directly. A warm flow of heat rushed around in the body, and the cells on and under the body were washed away by the warm current, and the vitality was greatly increased. The icon of the white wave ball has also been upgraded from 2 to 3, and the entire sphere is also one size bigger. Its power is self-evident. System. How is the sensitivity of the vaccine man the same as that of the orangutan? Suemo raised his brows and saw that the sensitive fragments were exactly the same as before, and he couldn't help but wonder. "Host, you will know it when you equip it." Equipment. The fragments turned into green light and flooded into his body. Suemo, who was too late to relax, looked at the skill panel with a surprised expression. Engraved with the word sensitive, the icon depicting a figure moving at high speed has changed from 1 to 2 in the upper right corner. This is Host, this is passive overlap. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 34 Tap. Passive overlap refers to the overlap of passive skills. Each passive skill is extracted from related characters, such as sensitivity. The two fragments have different sources. In fact, the changes to the human body can be superimposed. What's the matter with the full level being level 10? It's not that level 10 is the full version. Who is the standard for such different stackings? Suemo asked. I thought it was 2 separate skills before, but I didn't expect them to be superimposed and changed. After a systematic explanation, Suemo figured it out. The skills are all level 10 full. After the active skills reach the full level, the ultimate power of the comics can be exerted, while the passive skills can be matched with each other, and no separate module icon will appear. At the same time, if you feel dissatisfied, you can unload it. The power produced by different combinations is naturally different. If 9 of the 10 sensitive fragments are vaccine people and 1 is armed with orangutans, then the speed at full level will be weaker than that of the complete vaccine people. On the contrary, if 9 people are vaccine people and 1 is poros, it is much faster than the complete vaccine people. Understood, although the apes are worse than nothing. Suemo nodded and stared at the skill module. Currently passive skills have LV2 toughness, LV1 monster power, LV2 sensitivity, and LV1 regeneration. The active skill is only the white wave ball, which seems thin, but the power of LV3 is completely sufficient as an attack. In addition, Sumo also practices various close combat on weekdays, not to mention the masters, but the fights can be considered vivid. In this lottery, Sumo didn't know whether he should say his face was black or white. There were also skill fragments, character fragments, and objects, but it was hard to say whether it was worth 1.6 million. Sumo scratched his head. He didn't know how to express his mood. He didn't show any frustrated expression on his face. He took the garbage bag and the red scarf and walked to the living room. Sumo, what do you hide in the study, so much to throw away? The little hamster-like Giali, who was lying on the sofa eating snacks and watching the animation channel, caught a glimpse of the raised garbage bag and ran over and shouted. Did you hide a lot of food? If you didn't give it to me, you stole it yourself. Gali looked affirmative, and looked at the garbage bag, wanting to turn it over. Oops! There is also a purple fat thyme in the bag. Sumo mentions it on his throat, but there is no fluctuation on his face. He secretly said, it must not leak, otherwise it will be regarded as abnormal. Expressionless but panicked, Sumo quickly dangled the red scarf in front of Giali's eyes and said with a smile, want or not, this is a gift from me. Giali glanced at it. This was the first time Sumo had given her a gift. Her heart was itchy. She snatched the scarf directly regardless of the trash bag and looked at it. Sumo took the opportunity to put down the scarf. Seeing Giali's attention shifted, he quickly picked up the garbage bag and went out. He didn't plan to let Lorna throw it away, who knew if he would open it when he was curious, or throw it himself. He didn't plan to let Lorna throw it away, who knew if he would open it when he was curious, or throw it himself. Sumo quickly looked around the street with a guilty conscience. And looked back from time to time to see if Giali did not catch up. He took a long breath and let go of his heart. Boom! Sumo directly threw the garbage bag to the recycling bin, turned around and ran away, but as soon as her front foot left, Lorna appeared from the street entrance and saw Sumo's back with her back foot. She looked a little hurried. Lorna came out to buy painting tools. A few days ago, she used Sumo's painting tools. Now if she wants to be a cartoonist, she must have her own painting tools. She looked around and there was nothing unusual, except that she was inexplicable, and walked back behind Sumo. Not long after, a little loli was walking down the street, bounced with excitement on her face, secretly happy. The big daddy sent me to school, the nerd inside was really stupid, and one named Peter Parker looked very good. Bully, try him tomorrow. After Mindy and Damon cut their enemies, Damon sent her daughter to high school. In fact, she was too young to study, but she couldn't stand the money and brains. Mindy was admitted as a self-taught talent, and successfully became a high school freshman, but after entering, her mischievous and violent personality still existed, as if she became a school elder sister. Hey, girl, you look good, even if you are a little younger, you can come and play with us. Seeing that Mindy was small and exquisite, the gangsters surrounded him with daring hearts. One of them raised a knife and threatened. Hee hee. Mindy showed an innocent expression, walked over timidly, and said softly. Big brother, be gentle, remember to pay. Haha, do you have to pay for it? Come, come. The gang leader heard this voice really sensational, and laughed wretchedly and stretched out evil claws. However, in the next moment, the scream of "ah" came out, making the pedestrians passing by shudder, never expected to be so cruel at such an age. Mindy abolished the last half of his life, and overpowered the gangsters with 2 or 3 tricks, and then he directly got them wounded and searched for money. Cut, just get out of the gang for just that little money. Mindy kicked again and let the gangster fall beside the trash pile in the recycle bin, grabbing everywhere while struggling, and happened to grab a trash bag rope away. Crack! The contents of the trash bag rolled out, and Mindy glanced at it, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 35 Fate with Peter. In the evening, the afterglow of the sunset falls on every corner of New York, and the charming dusk always makes people linger. As the summer breeze blows, Sumo walks the street with a lolly and Gwen in his left hand. The colorful lights and all kinds of pedestrians make up the night view of New York. Sumo successfully concealed Gialli and Lorna to avoid being regarded as perverts. Otherwise, what should he do with his development plan? What do Lorna students think of him as a teacher by then? Fortunately, the above assumption does not hold. In the evening Sumo invited Lorna to go out for dinner, but Lorna refused, saying that she could handle it, and then she became addicted to drawing and practicing superpower. Sumo knows that this is actually a polite remark. Lorna is born to be strong. In her opinion, accommodation can be exchanged for cleaning and chores, and eating food for others to please is not just being kept under the fence and being taken care of. The salary is high enough, and Lorna doesn't want to do this, so she staggers dinner with Sumo. Sumo planned to go home directly after eating, but on the way he met Gwen, who was shopping and buying goods. At her invitation, Sumo took the unwilling three of Golly and took a walk on the street. "Hey, man!" Gialli kicked the small gravel, with a lollipop in her mouth, talking about it, and there was a lot of snacks in her small backpack that Gwen sent. "Sumo, I can't get out of Dr. Connors these days, so the phone call time is much less." Gwen was a little embarrassed to say that since Sumo saved people from a difficult situation in the carnival incident, especially the final eye contact was like being shot by Cupid's arrow. Therefore, Gwen has been paying attention to Sumo. He has bought the new issue of comic magazines, but he is indifferent to his classmate Peter. Sumo knows all this. Therefore, Sumo feels a little unnatural every time he meets Peter on the street. It's amazing to dig a corner, but it doesn't feel guilty to him. Sumo waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I've been a bit busy these days. New comics and new magazines have to be prepared before they can be delivered in time." Gwen opened her pink lips in a little surprise. He didn't expect Sumo to start a new comic again. Now that she is about to associate with Sumo, the comic industry should also learn more about it. Generally speaking, a cartoonist has to work together with his assistant to write a story a week. Sumo has opened 3 times now, and he also publishes new cartoons. For other cartoonists, it is a fantasy. Serializing so many would hurt your body, you can call in more assistants to complete it. Gwen said worriedly. "It's okay, I have a sense of measure, and the assistant found one too." "That's good." Gwen couldn't say anything after seeing this. After all, the relationship between the two parties has not been determined. Moreover, Sumo also understands. She can see that the person who has emerged from the shadow of the parents' plane crash is a brand new person. Gwen couldn't say anything after seeing this. After all, the relationship between the two parties has not been determined. Moreover, Sumo also understands. She can see that the person who has emerged from the shadow of the parents' plane crash is a brand new person. The two and a lolly strolled on the streets of this feasting city. Gwen looked at Gwen as her younger sister. So she always bought delicious food for delivery. And when Gailey got the benefits, she shouldn't eat the light bulb by herself, which made Gwen a little embarrassed, and it was too edible. Sumo and Gwen were given time for the two to spend time alone, chatting with each other about some interesting things they had seen, and also talked about Peter and Harry and comic magazines. Unknowingly, the atmosphere became strange, a little excited, and their breath was in each other. Permeated between. While walking, Gwen, who is usually outgoing, now looks shy and immature. With his left hand leaning towards Sumo's right hand little by little, she has to act now, who has never been in love. All this couldn't escape Sumo's feeling, and his right hand directly greeted him and grabbed the white tender hand firmly. Gwen's heart was about to jump out, and the warm body temperature of his left hand wrapped in a big hand penetrated in, and his cheeks slowly appeared crimson. Sue Mo, who had always been composed, couldn't help being stunned. Just as the two were about to have a good time, a sharp siren on the street rang from far to near, scaring them apart. Several police cars squeezed towards the bridge not far away. Sue Mo looked over and said thoughtfully, "I thought my father-in-law was going to catch me." When Gwen heard this, he slapped his hand and said, "Look at what you said." It seemed natural this time, and both of them took the first step without any embarrassment. "Go and see." "Okay, Gary, don't just eat to keep up." Sue Mo took Gwen's hand, holding the slightly jealous Gialli on the other side, and walked towards the bridge in a hurry. The change is also clear. A crane hung a school bus outside the bridge, and the river below it is deep and bottomless. In the faint night sky, there was a figure hovering up and down on the bridge, and the dark eyes that looked like a ghost flickered. Sue Mo raised his brows and saw this thrilling scene. It was him again, Norman Osborn, and Green Goblin. Secretly murmured, when others pass through Marvel, they usually meet the rich man Tony to save him from danger. How can he come here? Tony has never seen him once, but he is always connected with Peter. However, the two of the same people are slogans. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 36 Curious. Gee ha ha ha. Green Goblin, the murderer who caused the carnival terror, stepped on the flight machine and hovered over the bridge, laughing wildly. Green Goblin saw the police rushing to use a miniature missile to launch at the intersection without a word. A loud and brilliant fire illuminates the night view of New York, the sound of the explosion is deafening, and the fire waves disperse around. The cars on the bridge began to panic and collided one after another, all crowded together. Not long after, the bridge blocked the bridge and became a long boy out of sight. The people who got out of the car screamed again and again, and the scene was chaotic. At the same time, the police cars coming to the rescue also came in, so they could only choose to run on foot. The three of Sue Mo stood not far away, and Gwen panicked, what to do? The police are too late. Sue Mo comforted, this is New York, I think the neighbor is about to appear. Sure enough, a red-skinned film and television steel jungle was pediatric, sprayed with spider silk and swung over. Oh, this isn't the superhero Spider-Man! Green Goblin exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Mary Jane in one hand, and dangling the school bus rope in the other, roaring with hatred. Then choose to save the beloved woman? Or an innocent child? How about Spider-Man? No, you can't do this. Spider-Man begged, how could he abandon either side? Then I will help you choose. How could Green Goblin let Spider-Man think about it, let go of his hands without saying a word, and in a scream, the school bus and Mary fell at the same time. Omega! Gwen couldn't help closing his eyes, and the crowd onlookers heard the cry for help, and they cried out in shock. However, Spider-Man didn't just stare. First, he flew towards Mary and hugged the goddess of dreams. At the same time, the spider silk popped up and operated like a tiger and successfully rescued the children and Mary in the school bus. However, this also caused Spider-Man to become a living target in order to hold the school bus hanging in the air. Green Goblin rushed towards Spider-Man with a flight that ejected its blade. Bang bang bang! Several gunshots sounded, and the police finally stepped over the large metal net that prevented Green Goblin's flight from turning a bit, and Spider-Man escaped. It happened that a freighter passed by on the river and took the school bus. The children inside were all right. Spider-Man had no worries and fought with Green Goblin. The fighting between the two sides is getting farther and farther away from the bridge and gradually approaching the residential area. Gwen, why are you here? Director George said with horror when he discovered that his daughter was on the scene. Only then did he discover that there was a young man standing beside Gwen. He had seen him during the last carnival. The point was that the two of them were still holding hands. They felt like their own cabbage was arched by a pig, and their expressions were displeased. "Boy, every time I see you, Gwen always has trouble." Gwen stopped doing it when he heard it. He took George and shook his arm, muttering, "Dad, why do you say that?" "Director George, this can only mean that I have a relationship with Gwen." "Director George, this can only mean that I have a relationship with Gwen." Sue Mo avoids the slightest, and now the two are in a relationship. Some words can be said, besides. They are the future father-in-law. "You kid, clever teeth." George has an old face but nothing too heavy. This is the atmosphere in the United States. No one can intervene in the freedom of love. At most, parents are the guard. He observed that Sue Mo showed a calm posture in the two horror incidents. This is a rare mentality. Being the boss of a company, his economic strength is considered superior. George wasn't someone who didn't understand the truth. He could say anything if he was willing, but he just ran away like this with a little quilted jacket. George left for official duties without saying anything. The impact of this incident was very bad, which further shows that the super criminals are simply not capable of being handled by the police. When the two were about to go shopping again, Gary did not keep up. "Hey, where is Golly?" Gwen yelled anxiously when he noticed that the snack food sister was not by his side. Sue Mo patrolled around and found no trace. Unlike Gwen, he was worried about the safety of the food. He knew Julie's strength, and the criminals would not end up looking at her. "Maybe I saw something delicious and ran to steal it without saying a word." Sue Mo comforted, "It's okay, let's look for it together, this little girl must be fascinated by the food." Just as the two looked back, Garly drooled while looking at the exquisite cakes in front of the cake shop. "But what should I do if there is no money on him?" Gialli looked around, and there were a few non-mainstream youths standing in an alley, blinking eyes, and walking over. Not long after, Gialli walked back holding the sweet cake. At this moment, she saw someone in midair wearing a red Spider-Man and flung it to the next block. Golly remained unmoved, and continued to lick the cake on the cake. She didn't care about it, as long as she had something to eat. But the next moment, Garly's small eyes widened, and an incredible expression appeared. She actually saw a lowly swinging silver silk and following Green Goblin. Even if there was a female Spider-Man, she would be expressionless, but this lowly carrying tools was actually in the comics. Jiali is with Sue Mo Tenton. She is the first to finish the Attack on Titan comic, so she knows everything well. Seeing the purple-haired lowly getting farther and farther, Gialli fell into deep thought and followed for a moment. There is no food and high energy to induce her, but the tools in Sue Mo's comics make Gialli curious. Is Koss still genuine? The famous detective Golly hadn't been excited to guess for a long time, and the girl she used was the same size as her, which seemed very fun. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 37 Super Killer. In an old dilapidated building, Spider-Man was slammed down, slammed through the glass skylight with a bang, fell into it, and the ground collapsed. Spider-Man stood up strongly before he could react. A pumpkin bomb was thrown in and fell to his side, the hot flame carrying a huge wave of air and inflating a powerful impact like a big hand. Spider-Man seemed to be hit by a high-speed train and blasted into his wall, crashing rubble rolling down on Spider-Man's body. Green Goblin, who was full of evil, walked up to Spider-Man. A sudden storm attack pressed Spider-Man to keep protecting his head, and his bruised body made Green Goblin laugh loudly. "Ha ha ha, Spider-Man? Where's your fist, a good neighbor in New York? Where's your spider silk?" The ferocious gaze in Green Goblin's faint eyes was beating, and he stepped on Spider-Man's head, tore off the mask on his head, and said with hideous hatred, "Peter, you treachery bug, Harry has always regarded you as a friend and you have a secret relationship with his girlfriend. You really disappointed Harry, and I was disappointed too." With a buzz in his scarred brain, he looked up at Green Goblin's dark helmet and said in horror, "Uncle Norman. Are you Green Goblin?" Harry often invites Peter to play at home. Naturally, Peter and Norman know him. In his eyes, he should be an amiable uncle and a busy chairman of the Osborne Group. However, it is not these two identities that appear now, but super criminals who kill people without blinking and become devil. Faced with Norman's questioning, Peter was a little guilty, because it was true. In fact, Mary's attitude was ambiguous, and both Peter and Harry were played around. Green Goblin didn't care about this. The killing and anger in his heart were overwhelming. The rushing sound in his mind was like a magic sound, dominating him, took out 3 bombs from behind, stepped back a few steps, and grinned. "Goodbye, Peter Parker, goodbye, Spider-Man." As soon as the words fell, the bomb was thrown over. Peter looked at the wickedly smiling death pumpkin, unable to move at all, closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. Is this a hero? Peter likes Saitama of One Punch Man very much. He is free and powerful, which makes him very envious. Uncle Ben's death made him wake up from the comics. The comics are comics, just fantasy. He is not Saitama, and he does not have the power of a punch. Interest makes it impossible to be his heroic reason. The dilemma of life made him unable to breathe, and Peter knew that his heroic dream could only be greater ability and greater responsibility. So far, he has done it. Hearing that there will be slide-like memories before he will die, all he can think of is the finale of One Punch Man. So far, he has done it. Hearing that there will be slide-like memories before he will die, all he can think of is the finale of One Punch Man. Damn it, Suemo, why do you draw so slowly? Remember to burn some for me. Before Peter Spider-Man died, only this thought was roaring. Just as Green Goblin gradually showed a triumphant grin, he heard a shoo in the dark, a white light flashed by, and the pumpkin bomb was suddenly bounced back by something. Green Goblin was secretly surprised. No, he couldn't bear 3 blasts so close, so he had to come and roll around with a donkey. Boom! The pumpkin that passed by Green Goblin fell on the ground and exploded directly. Splashing fire and shining through the darkness of the building, reflecting a petite figure. Hey, you are Spider-Man. Being a superhero is so fun. The girl with fake purple hair, black leather jacket and black windbreaker, her face covered by a black blindfold, walked out of the shadow, with an innocent and mischievous smile on her face. Mindy looked at Peter and was slightly surprised. It was really fun that he thought he was a nerd or Spider-Man. Green Goblin narrowed his eyes and said vigilantly, "Little girl, who are you?" "Humph, I'm a superhero, a super killer girl. The criminals will be caught with their hands." With a thought, Mindy gave herself a code name, groaning and laughing. Before going to school, she was regarded as a criminal by the police, and she did not expect to become a superhero in a blink of an eye. It was really exciting. Peter, lying on the ground, shouted, "Run!" Green Goblin was furious. A little girl wanted to be a superhero and didn't put him in the eyes. An angry volcano erupted and kicked the badly injured Peter's head with all his strength. In intense pain, Peter, who was suffering from unreasonable calamity as soon as it darkened, he lost consciousness and fell into a coma. "Boy, I want to die, I will fulfill you." Green Goblin stepped on the hang glider and threw the pumpkin bomb viciously, grinning. Without changing the color of Mindy's face, he pressed down the handle on the waist, and a pouch of iron wire was ejected from it and stuck on the side wall. The gas tank on the scabbard exhaled air, driving the fan to rotate, and the small disc twisted to fix it. As soon as the cable curled up, the whole person directly panned abruptly, flashing past the pumpkin bomb. P.S. The contract has been sent, and the text of the self-promoted old book Marvel, Thanos Comes has ended, so I'm interested to take a look. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Support. Chapter 38 Three-Dimensional Maneuver. Little tricks. Green Goblin sneered, and controlled the hang glider to rush towards him, and the tip of the blade popped out, exuding a deep chill. Mindy then presses the control wrench on the handle to loosen the rope tip holder, adjusts the position and pops out the rope again, and the whole person can move at a high speed. As the gas exhaled, the fan buzzed, and under the impetus of the powerful gas, Mindy rose into the air and lay on the ceiling. "Little trick, if you can catch me, it's ugly," Mindy said cheerfully and secretly. This three-dimensional mobile device is so easy to use. She wants to become the Mikasa in the real world. Mindy especially likes Mikasa, who is extremely smart and powerful. Mikasa's performance in the comics shows Mindy. She always thinks she is very similar to Mikasa, except for Alan, who has a waste material. After Mindy picked up the three-dimensional mobile device, in just a few days, she practiced with the training methods in the comics vividly. Today is the first time she uses this device to fight, which feels really good. Then when I thought about the purple fat time at the bottom of the trash bag and didn't know what was going on, Mindy became a little bit irritated and threw a dart from the side bag. "What's the matter with this device, capable of ejecting so far? What is the core of this power?" Green Goblin muttered to himself, controlling the flight to swing back and forth. The micro-machine gun stretched out, and a dense metal storm poured out towards Minty, who was walking on the wall. Bang bang bang! The big metal net was overwhelming, and the cold breath had been placed on Mindy's neck. He quickly adjusted the belt, and the belt that was wrapped around his body became tight. It was rolled over and made on the wall, and the metal storm fell behind him again and again. Mindy moved at high speed back and forth between the pillars, avoiding bombs and bullets again and again, while Green Goblin accidentally threw a hidden weapon at the bottom of the flight's machine. Even though Mindy's strength was not strong, the hidden weapon thrown made the flight's device slightly shaken. "Damn it's kid!" Green Goblin followed closely behind Mindy, his face becoming more ugly, and his ferocious roar resounded throughout the building. Just hitting Spider-Man on the ground, there is another girl who can fly and walk quickly. Ha ha ha, ugly. The anger lost Green Goblin's mind. He became anxious when he was crazy, and he began to get confused when he couldn't wait. Mindy, who was always paying attention to Green Goblin, suddenly lit up, flashing through the bomb by moving at high speed, but flashed to the side of Green Goblin in an instant. "Hey!" The cold light flashed, and the katana raised by Mindy was violently swung down, and with a clang, the katana splashed sparks on the Green Goblin helmet. All of Green Goblin's equipment is made of rare alloys. He originally wanted to sell it to the military, but he was taken away by Stark Industries. The armor is strong enough, but the cushioning effect is not good. The inertia brought by Minty's high-speed movement is amazing. The hang-gliding wing fell directly, and Green Goblin flew upside down like a kite that dropped the line, and slammed into the wall with one head. "Oh yeah!" Mindy raised her hand in excitement and secretly said, "It's a pity that there is no audience around." And the applause on the scene did not sound, which made her a little depressed. Green Goblin peeled away the gravel from his body, his mind was messed up, his sharp voice laughed wildly, "Gee ha ha, cough, ha ha." A stream of blood was coughed up, and the poor buffering capacity was the shortcoming of this equipment and the reason why it was eliminated by the military. "Hey, why don't you surrender?" Mindy looked at the ferocious Green Goblin and gave a sarcasm. The two knives in his hand flicked a sword flower, and the bright sharp edge made Green Goblin feel extra dazzling. Green Goblin used the tattered helmet to control the induction hang-gliding wing. With a click, a small missile appeared from the base of the hang-gliding wing. This is the newly developed individual artillery shell. The explosion range is 20 meters. The high temperature of the core can instantly turn this dangerous building into dust. Green Goblin deliberately equipped with a very powerful weapon after Sumo kicked back the pumpkin bomb last time. For this reason, he also unloaded a lot of bombs. He took off his helmet, revealing a pale and squalid face with bloodshot eyes, and roared at Mindy. He took off his helmet, revealing a pale and squalid face with bloodshot eyes, and roared at Mindy. "You all want me to die, so let's die together. Green Goblin pressed the controller, the missile was ejected from the hang glider, and the strong initial velocity came to Minty almost instantly. The two were too close, not 5 meters yet, and Minty was too confident that Green Goblin had lost the ability to fight, and did not expect to have this move at all. As if time had been stopped, the missile dispelled the airwave and formed a cone shape, and Minty's pupils in front of him shrank sharply. Peter is still in a coma. Green Goblin had a triumphant expression, his eyes exuding a cruel look. Just as Minty regretted it and showed desperate eyes, a sweet voice came to the ears of the two present. The three-dimensional mobile device looks fun. At the same time, a purple sphere stood in front of Minty. Boom! A loud noise ran through the world. Impossible! Green Goblin, who was about to die together, was stunned, his eyes were flying out, and what appeared in front of him was the scorching fire that was absorbed by something. The burst that can completely destroy the building was completely sucked in by the origin that appeared in midair before reaching out, and it only made a deafening muffled thunder, like a dumb cannon. You are... Minty tremblingly looked at Jiali, who appeared in front of her, horrified and dumbfounded. She could see clearly that a girl as big as her suddenly appeared in front of her, swallowing all the energy bursting out of the missile with a single wave. Call me Gari, where did you get this set of tools? Jiali smiled and looked at the three-dimensional mobile device on Minty's body. Dare to ignore me, wait for me, I will take revenge. Green Goblin was shocked by this now, and came to his senses. The hang glider was slowly drifting closer, preparing to escape. Call out! Garly controlled the origin to move quickly and hit Green Goblin's body, completely extinguished without even screaming. Minty witnessed all this. There was no explosion, just like that suddenly the whole person was gone. His feet trembled, and Minty was in fear, and said timidly, I picked it up from a trash bag. It was really picked up. It's not a lie. Picked it up? Trash bag. Garly felt that something flashed by, but she didn't catch it. Golly, why are you here? At this time Sue Mo and Gwen heard the roar nearby and rushed over. They saw Peter lying on the ground with metal bullets and hang gliding wings scattered beside him. Jiali was looking at the little girl who had met at the Frank building last time. No, I'm helping my friends fight bad guys together. Jiali put a smile on her face, showing an innocent, simple, and lovely smile. Do you think so? Minty broke in a cold sweat and nodded wildly like a chicken. Yes, 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 she and I are good friends. A desperate cry in my heart, I'm going to die. Oh, Gari, what is her name? Sue Mo sneered. Forward. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 39 Friend. Faced with Sue Mo's sneer, Golly curled her lips. I just met today. After a pause, he pointed to Minty and said, Sue Mo, didn't you find the tools on her body? She said they picked them up. Without Jiali's reminder, Sue Mo has already discovered that this is a three-dimensional mobile device. After the device was pulled out at the time, Sue Mo thought it was useless for him. Lorna and Jiali didn't need him. They could do this kind of high-speed movement between buildings or woods. Later, I put it in a garbage bag and threw it away. Sue Mo narrowed his eyes. Now that the three-dimensional mobile device is picked up, it is natural that the fat times will also be found. At this time Sue Mo couldn't say that this device belonged to him, otherwise the lowly would miss her lips for a while, and Gwen is still here. Sue Mo coughed dryly and preached, maybe someone made it by himself, and threw it away when he found it was not used at all. Most ordinary people can't use this device, and the comics clearly state that it takes talent and hard work. Turning to Minty and asked, What's your name? Mindy Macready. Mindy knew the man in front of him, the superpower, who annihilated everyone in the Frank mansion in one fell swoop, as if killing a man with a cruel method. The current situation is almost driving her crazy. It seems impossible to leave, this big and small really makes her have no resistance. At this time, Gwen suddenly discovered that Spider-Man's true face was Peter, and he was surprised. Sumo, Spider-Man is Peter, and he seems to be seriously injured. Would you like to call an ambulance? Peter was covered with scars that seemed a bit hanging by a thread. In fact, the wounds gradually healed under Superman's recovery, which was just horrifying. Sumo looked at the two girls, their heights were almost the same. Why not let Jiali have a companion, and said, since you are friends, get along more often. After speaking, I walked to Peter to look at some of the scars and dragged him up, and said, I will take off Peter's uniform first. You can go to the clinic to buy some trauma medicine. Leave here first. The three of them walked out of the dangerous building, and the two lowly were following behind, looking at each other. Garly asked, is this fun? Mindy responded cautiously, it's okay. Although it didn't seem dangerous, she had never put down her vigilance after seeing Golly's power. Jiali was stunned, and suddenly said, let's be friends. She saw that Sumo had friends of her own. Why didn't she? Mindy in front of her seemed to be a good candidate. She also wants a small partner. Didn't I say before? What I want is a true friend. Jiali stretched out her small tender hand and spread her 5 fingers. My name is Jiali, how about you? My name is Jiali, how about you? Me, my name is Mindy. Mindy put her hands up and shook them together. She didn't know why, she might also want a partner, or it might be for other reasons. In short, the two became friends in a daze. Not long after Sumo and others left, a group of people in black rushed to the scene, and it was Collison who took the lead. Sir, according to the site cleaning, at least 5 people are here, and neither Spider-Man nor Green Goblin are located. An agent came to report the situation, put the helmet and face mask into the experiment bag, and took it back to test the DNA on it afterwards. There are also Green Goblin's helmet and Spider-Man's destroyed mask. Coulson asked thornily, are there any probes? Many of this area are dilapidated buildings and old houses without probes. The most recent one was on the street and the visible line did not scan this area. Cleaning the scene and reporting to the director is another case that cannot be ascertained. It's not that the identity information can be found by getting the DNA. The sample size is too small and the information database is missing, even SHIELD has nothing to do. Coulson came hurriedly and returned with disappointment. Next day. Good morning, Lorna. Sumo came downstairs when he saw Lorna coming in with the lunchbox and greeted her. Lorna put down the lunchbox and heard the words, showing a charming smile, good morning, Sumo. Looking around thoughtfully, he asked in doubt, golly, haven't you gotten up yet? Lorna lives here comfortably these days. There is no life like being chased by the police everywhere. Sumo and Jiali are actually good people. Besides, they can draw such good cartoons. How could they be bad people? Sumo, who was issued a good person card without knowing it, was sleepy and sullen, and said, this dead girl only came back in the middle of the night last night and went out to play with friends. Last night Sumo applied some trauma medicine to Peter and put it directly on the roof of Aunt May's house, waiting for him to wake up by himself. After Gwen experienced the story of Green Goblin and Spider-Man as classmates, he was not in the mood to go shopping anymore, so he decided to take a taxi back at the next date. Then Jiali happily and Mindy didn't know where to go to the wild. Sumo only knew that Jiali had come back in the middle of the night. P.S. Thank you. Guess what my name is for your rewarding support. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 40. Draw a cat, draw a Doraemon. It would be great if Jiali had friends. Lorna is happy from the bottom of her heart, because Golly usually doesn't have her own little friends around Sumo, and she looks like a stranger to others. Thinking of a place to stay, a high-paying job, and a comfortable place to live are all down to what Golly said. Even though there was some unpleasantness in the middle, luckily Lorna and the two became friends. Yes. Sumo has some feelings. It would be a good thing for Golly to have a partner. It would be boring to watch the children's animation channel at home every day, and there is no ecstatic bear. Humph, are you talking ill of me? Jiali said with a certainty, piercing a small head from the crack in the door of the slumber. Sumo heard this and walked to the bathroom with Jiali in one hand and threw it in. Go and wash your face. When Jiali picked up the breakfast Sumo bought, she saw that they had already drawn the sketches in the study, and she had to lie down on the sofa and watch TV reports. Welcome to the American Morning News. Here are the latest news in recent days. Norman Osborn, chairman of the Osborn Group, has been missing recently. Many people think of Stark Industries. There is no news from either of them. Last night, there was a terrorist attack on the Brook Bridge. The super-criminal Green Goblin fought with Spider-Man, who came to rescue. The result is unknown. But this morning, witnesses saw Spider-Man still active in New York. The military dispatched large-scale personnel with advanced weapons and equipment and exploded in the desert. The purpose is unknown. 5 astronauts started boarding the airship this afternoon, approaching the universe storm to obtain a large amount of data, to crack the secrets of human genetic inheritance, and use it to benefit the entire mankind. I wish them guy back soon. The news that the host reported one after another made Jiali lack of interest, and she was boring after watching it on the children's animation channel for a few moments. Jiali is completely nourished by Sumo's taste, and can't be seen at all by ordinary manga and animation. Jiali quietly walked to Sumo's side with her feet and poked her head out to observe, listening to the sound of pen-paper contact. This is a new manga, and the protagonist seems to be called Kurosaki, carrying a big kitchen knife on his back. So funny. Jiali raised her brows and chuckled secretly. Why don't you go and play with Mindy? Sumo asked indifferently without turning his head back. Sumo knew that Jiali was only curious and watched a few times, but she wouldn't be impatient and stare all the way through the painting process. When Jiali heard the words, her face was pulled, her mouth was pouting, and her head fell dejected. Mindy has gone to school. I made an appointment with her not to disturb her when she goes to school. Mindy is usually naughty, and school is also very noisy. Damon sent her in because she wanted to do a personal job in the future, so she still has to learn. Garly had no choice but to express her understanding. Who would call them good friends? Going to school? Or I will send you to school too, with Mindy. Sumo had a flash of inspiration when he heard the words, put down his paintbrush and turned his head and said to Jiali, so you won't disturb her. He felt that it was not a problem for Golly to stay on the sofa all day long. Okay, I'm going to call Mindy, I'm going to see her at school. Jiali became excited, and the school seemed to be fun. Okay, I'm going to call Mindy, I'm going to see her at school. Jiali became excited, and the school seemed to be fun. At this time, Lorna also put down the paintbrush, and suddenly interjected, it seems that the school does not allow eating in class. Can you hold it back for so long, Golly? After spending so many days with each other, Gail eats all the time during the day. In Lorna's view, this should be a negative effect of superpower or simply supplementing the ability to increase physical strength. What? When Golly heard this, she covered her mouth with her hand, and stared at the boss. She couldn't believe that there was still no place to eat in the world. To her, it is hell. No, the Lord of Hell is not as strong as her father. It should be said that life is worse than death. Sumo nodded and said, yes, you can't go to school anymore. Woo. Jiali whimpered a little, but she was so uncomfortable that she couldn't go because it was so fun. She went back to the sofa and sulked herself into eating and drinking. Sumo and Lorna looked at each other, shook their heads, and continued to draw the gourd, but it didn't take long for Golly to pan in slowly. Golly, what's wrong? Hey, Sumo, tell you something? Suemo asked. What? I want to paint. Suemo touched his head and stroked Jiali's forehead, and said depressed, I don't have a fever, why don't I have a clue? Puff haha. Lorna, who was next to her, burst into laughter. It was fun to live with these two people. Golly exploded, her purple hair stood up. Suemo. Wait, you can't stand it just by looking at my painting. Isn't painting a joke? Suemo frustrated and went back, telling the truth. I want to draw comics. It's so boring, I will paint. Jiali lay directly on the floor and rolled around with grievances. Get up, you didn't touch the floor at all, just hanging in the air, without any sincerity. Suemo had a dark face and unceremoniously exposed this papilli. You promised. What do you say? What's the picture? Asked Golly in surprise. Draw a cat. A Doraemon. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Support. Chapter 41 Desperately Black. What leaped on the paper was a round head, 3 pairs of thin beards, most of the body filled with blue, and a small bell tied around the neck. It looked similar to a cat, but if you look closely, it doesn't look like a cat without ears. Lorna glanced over. This style of painting was completely different from the previously released and new comics, with a little fresh style. Garly is a little confused, is this cat crippled? But it looks so cute. Doraemon, come and help me. The picture on the second page shows a flat-looking boy with glasses running to the house with tears and shouting. Doraemon? Lorna muttered, this name is so strange, how did you get it? Who is it called? Then the picture below appeared, and the creature that looked like a cat and was not a cat just spoke. Lorna immediately realized that it was Doraemon. By the way, Suemo seemed to be talking about drawing a Doraemon, which means that Doraemon is actually a machine. Then Jiali and Lorna looked down. It turned out that the little boy was Nobita. He was always worried about the exams but ran home to let Doraemon make some tricks. Seeing that, Lorna started to speculate in the future whether this mechanical cat would help Nobita to cheat with high technology. The following is the introduction of Doraemon, from the invention of Nobita's great-great-grandson in the 22nd century, who used the time machine to send the Doraemon to help his grandfather Nobita. So in the background of the comics, Doraemon embraces high-tech for more than a century. Seeing this, Lorna has some expectations for the next plot. What is the technology that is a century ahead of it? What about the future world? On the contrary, Golly curled her lips, what could happen after more than a century? Can you become a god? As the most advanced family in the universe, Gale has a high degree of arrogance. He believes that the development level of the Earth would not be able to fly out of the galaxy in the 22nd century. Not to mention the gods. There is a mere robot cat, and Gary is a little lacking in interest, but she still keeps watching. After all, this is a comic to be drawn in the future. But the more I looked at my eyes, the more I was about to fly out. A trace of cold sweat emerged from my forehead. I wanted to snarl at Suemo, what kind of high? I saw Doraemon's hesitant face and finally took out a piece of bread from his pocket when Nobita cried and made troubles and hanged himself. Memory bread. Nobita, since you begged me like that, you have to do so. This is the bread of memory. Just press the bread on the book, and after the word of the book is printed on the bread, you will eat it, so that you will remember the text. Doraemon's round hands held up the bread and explained the purpose. Hearing the words, Dakshang took the book with excitement, pressed bread on it and ate it hurriedly. A paragraph of text appeared in his mind, and he easily memorized the text backwards. Hearing the words, Dakshang took the book with excitement, pressed bread on it and ate it hurriedly. A paragraph of text appeared in his mind, and he easily memorized the text backwards. It's amazing. If I had this bread, I wouldn't have to sneak into the library when Tenten was a kid, and I was beaten by an old wicked woman. Lorna remembered that the black household couldn't even go to school. And she would often sneak into the library to read books in order to live in the future. She was envious. It would be nice to have such a Doraemon. Unlike Lorna, Golly was dumbfounded. You are not high-tech, it is black technology, it is impossible to have this kind of bread. Jiali had never heard of memorizing words after eating a piece of bread in universe, and shouted out of righteousness. Su Mo was amused. The black technology all over the Marvel universe actually said that others are black technology, and he couldn't help but laughed. Shit. Although he laughed, Su Mo knew that this was black technology, which was blacker than most of Marvel's technology. The black is desperate. From the comics, the props that Doraemon took out of his pocket have no logic at all. For example, this memory bread, how does a piece of bread have something to do with the text? There is no causal connection between the front and the back, unreasonable technology. Even if Marvel technology is black, it cannot escape the laws of physics. His black comes from some peculiar materials. Composed of these materials, it becomes black technology. But the principle of the biggest concept of these black technologies is clear, and there are traces to be found, such as vibrating gold and Edmond alloy. The material is sturdy, so the shield is also sturdy, very simple reasoning. However, Doraemon still has some props that comply with technology, such as any door, which is actually a connecting device between two spaces, using warp space to realize the connection of space. Such similar props still exist in Marvel. The most obvious is the universe Rubik's Cube, which is the space gem. Closer to home, Su Mo was too lazy to respond and just flipped through Byakugan, and the comics continued. Golly's cheeks slammed, and she realized that she was thinking too much. After all, it was only a comic, it was a fantasy and couldn't be taken seriously. After Su Mo finished painting this sentence, he asked Jiali, "Do you not paint?" Jiali did not refuse. The characters in it were so interesting, and the low demands on the painter were just what she wanted. "I draw, nah, let's make a Doraemon and make it out, okay? I will send you a real one later." Boast. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 42 Friends Mank. Jiali was waving the paintbrush and rubbing against the white paper, and the story of Fat Blue gradually unfolded under the pen. Su Mo stood behind Jiali, looking down and watching the sketch. Jiali has no foundation, so he paints more bluntly. This is also due to the warm and daily themes like Doraemon, and there are few movements in the painting. If it is replaced by a hot-blooded comic, even if it is copied, the reader will seem to feel uncomfortable. Dudu. Su Mo picked up the phone and glanced at it. It was Uncle Andy. Then he walked out of the study and left Jiali and Lorna alone. Su Mo, the manuscript will be delivered tomorrow. The day after tomorrow will be Monday, the day when the third juvenile jump will be released, Andy on the other end of the phone said anxiously. I didn't mean to open a new magazine before. What is the situation now? Andy wanted to call and ask questions these days, but worried that Su Mo would be disturbed. Now the days are approaching and he has to call. After all, new comics and new magazines have to be negotiated. Well, Uncle Andy, come and lie down. I'll talk to you about new comics and new magazines. Su Mo said. After hanging up, he checked the sketches on the desk that had been read from the study and put them in the living room. Before long, Andy arrived. Andy hadn't even turned it over when he saw several piles of thick paintings placed separately and was surprised. Su Mo, how many books are you going to open? 6 books, no, it should be said that they are 7 books. Su Mo was plain keyed. You're crazy. Don't die. Hearing this, Andy couldn't help raising his voice, leaning forward, worrying and caring. This is absolutely impossible. Your parents are gone. Now my uncle wants you to treat yourself well. Of course, how could I make myself exhausted? I said I have an assistant. Sumo looked back at the study room and revealed a crack in the door. He had expected, "Come out." Lorna and Giali came out of the study with awkward and polite smiles, and the two who wanted to eavesdrop had to say hello to Andy. Andy didn't expect that there were still two people hidden here, both of whom were girls, staring at Sumo with profound gaze. Sumo knew what he was thinking without even thinking about it. He said seriously, "These two are new serial comics of this issue of Shonen Jump. Different from the previous ones, these two books are very long." Andy picked up a stack of sketches and flipped through them. He scanned them very quickly, and exclaimed, "This setting is really not easy, but it takes a long time to unfold it slowly. Of course, both books are estimated to have nearly 700 words, which is very long, so this is a slow comic." Sumo explained. Of course, both books are estimated to have nearly 700 words, which is very long, so this is a slow comic. Sumo explained. What? 700 words? Andy's face changed drastically, exclaimed. Except for the government-published Captain America, there is no more comic book than this. Sumo didn't change his face, shrugged, and said calmly, "I have it now, and there will be more than it in the future. I really can't understand you. Is such a long comic unpopular in the market? So sure." Andy knows that the current market is fast-paced and hot-blooded. Sumo's first 3 comics caught this point at the beginning, making reading a lot of fun. And these two? To be honest, Andy is really not very optimistic. Although the setting is good, I am afraid that it will be dragged to death by the long page. Sumo had long expected Andy to say that. The current comic market is influenced by him. Most comic artists will not be able to jump out of the pit of heroic themes for a while, but it is a good player to follow the trend and set it up. Now the hottest is Captain One Punch, which completely puts Saitama on his hair and turns into Steve's big fight against Hydra, and the popularity was quite high at the time. Wait and see, I have never lost my confidence. Sumo waved his hand and shook the other 2 stacks of paintings. Andy only judged by naked eyes that there was a big difference between the weight and the previous ones. Now let's talk about the new magazine, which is also on sale with Shonen Jump, the weekly. What is it called? Friends Mank. Zion Mank is the first full-color weekly magazine of original comics in Daxia in the past life. It is praised as Daxia's Jump by authors, readers, and people from all walks of life. Due to the national conditions and social atmosphere of the 2 countries, the issuance volume cannot be compared at all, and it is more comprehensive than the Jump scope. Jump focuses on hard work, friendship, and victory, which signifies that it is full of passionate blood, while the Friend Mank promotes sharp illusion and cuteness. It can be seen literally that it is omnipotent. Most categories are can contribute. So the comics placed here are very different from Jump. This is the draft of this issue of Zion Mank. Andy picked up 2 drawings, one with a blue cat on the title page, and the other with a sudden change of style and becoming realistic. It was a strong man wearing glasses and raising his gun. From the background, you can see some Iron Men surrounded. Come up. It seems that you were really prepared. Andy couldn't help but smile after the flip. Someone bought these 2 books with your current reputation. If you treat these 4 as the first release, I'm sure no one will read them at all. Now the market is too deformed, but Sumo has become a brand name with his epic work. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 43 I'm Bald and Stronger. Andre is a comic editor, and his comic company is also one of the best in the industry. Since the release of Shonen Jump, the company's magazine sales have been declining. He admits that the 3 comics of Jump are indeed rare comics, but he does not believe that there will be no collapse in the future. The authors of the 3 comics are all the same person, and they are the bosses of the company, so assistants will be necessary to assist them. At that time, there will be changes in style and the quality will definitely decline. At that time, Andre hired the Navy to attack Marvel Comics and pulled it down from above. Thinking of this, Andre, who was walking on the commercial street, had a smile on his face, and just at this moment, the front began to be noisy. The bookstore in front was crowded with many young people, and it seemed very lively. Why is it so lively? Andre squeezed in with a question. Could it be some popular comic? But I kept engraving, my face was directly dull, almost all the readers were holding Boy Jump and flipping through it. 2 new comics have been published, and Marvel has also published a new magazine. The reader who bought it first yelled and folded back to the shelf again. Come on to a copy of Mild Friends. The people in the line rushed forward, and the noise was even worse. Andre looked ugly at the big posters on the walls on both sides of the bookstore. They were a fox with 9 tails and a hollow monster from the former Hungarian. On the left is Naruto and on the right is Shinigami. The author's label is Sumo. He didn't expect to serialize 2 books on the basis of 3 books. This is completely beyond the reach of manpower. It must be painting on behalf of others, that's right. Andre didn't diverge in his heart, but secretly convinced. Sir, I think you've been stunned to jump, are you going to buy it? An employee handed over the comic magazine, and there was another magazine at the same time. Andre didn't speak, he hesitated for a moment and bought it. He wanted to see the new comics and new magazines with his own eyes. Sumo is not a god, how can he guarantee a high level in every book? Opening the seal, Andre noticed that the names of the authors of the 3 comics began to change, and there was an extra name behind Sumo, who wanted to be the comic assistant. After flipping the jump, Andre held Friends Mank with a blank expression on his face. Boss, we need to fight back. I have observed that Marvel Comics are overwhelming. If we don't take action, I'm afraid. Couldn't any of the company's cartoonists surpass it? No. Really? In this case, I will ask someone to deal with it. Really? In this case, I will ask someone to deal with it. After hanging up the phone, Andre looked at the magazine with a happy face, and said secretly, the boss is a gangster, Asian boy, you are done. Andre, who was secretly pleased, bumped into someone. He looked up, squinted his eyes and smiled and said, Edward, you are here too? Would you like to read some of our company's comic reviews? Edward laughed happily. If he might have agreed before, now. Sorry, even if I don't look at it, I know that your company still doesn't want to innovate. Okay, let's wait for you not to paint hero themes. Although the new classifications of ghoul and giant are successful in the market, more people are not prepared to follow the trend, and they are really afraid of white painting. Edward didn't give Andre much face, so he patted his shoulder and squeezed into the bookstore to start with the comic magazine. Andre turned to leave with a green face. Edward put 2 comic magazines on the table and turned on Twitter to prepare a once-a-week comic commentary. The story of One Punch Man in the new issue of the comics gradually unfolded. In the last episode, a weird organization, the House of Evolution, appeared. This issue is a detailed description of the dragon-level weird, Ashura one-horned fairy. The depiction of the battle between it and Janosch is vivid under the super-high painter, and Edward has not seen such a fight for a long time. Next, Saitama wants to expose his training methods, and Edward is more and more ticklish in his heart to know what kind of training has made Saitama today. Listen, no matter how hard Genos is, he has to grit his teeth and persevere. It took me 3 years to practice like this. Listening to Saitama speak solemnly in the comics, Edward's heart is mentioned in his throat. It has only been 3 years. This shows how cruel this training is. Edward swallowed, then turned to look, his eyes widened suddenly, and he read out in excitement. 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and a long-distance run of 10 kilometers. I'm bald and stronger. After reading, the louder and weaker Edward's high voice became, he was as dumbfounded as the Genos 3 in the comics. In the end, Isn't it the supermarket sale day today? Saw Thomas roar. Another weird person was seconded. Edward stroked his forehead with his hands. I can't take it seriously, as usual. P.S. Recently there have been 4 shifts, please support. There will be more and more comics in the future, and some good things in it may be missed, so everyone can remind you in the book review. Or every time a comic appears, you can talk about what the comic is worth drawing. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 44 Naruto. However, some fans who are addicted to comics still experiment quietly. What if they really become stronger? Peter Spider-Man, who was squatting on the roof of a high-rise building, was eager to see this place and looked around. Although no one did it in broad daylight, it was still a bit embarrassing. Peter condensed his thoughts and prepared to practice secretly at night, still thinking that baldness can really bring power. Last time he was defeated by Green Goblin, so Peter, who desperately wanted power, fell into deep thought. Then I flipped up the following content, and a new character appeared in the 12th chapter. Under the depiction of the screen, the speed called Sonic seemed to be very fast. What disappointed him was that this period was over with one punch, and there was a long wait. This issue of Attack on Titan and Tokyo Ghoul made Peter look a little uncomfortable. The first part described what happened to Mikasa in childhood and let Mikasa know that the world is cruel. The latter one made him even more horrified. The newly appeared gourmet ghoul, Yu Shangzi, described in the picture that the restaurant opened by this person provides various types and different types of human cuisine. Suemo, it's a pervert, is it all drawn like this? Peter's ideas are extremely incompatible with the world shown in Ghoul, only a few hastily flipped through to see the new comics. The colorful title page is in the dark night, a huge fox wreaks havoc in the village. The fox that made him notice has 9 tails and looks very vicious. There is a comment beside it, Peter murmured. In the old days, there was a demon fox that harmed the world, including 9 tails. When the fox waved, it caused a landslide and tsunami. There was a ninja who sacrificed his life to seal him up, and died on his own exhaustion. This ninja was called the 4th generation Naruto. Naruto? Ninja? Is it Dongying Ninja? Peter murmured softly and turned to the next page. This is the beginning of the text, and the headline is simple and clear, Uzumaki Naruto. It should be the protagonist's name. At the beginning of the manga, someone appeared in front of an old grandfather and shouted, Master Naruto, Naruto is playing a prank again. He actually painted on the Naruto stone statues of the past. This old man should be Hokage, he sighed. That kid is making trouble again. Peter's interest was immediately raised. The mischievous protagonist is rarely seen in the comics. After reading down, Naruto didn't know that he was wrong after being found out, but was rather proud. Others couldn't do it, but he did it, which shows that his very powerful inference made Peter chuckle. Peter doesn't hate such a protagonist. On the contrary, this kind of unassuming and energetic protagonist is more popular with Americans. Then Naruto was tied back by the teacher Iruka, in order to punish him for a surprise test, transformation technique. It's interesting, this transformation technique, ha ha ha. Naruto became not a teacher, but an excellent seduction technique, which made people squirt a nosebleed. Peter couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Afterwards, Iruka asked Naruto to clean up the graffiti on the Naruto statue, but Naruto said that he was alone. Just this sentence, Peter's heart was throbbing, is an orphan? And Naruto shouted with confidence in the ramen shop, I will become Hokage, recognized by the whole village. And be the strongest Hokage that surpasses all generations of Hokage. Dream. Dream. Peter raised his head and looked at the blue sky. His dream was to save more people, and he didn't seem to have any confidence in Naruto. It seems to be a positive comic book. Edward in the building in the distance nodded and took a sip of coffee. Then the plot suddenly changed. Naruto, who failed the clone technique exam, was swinging alone in the distance. There was a huge contrast with the excitement of his classmates who passed the exam as Jainin. At the same time, there were people talking from a distance. This kid failed again. It's better, it would be terrible if you can be a Jainin in this way. Edward frowned. This mischievous teenager not only had no father and no mother, but was isolated by the village. A heavy heart filled his heart, and Edward continued to watch. Under Mizuki's persuasion, Naruto stole the sealed book. In fact, Mizuki wanted to transfer the responsibility to Naruto himself and wanted to escape with the sealed book. Iruka chased after him, and Naruto was even more convinced that by learning the above ninjutsu, Naruto would graduate, and just then Mizuki revealed a shocking secret. Naruto, you are the demon fox. You killed Iruka's parents and you were the one who destroyed the village. The regulations that must not be revealed these 12 years ago. So it is. Edward suddenly realized that he would be isolated. Many people in the village had grudges with the demon fox. Naturally, as a sealed container, Naruto did not suffer from Byakugan. So in order to get the attention of others, he played a prank, and the seemingly indifferent heart was actually very painful. The story continues. Naruto collapsed after hearing it, and Mizuki even took the opportunity to throw a huge shuriken to kill him, but at this moment Iruka flew in front of Naruto. At this time Edward also saw the role of transformation technique in the battle. It was so ingenious. I am afraid there are more ninjutsu that hasn't been shown. He couldn't help admiring the imagination of the author Suemo. In the manga, Iruka is embarrassed and forced by Mizuki under a tree, behind which is hiding Naruto. Iruka, you are too stupid. If you learn the above ninjutsu with that monster nature kid, you will do all the bad things. No, Naruto focused and worked hard. Although he was a little bit naughty, he is still Konohazuzumaki Naruto. Iruka yelled solemnly, denying Mizuki. And Naruto couldn't help crying in the back, tears streaming down his face, when he saw Edward's eyes, who were usually stubborn, started to moist. It is always true feelings that move people. I think I am still affected after reading thousands of comics. Edward wiped the corners of his eyes and sighed from the bottom of his heart. At the end of this sentence, Mizuki was about to kill Iruka, but was defeated by angry Naruto with multiple shadow clones. Iruka saw Naruto wearing his forehead protector. It's over? There are 60 pages of this sentence, only one sentence. Edward saw that Iruka took Naruto to eat ramen in the end, and flipped over another new manga. Then I opened the document on the computer, and the keyboard crackled. Every time I saw a good comic, I wrote the comic comment first, put it aside, and then watched other comics, so as not to affect my subsequent perception with emotion. This is his habit for many years. There is no doubt that this is a moving and laughable comic, Edward can conclude from the first chapter. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 45 Burn incense and worship Zeno. Xavier Talented Youth School. This setting is interesting. After Professor Charles finished teaching, he alone picked up the 2 comic magazines that Chin had just bought. One of the comics made him shine. Kurosaki is a high school student, and he likes to fight nosy teenagers. In fact, he has been able to see his soul since he was a child. On this day, he ran into a girl who called herself Shinigami, from Soul Society to Karakura Town, Rukia Kukaki, who came to Karakura Town to exterminate evil spirits. When the two met, there was an advanced spell named Kid that only Shinigami could use. Then Rukia used lame paintings to describe the emptiness and the hole, Shinigami's duty. It was at this time that the imaginary appeared, and Charles looked at it. It was the same as Kurosaki in the comics. At first, he thought it was a human appearance, but he did not expect it to be a monster. Rukia fell into a bitter battle. In order to protect his family, the Kurosaki family let Rukia stab himself and became Shinigami resolutely, swinging a big knife and hacking to death. At the end, this juvenile jump ended. Professor Charles closed the magazine and thought to himself, Shinigami now seems not as moving as Naruto, nor is it as humanistic as Ghoul and Giant, but very similar to One Punch. It's not a one-shot spike, but it's full of wild and uninhibited things from start to finish, and the soul setting inside is still eye-catching. Charles always feels that the spiritual heart comes from the soul, and this cartoon tells the story of the soul, which inspires him a little bit. After thinking about it for a while, Charles flipped up Friends Mank, and what came into view was a white and blue cat. This is very educational. When I saw that Nobita did not show up on the exam, he went to Shizuka to show off his super memory first. Because of eating too much, he didn't remember anything with diarrhea. The black technology in the animal biscuit and spy wars that followed was not what Charles thought, but the meaning behind it. There is no passion, no attention to the nature of the world, only happiness and the educational principles behind the story. This is a comic that can accompany countless people through their childhood. Charles defined from this, his mind moved in the heart of the fluctuating call, Chin. Professor, what's the matter? At this moment, Qin Zheng was flipping through the comic magazine, and bought a copy when he bought it for the professor, feeling the words of the professor's heart in his mind. Professor, what's the matter? At this moment, Qin Zheng was flipping through the comic magazine, and bought a copy when he bought it for the professor, feeling the words of the professor's heart in his mind. I have time to buy 10 more copies of Milk Mank. 10 books? Why is this? I think kids need it, especially kids like Jenny. You can read the manga called Doraemon. Jenny is the youngest girl in school, only 8 years old. Okay, Professor. After Qin cut off the bridge of mind, he began to read. Clatter. Charles knocked on the table lightly, read the 3 episodes of Terminator, shook his head, and said depressed, how do you feel that there is nothing to watch? Suemo drew so many comic books with unique points of view, but this Ben looks very ordinary. It describes a future world. The world is already controlled by robots. The robot wants to completely occupy the world and drive mankind to an extinction, but it encounters Connor, the human elite who resists stubbornly. As a result, the Terminator robot T-800 was ordered to return to 1984 to kill Connor's mother Sarah with the purpose of destroying Connor's birth. This time-traveling setting is not uncommon in Charles's opinion. Many heroic comics are involved, so it seems that this comic is a little unremarkable. Charles was a little confused, it was too ordinary. And Suemo, who was far away in Hell's Kitchen, would have laughed if he knew Charles's thoughts. The Terminator is a famous science fiction film series in the United States in the past. When the famous film magazine Film Weekly selected the most collectible film in the 20th century, this film ranked first with the highest number of votes. This is inseparable from the strong American style of individual heroism and excellent film balance and perfect special effects. The above are all film achievements. Of course, its silent comics are not very interesting. Special attention is that Marvel Universe is now in 2008, and science fiction elements are flooding everywhere. Naturally, it seemed unremarkable. Suemo did not publish this comic to earn fan value at all, but to extract Skynet from it. Now he is burning incense and worshipping Zeno, ready to start a new round of lottery. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Recently it has been 4 more. Chapter 46, 1 million points lottery. Late at night. Suemo, why have you been in the bathroom for so long? Jiali knocked on the door and muttered. Suemo rubbed his hands vigorously in the sink, feeling out of breath. Kide, what can I do? Crunch. Suemo wiped his hand towel and walked into the bedroom, making Garli's cheeks bulge. It felt a little weird. Could it be that he just crawled out of the pit? Suemo, who was secretly guessed by Jiali, was sitting in a chair with a squeeze, and the system interface popped up in front of him. The fan value indicated above happened to be more than 2 million. I used 1.6 million midway last week, and it has been saved until today. Su Mo was a little nervous. This time he tried a $1 million lottery, but he didn't know what would happen. System, adjust specifications, 1 million at a time, 500,000 at a time, 300,000 at a time, and 100,000 at a time. Adjusted, is it a lottery? Start. The first is the second 100,000, Su Mo will first see what he can draw now. Congratulations, host, get Nobita's glasses. A pair of glasses appeared in the air out of thin air, and then was thrown into the trash can. Congratulations, host, got the uniform of the investigating corps. A set of clothes floating in the air, a light brown jacket, and a light green cloak with a shield and overlapping wings. Su Mo didn't throw it away but put it on the table, and gave it to Jiali to dress and play by herself, because he suddenly found that Jiali liked Kos. The other day he played with Mindy in three-dimensional maneuvering around. The 200,000 draws are all items, and the value is very cheap. Su Mo estimates that the 100,000 draws are out of stock. Don't think about it next time. This time it is a 300,000 lottery. Congratulations to host, get Jinmi Research Fragment X2, he pack Fragment X1. A group of dull meatballs and 2 pieces of puzzle pieces appeared, and Su Mo dragged them to the warehouse without saying a word. Next is the 500,000 draw. Su Mo whispered secretly, the usual $500,000 lottery can be said to be true, and it is not a loss. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Ashura Unicorn Set Skills, Strange Power Shard X1, Sensitive Shard X1, Ashura Mode Shard X2. 2 passive skill fragments and 1 active skill fragment. Strange power fragments and sensitive fragments turned into red and green rays respectively and poured into Su Mo's body, making people comfortable as if soaking in a hot spring, and he took a deep breath. Strange power fragments and sensitive fragments turned into red and green rays respectively and poured into Su Mo's body, making people comfortable as if soaking in a hot spring, and he took a deep breath. The strange power level is now 2 levels, all of which are dragon level disaster fragments, while the agility is at level 3, and one of the fragments is only a ghost level disaster. The crimson light emitted by the remaining fragments of Ashura mode made Su Mo a little uncomfortable with the unusually coquettish appearance. Ashura mode fragments, great anger brings terrifying strength. The more fragments, the stronger the strength, but at the same time it will lose your mind. Su Mo touched his chin. Isn't this the violent thing he used to say in previous lives? Since it is an active skill, install it first without losing money. The fascinating light turned into a meteor and entered Su Mo's mind. A new icon appeared in the system skill panel, and it was an invisible monster roaring. But the more he looked at it, the more familiar he became, and he couldn't help asking, System, why are these patterns a bit familiar? Host, these patterns come from your own memory, these are just shapes. The rage pattern comes from the summoner skill Rage of the Glory of the King. I would rather not think about it. Su Mo was a little depressed. He didn't expect the system to collect materials directly on the spot. Then he immediately became energetic, and said excitedly and nervously, Start, the lottery is 1 million. 1 million times is his biggest consumption since the lottery. This time he took half of the total fan value just to see what it costs so much. When there are only more than 60,000 fan points left in the blink of an eye, the system dial starts to spin quickly. The awards of the turntable have been dark, and can only wait for the system to report. Congratulations to host, for obtaining Artificial Intelligence Skynet Shard X2, Multiple Shadow Clone Shard X5, Konoha Forward Protector 1, Genos Power Source X2, Jinmi Research Shard X2, Saitama Shard X1, Rukia Skill Shunpo Shard X1, 1 of Bakud, plug. Several rays of light flashed abruptly, all lined up one by one. Hiss. Su Mo took a deep breath, his breathing increased slightly, the violent beating sound of his heart was directly transmitted into his ears, and his limbs were a little numb. Except for the useless forward protector, this is really a great gift. A fan value of 1 million points is too affordable. After a moment of crazy excitement and joy, Su Mo calmed down a little under the urging of the system. The synthesizable item is detected, and it is being synthesized automatically. I saw a dim battery flew out from the warehouse, and 2 batteries flew out of several rays of light, and then the 3 batteries collided together. In the dazzling brilliance, a gleaming blue energy sphere completely different from the battery, with a light flesh-colored shell connected to a few wires. Genos power source, it is the core energy device of Genos. The super energy can release an unparalleled destruction cannon. It can be upgraded through power source fragment and has a limit. 4 changes are over, please ask for flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. Chapter 47 tired and boring to copy. I also thought that there was a burning power source in the warehouse. Su Mo raised his hand slightly to hold the azure energy ball, a slight cooling sensation flowing in the palm of his hand. There was no sensation of hotness. Genos is a remodeled person, except that the brain is an original product, everything else is library. At this time, the light of the prize has disappeared, but the power source is not the heart of Genos. It is only used as an output device, and it can even carry multiple, which is usually mounted on the arm and used with the incinerator. This is Su Mo's understanding of power sources, and it will be a big change. Before the fragments of the power source, the battery burned down the thin tube, but it seemed that he couldn't use it now. The power source and the incinerator must be carried on the robot or the modified man. Su Mo did not have an Iron Man suit. Finally, he put it in the warehouse. The Terminator should be able to carry the power source and the incinerator. Lost, everything is shown in front of Su Mo's eyes. The Skynet fragments look like discs, all black. But this is in fragmented form. After the full version, perhaps Jin Huiyan and Saitama's fragments are dragged into the warehouse. Su Mo puts his sight on the Rukia skill Shunpo fragment. Synthesis becomes a sphere. Su Mo drew Terminator to extract Skynet, along with the robots of the Terminator series, secretly saying, besides or farther away. Hint, although the Shunpo fragment is an active skill, it can stack with the same type of skill. He still remembered that there was a liquid metal Terminator that could simulate at will, which was very useful. It seems that Skynet and this sentence are prepared for Shinigami's 3 general combat methods. Kid, White Hits, and Shunpo can all be superimposed. If you put them farther, they should not be limited to dead Shunpo fragments. Fast instant transmission of the body. Footwork, the ability to move to the opponent at a speed that the opponent can't see is not even limited to the Shinigami comics. Su Mo remembers that there is also the body flicker technique in Naruto, all of which are extremely high-speed moving techniques. Shunpo fragmented into blue light. The mechanical sound of the system came into his mind, which made Su Mo think a little. Only the word easy can describe it. Su Mo suddenly disappeared suddenly, and the whole person flashed around in the room, which looked like instant transmission to the naked eye of ordinary people. 3-level gods can even include virtual ringing. High mobility has exceeded the limit of human beings, Su Mo. His physical fitness can now be said to be non-human beings. After trying a few times, Su Mo stopped and clicked on one of the Bakud, the stuffed message. The flow poured into Su Mo's body, covering Bakud, a kind of kid used by Shinigami in the manga Shinigami. Unlike Had, which focuses on destruction, it is for the purpose of restraining and imprisoning. After trying a few times, Su Mo stopped and clicked on one of the Bakud, the stuffed message. The flow poured into Su Mo's body, covering Bakud, a kind of kid used by Shinigami in the manga Shinigami. Unlike Had, which focuses on destruction, it is for the purpose of restraining and imprisoning. One of the Bakud pulled out, plug, not a fragment, it is already a perfect agility plus a special footwork. The whole skill, the function is to block the action of the target's hands and feet. Su Mo is directly equipped with it. This is a small skill that can be supported by the will, spirit, and soul surpassing ordinary people. Then, Sumo looked at the last one of the spree. Make the 10th level not full item, multiple shadow clone fragments x5, and a forehead protector has been ignored by him. Multiple shadow clone technique fragments, the more fragments, the more shadow clones will be summoned, and what each clone has experienced before disappearing will be conveyed to the ontology clone. Thought of here. There is no upper limit and physical effort is required. The last message made Sumo stunned. Ninjutsu generally consumes chakra, but he doesn't, but here is changed to physical strength. That is 60 pages, which is equivalent to 3 chapters of a normal manga. It's level, but this physical strength is not unlimited, it will affect the number of clones. But for Sumo, all the exhaustion of the clone will be superimposed. Too many summons is not good. Several of the previous 2 comics Sumo observed that as long as the new comics are released, the lottery of the week is very likely to come to Sumo. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he had expected the shadow splitting technique to be drawn. In this issue of the manga magazine, Naruto and Shinigami are only one story, and everyone means saving a period of time, and the progress of the manga will be much faster. After the removal at the same time, the memory is that his comics are all 4 chapters, with an average of 80 pages, but the 2 books are 60 pages. It is not that the second chapter is not painted, in fact, he did it on purpose. Because the first chapter of Naruto is still important, the highlight of ninjutsu in this chapter is the multiple shadow clone techniques. With just one sentence, it is very likely to be drawn from the new manga. Clone technique means much more to his cartoonist. A person's ability is really limited. If there is one more, he doesn't need to be trapped in cartoons all day long. Copying comics is tiring and boring, especially if you have read it. Shared, Sumo will not have a little understanding of his comics. So it's mechanic PS, thank you LSHY2 Water Dream Clouds for your reward and support. Come out. In fact, as he expected, more comics are available. Chapter 48 Tokyo is hot. Fortunately, the painting room is relatively spacious, with 3 tables, one for each person, and Gale and Lorna are closer together. The projection screens of the current system are hardened by Sumo and feel that they are intentionally separated, and traces are mapped step by step according to the established plan. Golly vividly took pictures of the gourd on the drawing, with a little bit of art. Gollybian and Doraemon would not stand it. Now she doesn't watch TV, and she is gradually indulging in the storyline of the comics, acting as a messenger. Lorna. Think. Sister Lorna, look at this Nobita, really stupid, I really want a Doraemon. Click. Turning over Byakugan sitting upright, Lorna smiled happily, while brushing in her hand, taking out potato chips from time to time and chewing. Sumo walked in. Don't let the rubbing sound of Gaily ever be heard. As soon as Lorna and he came in, he rubbed Gaily's head and said in a deep voice. After speaking, they sat on the desk and started to draw. Giali heard that she had to finish reading the manga before she started drawing, but she did not respond to a lot of drum beats. Lorna covered her mouth and smiled. The pen and paper clothes painter is working hard, keep working hard. Giali sounded like a lark sing, and the two were different from Sumo. Sumo chose a comic and was writing Lorna at this moment. Suddenly, she had read it in her heart, and the two of them understood the story in the process of drawing and were very focused. Lorna, is she too fascinated? So she didn't hear the sound? Sumo's voice came from before her. Lorna scratched her head in embarrassment and gave a shy hum. After a while, Sumo's voice came from the side, and Lorna brushed it. Something is wrong, Sumo shouldn't be on the back table, why did he get in front of her all at once? It looks too fat. Who said that? He looks like this. Sumo walked backwards, and Lorna, who had him, didn't want to bury her head in the drawing. Duo shook, and there was an awkward sound coming from behind. She couldn't help thinking about it, feeling in her magnetic field. Oh, golly, is your Doraemon belly out of marks? This. Still 2 brushes. As soon as Lorna looked up, she saw Sumo and Gia's. Golly was a little guilty, and said in denial. At this time Lorna Sumo is here, what's going on behind that? Is it the same as she manipulates the metal behind the painting to move? Judging from the thickness and length, it should be a brush. Turning behind, he was stunned. A few minutes ago. Living room. Lee's side smiled, her heart palpitated, and a paintbrush was moving behind her, but she put a sip on the small table, carefully squinted her eyes and watched the news in a leisurely manner. Lee's side smiled, her heart palpitated, and a paintbrush was moving behind her, but she put a sip on the small table, carefully squinted her eyes and watched the news in a leisurely manner. The pens inside draw at the same time? Lorna looked suspiciously. Welcome to the American Evening News. The following is today's report. This. Sumo was lying on the sofa, picking up a cup of coffee from Marvel Comics' Sean Jump and the new magazine Mind Mank as the host was still doing his duty and preaching plainly, much. Experts say this is a bottoming out effect brought about by the revival of the comics industry. Comic fans caught people's birthday from despair. There was another comic rush in the morning in New York City. One of the comics was suspected to involve mutants, and the publishing company. The attitude is not clear and there is no explanation so far. News. The reason for the increasing number of people in the long line, and then to other news. Sumo didn't feel any contempt, because it was normal. Straw. The share of its related industry in the American entertainment market is really unsightly. A big-name cartoonist in the industry is not even as good as an 18th-line singer. I just mentioned a little bit about an adult on New York Street. Few people know about Juvenile Jump. The comics only have an audience among young people, but it's less than 20%. The comics are well-known Captain America. After the looting, they did not intend to learn about other comics. It's like seeing Uncle Andy for the first time when he went out and asked about an increasingly thin market, if Sumo didn't come here or the cartoonist system was not activated. I'm afraid the comic industry will disappear in the future, only. The world gives people several classic comics, the reason is that Manmai has given up on comics. The children of the future are even less interested in stepping in. They feel that after watching The Captain of the Five Nations, they have read all the American comics. The comics industry does not enter the entertainment industry, and it is even more contemptuous in the entire big market. Even the capital is too lazy to keep tens of thousands of copies to enter the market. How much attention can it have? Even at noon this afternoon, Edward, who is now the Marvel Queen's commentator on Twitter, was pushed to the top of the fanfare, but was on the new page, but tonight it fell directly to 100. Come fast, go fast. There seems to be a lot of comic fans, and nearly 10 jumps can be sold every week. But compared to the entire United States is not worth mentioning. The number of comic fans is already at the limit, and new vitality must be injected. It can be said that it is a playful or somewhat advertising effect, but it is negligible. Sumo thought of a point that would attract people who haven't read comics or are not interested in it. As we all know, the comics industry in the previous life of Toyo can be said to be spread across various industries, even Tokyo is so hot that Kozer has appeared in it. Flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support. The flowers are coming. Sumo certainly doesn't shoot Tokyo so hot, but some of them are particularly profitable. One of the parties that can attract more teenagers to the pit is games. P.S. Chapter 47 has a picture. Vague. Chapter 49 game. However, Naruto has just launched this game now. For those who have never read comics and do not want to read comics, anime is a choice for them to enter the pit, and another option is the game. Sumo, adapted from the comics, is currently very reluctant in terms of the resources in his hands. Game companies, game engines, etc., have nothing to do with Sumo. What Suemo remembers most clearly is Naruto, ultimate storm, exquisite graphics, and smooth movements. The playability is very high. Large, the finished product is slow to take effect, time-consuming and wasteful. Suemo took a sip of coffee and fell into contemplation for a while. It was too early for what game suits the present shape, so I postponed it first. What's more, the development of large-scale games right now has low manufacturing costs, is not slow to update, and easy to use. Can it attract the attention of young people in a short period of time? Recently, new volunteers appeared at night in New York, and there were witnesses who paid for it. The investigator made him suspect that the murderer was a mutant. The original said he looked like a Spider-Man from a distance, but he could hear the sound of pulling wires and jets. In addition, this righteous policeman claimed to be a super killer. When the police in Washington, D.C., found a mummy to the last piece of news, there was a bang in their minds. The whole body is stiff, the blood is scarce, and there are marks of being bitten on the neck. There were witnesses in Queens who saw someone use playing cards to kill cards. Card games, card duels. Repeated memories resurfaced in my mind, because playing cards exploded in childhood. At this time, the host on the TV reported the news one after another, and Suemo listened to the game played by his partner. Suemo suddenly remembered that this game is indeed easy to use and easy to understand. The more important thing is that there is no need to set up a game company. What he cares about is not mutants, but poker. He knew that Su had to form a group. And the extended card sales are simply outrageous. Do whatever you want, Suemo took out his phone and called Andy. Comics can be played with anytime, anywhere, and a group needs to be formed around the area to get in touch with Uncle Andy. It's me, I need you to help me form a new group. Andy hadn't fallen asleep yet. He was surprised when he heard the words, "What group?" Shinigami and Naruto have just launched, every issue you have. There are many points in the serialization of the new Manmo Devils, and every time there is a bright future for what they do. In the fourth period of the Boy Jump, I will serialize the game type and will pay attention. You kid, now online comic fans are arguing whether the ninja is strong or dead for sale. I'll draw 4 words and send them to you later, you will understand after reading them. I'll draw 4 words and send them to you later, you will understand after reading them. Well, Dis smiled, Suemo is really a comic genius he has seen. Suemo raised his brows and asked quickly, what? Hokage and Shinigami fight to draw. Pay attention to your body. Genius is always so bright, me. The brain seems to have caught something. Andy explained, what started fighting is that fans are arguing about who the characters in the comics are stronger, and they also give Saitama to the gods. Okay, I'm going to hang up. There are 0 million people, it seems a little bit small, but after entering, the world view has not been expanded, but I really think about it. Fighting? Shinigami's Hokage. Why is this forgotten? The game model made on 4399 means anime template. What's wrong? Face the more well-known Shinigami's. A horizontal board fighting flash game. In 2016, the number of hits exceeded 1 and it made me think of an idea. By the way, are there any employees in the company who can program software? Software programming is very helpful for the promotion of manga and animation. Especially now that the 2 comics have not been animated, the software? To make a small game, I will send you the requirements and the general appearance. After finishing it, put it on the official website, and re-optimize the official website. Is there a problem? Uncle Andy, your words. Suemo hung up the phone. Suemo is a little disgusted with the company's official website. The interface above is too simple. Marvel is the backbone of the industry at any rate, which is too shameful. Okay. There is also the animation of most Metropolis. Do you want to do and push a few shadow clones, and see the lying position of Sumo's deity? Superman is currently half of the animation, so watch it when you finish it. Click. Andy was a little embarrassed. In fact, he really didn't pay attention to the official website interface. How about it? Sumo happily said when he saw this. Seeking flowers. After commenting, I felt relaxed and contented, lying on the sofa like GEU. At this time, there was a lot of noise in the study, and Gail played a game with Lorna. Price ticket. Seek support. Stunned for a while. This is my new get skill, clone technique. Chapter 50, Aggrieved Golden Union. LA's raindrops kept falling from the sky. Jinping stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at everything in his line of sight. His face was cloudy and sunny. No one knew that the voice had just fallen, and there was a shoe. In the early morning of Jinping, there was no warm sun blowing over people's faces. On the contrary, the sky was dark clouds. Densely, Hualata said timidly, "Boss, there has been no news from the police station. It seems that a larger department has intervened, and our people have been warned." With Lei's roar, his chief assassin's bullseye just died inexplicably. A confidant walked in, and was swept into the wall as if hit by a high-speed train and directly embedded in it. In other words, you can't find anything at all. Jin Bin flew like a probe and was destroyed, hoping that the police station was useless at all, and now he has been warned. This is almost a sudden slash with the cane, the man A. The place of the incident was in Hell's Kitchen, right under his nose, and no one even knew who the murderer was. The roadside gang, he actually didn't know what department was intervening, and he tried all his thoughts. The answers to money, contacts, and threats were nothing more than FBI and CI spider webs waiting to jump in. He was not the shame of the underworld emperor, but he was right. His provocation. The key point is that as the largest black agent in the United States manages gang lock UPS, Jin doesn't even believe that someone is watching him. Now that the enemy is secret, he can only accept it passively. As if a spider's confidant didn't say a word, he swallowed blood into his stomach, and then made a little noise. This is a big joke. When is it organized? He was used to strong Jin and began to strain his nerves, and couldn't sleep well. He was beaten for no reason and was disabled on the spot. In fact, the only thing that can be assured is the bullseye. Toot. At this moment, Jin doesn't know who the other party is. Is it an individual? It will still be killed immediately. Hideo-jin didn't usually smile, but he was actually a capricious, cold-blooded, and cruel emperor. His confidant seemed to be very troublesome. Jin Bin's tone changed, and he greeted him plainly, unlike before. "Oh, it turned out to be like this, no problem. I'm a small business. It's like this long phone rang, asking people to lift the confidant, and then I picked it up. I haven't contacted him for a long time. How come it is an ally of his, not a gang ally, but a business ally? The underworld empire takes black and white, and the rules of the underworld cannot penetrate." After Jin he hung up the phone, Hui, who walked to the table, abolished his hands and no longer picked up the paintbrush. Called. As a protection fee in exchange for backing. In the eyes of these companies, it is useless to find the police in an accident as a backer for the gang, and the efficiency of the guarantee is high and none of them are found. The newspaper and painting company on the street pays an unremarkable share every year. The newspaper and painting company on the street pays an unremarkable share every year. Lift the glass table. Just around the building where Jin Bin was located, there were people who wandered from time to time. The overly exquisite acting made the gangsters stunned. In the low room in the alley, they knocked on the door regularly. And there was a crack in the door. Communicator. After confessing a few words, the man sitting in the chair and tapping his hand to communicate with the boss from time to time, suddenly changed slightly and left quickly. After a while, the numbness that came to one place after passing his sloppy route made the atmosphere of the room strange. After a while, Collison walked in and said straightforwardly, after passing by the pavilion, a face was indifferent, he straightened up, confronted the signal and walked in. There are 7 or 8 agents like him here. No one is speaking. The agents have brought serious treatment for many years, waiting for the plan to end or change. Nothing happened since I found some clues last time. Coulson didn't doubt it. It's the largest monitoring on the planet for such a long time and no suspicious person was found. Be strict. So I sent some people to watch to see if there were any signs of this incident. Jin did not guess wrong at all, he was stared at some discounts. Afterwards, military friend also directly collected the information of Hell's Kitchen, but did not expect to find out Jin Tong. After Collison finished speaking, he hurriedly left, and soon he walked to the bookstore on the way. He was about to buy Boy Jump, but Daredevil Matt, who was told by the clerk, was a little dazed and frowned. Frank, come out. Respond to institutions as naturally as possible. Hand. Coulson quickly hid the comic magazine with his eyesight and hurried back to the headquarters on the bus. And in a law firm? Kill the man with the bullseye. Daredevil was a bit stunned, because he couldn't see it, so the only one at the time was I must have no clue when looking at ordinary people. I have been sensitive in the past. I seem to have found something. The Punisher suddenly turned in from the window. What to share with the Punisher? He shook his head and said, this is impossible. Yes, if the other party started a company, it would be a great kid, and there are already witnesses. It would not be considered a witness. He can only throw the magazine in front of Daredevil from the perceived world line Punisher, and take a bottle of beer from the refrigerator to sip. This is a comic he drew, and you and I know about it. 4 changes are over, please ask for flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seek support, but the other party is still a celebrity. Looking for him. Matt's printing on the touch paper changes slightly to achieve touch reading. It's a pity that now he only tells what department he is thinking about.